All right, guys, here we go. Time to enjoy some, what is no doubt, quality League of Legends. The last 11 days are the most KT thing I've ever seen. KT has never KT'd harder in their entire history as an I hate this team. I hate this team so much. I hate it so much, guys.
Homeshim and Hanwha Life Esports are after this. So if they can take out KT, Hanwha feels like the last big game to take down. No shock, no surprise that once again.
Okay, no Ivern for Pio shits.
Questions come in now about Corki, the Aurora pick, Ezreal.
Remember, Aurora is enabled. Nidalee taken out for Canyon. No Leona or Callista. We're gonna first. Oh God.
I'm really worried that we're going to have another one of these moments where Deft is like, oh, pick this.
Anime is a mistake. Your name is true, and thank you for your Twitch Prime sub.
Chovy's going to get Flame Horizon like Bulldog did in that series and was still able to hard carry. All right. Yeah, so we've got Bunny Girl and then Deer Girl coming through here. They are going to be both.
It's just the furry draft. And we're going to get Ari, some set in there for Genji.
Playing the Aurora, we have seen it in
Nico.
Top lane, find a lot of success. This could theoretically be for Pays, but
and Draven is so
that is for Chovy 100% in the mid lane.
Aurora's ultimate. Lilia can get in there, do a bunch of damage, also set up a sleep, and then Draven tosses his ultimate inside while everyone's getting Malignance burned. It's a pretty insane comp, and also it's high tier picks across the board. It's like the Cassante is going to come through here.
A tough opposition there towards top.
Okay, blinding Gnar.
14-15. Strong front line.
Well, not blinding Gnar. They're playing it into Aurora. I have no idea about Aurora matchups yet, guys.
Getting a little bit thin down there.
Yeah, Aurora is keen, not Chovy. Yes, Chovy is Draven here. He's the mid Draven player. Pays not much of a Draven player anyway. Banning Ashe MF. Okay, we have tons of 80 carry bans. What are we gonna play in the bot side?
So I think I like
an interesting one. It's gonna be locked.
Her damage output, her utility.
Interesting that they're going to play Xayah Rakan. I mean, they have a lot of kite potential here. So Genji definitely playing more of a kite-oriented composition, very low HP front line. And you can play Lulu here very safely. I don't know, man. I'm looking at this and I'm wondering about Genji. Like, they don't have a lot of range. Like, if you compare the range advantage here, much more standard front-to-back team fighting for KT. Like this, the Draven will win hard in the mid lane, but the range for Corki might be pretty horrible for Genji, considering they don't have a lot of HP to like tank up.
You know, here it's just going to be trying to make Deft the main character. You've got two strong 80 characters.
Like, they don't have much of an engage, and they're going to be highly vulnerable to like Corki poke. And some of that poke is definitely going to land because Maokai can just ult. And they have, if there's any kind of all in, they have the Lulu as well.
Especially when you get to level 16, where it's just so huge and you do so much damage and you've really fully scaled online. If you can't stop her from closing the gap into your squad, she sets up a big ultimate. That's just the team fight one. You toss in the feathers, you toss in the Draven ultimate. There is no real frontline here, though, for Genji. So if you can stop that Aurora flank, if you can catch her off, difficult
side, and then being KT come under the rift. KT fans, you can always hear the desperation in the fan chants. And here we are onto the rift to see.
But Monty, have you considered that Aurora is beyond Giga Broken? I have.
Once again, the coin will rule them all.
You know, Atlas, this is going to sound really stupid, but...
Do you usually review a match from each region? I mean, I review the matches that I want to review in depth before I talk about the games on my shows.
I know it has a lot of the same players on it, but their play style, their lack of consistency, they're barely making it into playoffs potentially here, but that's not even guaranteed for them. The way in which they kind of got figured out, solved, I feel like, in the last few weeks, really reminds you of what DRX looked like right before they made that incredible run to Worlds, and then, of course, then winning Worlds, which was one of the craziest things that's ever happened in League of Legends esports history. And I mentioned it because you mentioned the fans being so desperate. It always feels like, is this the summer of KT? Is this the summer of KT? And, you know, once again, we're left wanting as Deft and Barrel
This should be a fair bit of power in the lane with the Lulu alongside the Zeri. Lehens and Pays, if they can get an early engage here to take control of the lane, things could become a problem. The W empowerment that you do get with the Rakan and the Xayah doesn't really give you a lot of power. You can see just going to be trading happily as Lehen's just biding his time, waiting for his moment.
Yeah, if Deft and Beryl can weather the storm with this Lulu pick into this lane, it's going to be pretty huge. They didn't opt into the Cassante, into the Aurora top, which means that that's not a lane that necessarily ends up being disastrously. Going disastrously, that is to say, I'm not 100% well-versed on the Gnar versus Aurora matchup, but I do feel like it will favor Aurora early. Mid lane is, don't look at that if you're a KT fan. That's just going to be one of the strongest counters into Corki that we have in the meta that Chovy is the best at. Yep, BDD is going to be having a rough time. But this bottom lane, really good control here from Beryl so far.
Yep, being able to push them out.
Hello, good sir. POV Sisyphus, what a name. Goddamn. You just love looking at boulders getting pushed up hills? That's funny.
It's just junglers that seem to be his worst enemy. We'll see where Canyon's going to be. Right now, he is moving towards top side as the Aurora top debut is coming in. Of course, Bulldog debuted her in the mid lane against KT. And now KT, the lucky team, to be able to see how well Aurora's going to do on the top side of the map.
Yeah. Most players saying that Aurora was going to be more viable in the top lane. And I think with the first pick here and how well Gen.G had clearly prepared a draft around this first pick, knowing they had the answer to the Corki.
Is there Muay Thai in the Olympics? Hell no, man. You couldn't do Muay Thai in the Olympics.
And we haven't seen it yet.
Like, how would you do a tournament in 2 weeks of blood sport?
Great job putting on a lot of pressure here.
You know what I mean?
Bottom side. And a lot of
like,
CS is going by the wayside here.
You couldn't do it. You can't fight that many times.
You can see 6 CS down. That's almost a wave. As BDD, he doesn't even really know what a wave looks like because this one is something that he's not really able to contest. It's what we've seen from Chovy into Corki matchups, no matter who's piloting it. I don't think that this is a sign of, oh, BDD's not playing very well. This is just something that he has to accept.
Yeah, this is what he has to accept. It's going to hurt.
Like, if they did it, they'd have to really change the rules to make it suck.
Sudi buys on his first back. If he's going to get a call, just go straight to the tier. He doesn't have a lot of money, doesn't have a lot of economy. He's trying to manage these waves.
It'd have to be like 3 rounds.
Canyons also in the
3 rounds with headgear.
In this lane, but because of the control of this wave, no vision here over to the Lilia. They have a ward at least on the Raptors, so we'll see him there. And yeah, this is just Chovy's dominance in lane. And it's going to be the first back coming through for BDD.
Yep. And wave is going to crash, and BDD is going to have that back stopped, though, as we have, once again, a look towards this bottom side. Wave kind of stacked up here for KT.
Similar to Olympic boxing? Yeah, Yasuke. Olympic boxing is a fucking meme, dude.
Yeah. Equalized by the top side of the
map, you just can't do those kind of sports on a short timeline.
Chovy has kind of an all-in angle potentially at level 6 if he can actually.
This is not how the sports are designed to be competed in the professional circuit. So what you get is just like a terrible iteration of that.
Chovy has kind of an all-in angle potentially at level 6 if he can actually push this wave quickly enough. BDD really needs to get out. He will. So here comes Canyon.
Yep, he's going to move in. Bowling ball avoided there because Zeri can skate over any wall and not be too worried about anything at all. But it is going to alleviate some pressure.
Thailand would win almost every weight class, every Olympics. I don't know. The Dutch are pretty good, man.
Beryl throwing some things towards Pays. First fire not quite in range here for Deft, though. So Pays not going to be fully punished for his little bit of a step up here in the lane.
Yeah, tough pre-6 to get anything done. I think the thing about BDD's Corki that's been most impressive recently is I really feel like he's improved on the champion quite significantly is his skirmishing in the early game, but without any lane prio, it's going to be hard for him to impact these lanes. He is going to try to, off of Chovy's back here, maybe help control this dragon prio that they do have. It's a Hextech Soul, or rather, Hextech Drake to start, and they have full control over it at the moment, and that is going to be going over to KT. Canyon on top side will likely try to trade for grubs.
BDD actually trading pretty well into Chovy here, but missing that phosphorus bomb puts a lot of control back into the hands of Chovy. Drake does go down, though. Certainly fantastic news as Chovy and BDD trading once again. Big one will connect down to 200 as BDD wins out on that one quite handily.
Oh my
Yeah, I have
God,
Vamp Scepter though.
Like we've been looking at this matchup so much, looking at bottom, I'm like, I look up at the CS numbers, I'm like, wait a second, he got pushed out, didn't have TP because he'd already been
I mean, Chovy having the Draven in mid lane, just continuously getting pressure though, is like enormous for objective control. I mean, they're basically just pushing all lanes right now.
Yeah. I just prefer if we...
Genji getting some pretty meaningful advantages.
It's not really perfect, having a very good time up here. It does show as Deft is able to dash away from Lehens's grand entrance. Feral will turn up once again. Give Deft
I gotta say, man, I am concerned about BDD's rockets and his ability to poke here.
Going home.
Like for Genji, it just feels like, how do you deal with that around objectives in the mid and late game unless you get some like magnificent flank? But it's going to be super hard to get that.
Don't think Perfect will be punished, but Pyosik is very far away and doesn't have 6. Perfect scanning here. There's a potential angle.
Perhaps.
He has no flash.
Yeah, Kenny moving in. See whether they can take advantage of this mini. Now it does have hop, but yeah, I don't know about this one. As
what's the point of Draven mid? Only perma pressure. Oh, I mean, it's just another 80 carry you can play. Is a bully champion. Chovy is super good at it.
To at least hold on to the big one, I'm pretty sure. As
snowballs extremely well. Duels extremely well.
Chovy is behind him. Presses W, able to get so many autos down. This vision is brilliant as there's the Nature's Grasp. And Canyon gonna put them to sleep. The flash forward. But Perfect, I think, should be able to cut this one off. If he can pick up this kill, it would be gigantic. With the rest of Genji, they're coming over, and it's
oh, nice rocket.
Presses W. There we go. Pyosik able to at least hold on to the big one. I'm pretty
Canyon
sure
literally just doing this in the other team's face when Chovy and Keen aren't there and can't be there.
So many autos down. This vision is brilliant as there's the Nature's Grasp. And Canyon gonna put them to sleep. The flash forward, but Perfect, I think, should be able to cut this one off. If he can pick up
on the play, if Perfect makes a mistake.
But BDD roping in. See whether they can take advantage of.
He goes, but I mean, the wave is not pushed up in top or bot when he, or in mid or top when he goes for the invade. So it's pretty risky because BDD and Perfect can't actually get back here. I don't know why he gives up first blood for Krugs here. That's pretty silly.
Perfect makes a mistake. If he's very much going to step way too far forward.
You already know the outcomes of these games. I don't know who wins which game. And I don't know the drafts. I know who wins the series.
Considering that Chovy is going to have the fast track over on the Corki, or BDD rather, is going to have the fast track over on the Corki. Chovy did not have ult at the start of that exchange either. And this ends up being a huge win. BDD picks up the kill here in mid after staving off the lane pressure. He's still down 10 CS, but that's going to be thinned out here as this wave crashes.
What do you think about the Golden Road ending? What does that mean?
Now, 600 gold.
How is the Golden Road is not ended?
No, I'm not saying anything, Wolf. I refuse. This is precisely why I said at the beginning
I don't know what you mean.
that I would prefer it if I just wasn't here. Because it's got me into trouble before. So right now, yes, you're right. Things are going relatively well for KT.
Relatively good game state. That's as far as I'll go.
Yep, I'm going to say that too. Outside of the top lane, which is still colossally in favor of Keen, although it has been shored up somewhat by Perfect. So to get things back. Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, so Draven doesn't have ult. Obviously, Corki can rotate over faster. He has Valkyrie. It's on his side of the map. And yes, Chovy can offer some damage here onto BDD, but just really nothing Canyon can do. Avoids the ultimate coming through here from Pyosik, which is well placed to make sure the rest of Genji can't rotate over. Gets a flash out of him. The sleep buys time, but ultimately he knows he's dead. Good call from BDD to go over here and chase down and make sure they can secure the kill here. Perfect as well, putting in some extra autos. Keen and Chovy close to being able to get something done there, but ultimately are unable to do so.
Yep, doesn't quite work out. As Extendo Beam going to be blocked there by Lehens. And Static Shift now completed for Deft as well. That's a completed item versus just a BF sword and a longsword here for Pays. So a lot of extra power for KT towards this bottom.
Your fandom paid off, undefeated in season. Yes, congratulations. Undefeated in LCS, truly amazing accomplishment in seven games.
You know, mini wave that's just disintegrated.
Seven games.
So Mark Knopfler not necessary at this point in time. That's Perfect. Not going to be sleepy right now. Does just want to go home.
What an accomplishment!
For a little bit.
Yeah, I just got his teleport unleashed. We'll be able to get back to the lane, no problem. But a little bit annoying for that back to be stopped. We'll just go straight back to the wave.
And here's the double
Gen G literally had a longer win streak this split.
As Pyosik just moving on in, taking the easy route, and there is the Nature's Grasp. They get behind Pace because he's the one with the cleanse. Lehens is still going to get stunned up. Extendo Beam does a fair bit of work as now Pyosik holding onto the wave. There's the ulti. They look to take down Lehens first, and they'll successfully because he's the one with the cleanse. Lehens is still going to get stunned up. Extendo Beam.
All right, what was that? Thank you, Fire Element 6, for your YouTube membership. I appreciate you.
Does a fair bit of work as now Pyosik holding onto the wave. There's the ulti. They look to take down Lehens first, and they'll successfully do so. Turret was tanked by Pyosik. He had a wild growth, and now they might even look for more.
Nice job. Nice redive there. Pyosik actually plays this really well.
There is the Nature's Grasp. They get behind Pace because he's the
Whoa, how did he actually get hit by that? So they try and block this because Pace has cleanse, but Lehens actually gets hit because he wanders into it on the other side, which then causes him to get hit by the Extendo Beam. Whoops. I mean, they can't live through this anyway.
Turret was tanked by Pyosik. He had a wild growth, and now they might even look for more as Hayes just going to get destroyed. Twisted advance for a last hit. That's a cool way to do it. 6 grubs will be the trade, but I think the KT are okay with it.
I had to finally admit that tactical crouch is dead, so my significant croucher money can become airtight money. Tactical crouch is dead. What is tactical crouch? Oh, is that the Overwatch show?
As Perfect just going to throw him back. We'll see whether the Mini-Knock can get this one done, as Keen's going to have to flash. Oh dear, that was not where Keen wanted to go, as Perfect just going to throw him back.
Whenever you get any alone time with a turret, especially with a champion like a Draven, but they identify.
Whoops.
Oh dear, that was not where Keen wanted to go. As Perfect just going to throw him back. We'll see whether
Perfect has been playing really well.
As Keen's going to have to flash. Perfect flashes into the brush. Q is going to miss as a result. He bounces back.
Whoopsie, Keen.
And he's going low. They're both going low. The boomerang comes in.
Oh my God, he got baited. Right as I give Perfect the compliment.
He bounces back though, and he's going low.
Keen juked the boomerang in the brush. Oh God.
Keen locks it up with a return Q.
Oh, look at Perfect's reaction on the player cam.
Keen locks it up. With a return Q.
Oh, look at Perfect's reaction on the player cam. He knows he messed that one up. He flashed forward, misses the boomerang, and
I think there was some messing up on both sides of that one, Wolf.
Yeah, for sure.
Flash out of Keen, I think in this moment you have to just take it and be happy with it, and then he decided he wanted to get the kill. If he gets that kill, it's amazing for him. It completely changes how the lane's going to be played out, gets that huge injection of gold, denies a ton of farm, but instead, he's going to get taken out instead, uses his flash in return and still dies, and it's such a frustrating situation because Aurora is so mobile. You know, she uses her W, she goes around that alcove, and you're just trying to chase her down. Unfortunately, despite Keen's mistake, he does not fall up. We'll talk about that in a moment, as this is just really good usage of the wild growth here on the engage. Big Extendo Beam connecting here, and Baze and Lehens, just not much they could do. The charm comes through onto a single target, does not deny, of course, Depth's ability to follow up with the damage. And the Paze is just left out to dry here. Lilia, as you mentioned, is doing the grubs top side, so not able to help out. And Keen goes in by mistake with the weirding here, misplaces it, and then Perfect goes for the punish. Let's watch his first-person view and see what he has to say.
Flash.
I like the flash. Knows that he then has to make sure he doesn't get hit by a flash boomerang. But I think it's just the amount of consistent damage that you have with this champion.
Oh, yeah. With the passive, with the autos, yeah, you can see the frustration. Like with the autos, it really does stack up, and then
it's crazy that the Aurora actually wins that.
Just that additional distance away. Perfect misses both boomerangs, and yeah, it's a rough one. Didn't have vision in those brushes.
Yeah.
I've been rewatching Season 3 League of Legends Worlds game. I don't know why. I just find this game to be much more fun to watch. Am I just being nostalgic, or were older games better viewing experience? I mean, in my opinion, the game was better when it was a little bit slower, and team fights were more deliberate, and there were fewer champions, right? A lot less particles, too. It's easier to watch, for sure.
It's probably not necessarily it, but still. Should be all right here.
In this lane, going for the Leandries first. Last time we saw the Malignants first, but, you know, with Gen G's composition, the burst damage that they have already, perhaps just knowing that they don't necessarily need ult cooldown because he's not roaming into team fights because he is the top laner in this case. See if he ends up building it second here, as it is a very strong item. Similarly to Malignance, you put the Malignance burn on the ground. Leandris just puts it on the champions anyways.
Yep. This has been the more popular build towards the top side of the map. Yeah. Keen really does like building.
Do I think KT will make Worlds? God, I hope not.
Utility things that he does put together. We'll see what he does do here, because of course solo queue and pro play are a little bit different when it comes to a lot of the builds, but we'll just have to see where his mind is going to go next. I think Leandris is almost always a thing, but he likes Riftmaker as well, like a lot.
Yeah. Pretty good in top lane, as Canyon is a little bit isolated here.
Yeah, Pioshik moving on in. Pretty tanky here on the tree. As BDD now in position, pays, pressing that W as Nature's Grasp does come down. He pushes Canyon. Yeah, Pioshik moving on in. Pretty tanky here on the tree.
Sure, we actually can't get into this fight. I'm watching this Maokai ult real quick.
Pressing that W as Nature's Grasp does come down. He pushes
Canyon tanks it.
And he tries to...
Actually, that was really good by Canyon. Nobody else got hit by the Maokai ult. Very dangerous fight after they waste the Maokai ult like that for KT.
He tried on in, pretty tanky here on the tree, as BDD now in position, pays, pressing that W as Nature's Grasp.
They do a really good job of just not getting hit by the Maokai ultimate here.
And he tries to put some circles,
and everybody just gets hit but slammed by the Aurora ult.
Already dead. Can they find the fight? That was perfect, finds an ulti, but there's zero follow-up. And BDD cannot get any autos in here. Chovy sees blood in the water as the crush over the wall for Perfect gets him to relative.
Who needs tanks, guys? Who needs tanks?
Only depth that's fallen down so far, and you can see BDD still trying to stand his ground, but KT, they have to get out of there.
I mean, the Aurora creates such an insane, artificial front line here in this draft, and Perfect's ultimate a little bit late to actually save the day or turn that one around. It looked so off of the kill, so now this Raven is a big threat. You see the setup here, you catch both the Lilia, but also Zone pays
It's really hard to watch Aurora's ults. And that's Aurora's ult. It's really hard to watch Aurora's ult
the radius is so huge
in the pro scene.
And Jovi's just sitting there on the sidelines. He's like, there's too many ways to catch me in this comp. They already used the ult. I'm just going to hang out, wait for my ult to go through. If they want to push the issue, then I'll auto-attack people, as he does chase them down very quickly here. But it's really just a 1-2 punch of Keen presses R, Chovy aims his R, and it doesn't matter what KT had planned there. Great ultimate from Pioshik, really identifying the setup for Genji in terms of where the jungler is, where the AD carry is, but there's two AD carries. One of them has a long-range ultimate, and Aurora closes the gap. Fantastic ult from Keen.
Yeah, I do want to say that I hope this doesn't get into Death's Head. We know that a fair few of the plays have been a little bit frustrating for this guy, but that ultimate could not have been more perfectly timed and placed for Keen. He was in the middle.
What's Aurora's global win rate? She's only been enabled
over the wall.
In LCK and LCS, I think.
93 gold earned by Chovy as he's
oh no, she's been enabled in the LPL playoffs as well.
And so yeah, yeah, this is going to be a problem. Bowling ball flies by. Def not going to be tagged by that one. And that is what the team fights we were kind of talking about, right? Like set up the Thunderdome and then destroy them. Like the amount of sleepy people inside these circles that Canyon can provide as well, with just his massive amount of damage that he can throw down and just the AoE that he covers with his spin. This could be a real rough one as they do take down the first Chemtech Drake of the day.
Yeah.
Ox is here, by the way.
As someone who doesn't play anymore watching this game, I have no idea what's going on. The more champs come out, the less I understand. Yep. But it's okay. Riot should definitely make more games based off of a business model of a competitive title where they are forever chained to releasing new characters. They definitely should do that in Valorant and not just follow the Counter-Strike model of releasing crates and other aesthetics for money. So I look forward to there being 170 agents in Valorant. No, I mean the game is just busted for new players. Like the thing about Counter-Strike is you can not have played Counter-Strike in 10 years and you still understand how to watch a game on Dust 2. Because it's functionally similar enough. But, I mean, if you're out of League for any amount of time, you just can't. The game becomes fucking unwatchable.
Stick around for another wave. Looks like this outer turret will survive for a little bit longer. As Keen with some souped-up honey fruit. We'll find Perfect once again. Pioshik in good position here to go for a bit of a counter. No bowling balls to be found. And Chovy just moves this wave towards the turret. 50% health on this one, as Bioshik not going to be able to defend this by himself, especially with 6 grubs in hand for Chovy.
BDD is just free pushing bottom all the while, stacking his tier up. Not going to be able to get the whole inner probably, but to see a back only from Lehens right now. So if he's given some additional time, he will eventually start working this down, but
he's happy to get the farm. Force. Like, that's a lot of damage to turrets, but he's not going to push the issue.
Aurora was also enabled for the Fnatic BDS. Oh, okay. So it's available for everybody now. Everybody's on 14-15.
Really well handled by KT, responding very quickly against the grubs, coming up there fast to deny the turret from going down while also having BDD with teleport. And
how many champs should a game like League be capped at then? You don't want my actual answer. Probably like 50 or 60, if I'm being real.
Steal away the Rift Scuttler from Pays there, who is able to lock that one down. A little bit of extra.
If you had 50 to 60 champs that were all viable, the game would be good.
To be perfectly honest, Chovy will take down the Grump towards the top side. And the game slows down just a little bit. KT with about 200 gold of a lead. But I start to get more and more worried because
60, 12 per roll. Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Together, the likelihood that Def just gets one shot again is going up. And that's what makes me very, very worried because they are going to be reliant on this guy. They always are. But he's playing Zeri this time as well. There's a
we have how many in league now? 170.
And yes, there's a Corki there for backup, but I just don't know whether that is going.
I think it's almost 170. Isn't it? How many champs are in league right now? I think it's like 169 or 170 with Aurora.
If Deft is going to blow up at the beginning of every single fight.
Yeah, I think if you can
168, there we go.
Flanks or stop Keen from getting in, then you can kind of front to back these fights with the Narbar. But that again relies on your Narbar being set at the exact right time as well. So it's very tricky.
I don't know why they don't have a rotation, enable some chance and disable others, because people would poop their pants in anger if their one trick was disabled for a competitive season.
Eventually, you know, Chovy finds the angle for his ultimate or hits an auto or two, and then bam, that's your Zeri gone. If you lose either your Zeri or your Corki, you just don't have enough damage to compete with this comp. It's so high damage.
I mean, there's a lesson. Here's an interesting story about Hearthstone. So here is why you can't do that in Asia, which you guys may not know. So when Hearthstone came out in Korea, it was really huge. Obviously, like you can play the card game on the subway, like on your commute, because they have high-speed internet everywhere, like very good wireless. So you know, OGen was running Hearthstone. It was popping off. Okay. Now Koreans have never really been into CCGs, so they didn't really understand what card cycles meant. And so when Hearthstone basically switched it, so like when they finished the initial launch of the game and they finished their first cycle of cards, and then they phased out in competitive the older cards to go to the next cycle, which if like you're a CCG player in the West, like Magic player, you totally understand. You're like, oh, I buy new cards. These are not meta anymore. Well, the Koreans did not understand that, and they lost their collective shit because they were so pissed that the cards that they owned in Hearthstone couldn't be used in competitive anymore, that they basically all just stopped playing Hearthstone. So, like, imagine what would happen if you cycled champions in League of Legends.
Perfect.
Like, I think the Chinese and Koreans would just like lose their goddamn minds, and that's like most of your player base now.
Run down for now. Q will connect though, and there's the burn from Oleandri. He's doing some work on a control ward here. Keen will be able to remove that.
Honestly, base it's not really, because then you can't have a good game. Like, look, it's a, you know, you may not want to buy more cards, but if you're into the hobby, like, it just makes it a better hobby, right? You don't want all cards like professionally played or like available in tournaments forever.
That he is going to auto her down. He has a Triforce, so damage needs to be respected, and Keen does.
But isn't that different because you have to buy those cards, whereas you don't have to buy champs? What if you just bought the Faker Ahri skin and you can't use it in 2 months?
Okay, Kane. For that angle, Deft.
I don't think you guys understand how many dirty one tricks are in League of Legends, probably. Like, I would guess, like, probably, I don't know, 30 to 50% of the solo queue ladder is, like, one tricks.
Towards this turret, 6 grubs barely needed here, as 4 members of Gen G will be enough.
Yeah. Chovy side laning.
Even if you play 2 or 3 champs, and what if all of them got cycled out?
Pressure on the turret. They don't have enough vision of, you know, where Koshik might be lurking to actually try to go for that. The turn that Gen.G has in this composition off of a Baron is pretty insane. They have double Leandries on the Aurora and the Lilia and double 80 carry with really high damage output on the Draven. So trying to maintain Baron vision over the next few minutes here is going to be something KT really needs to focus on. Yes, it's
let people play whatever in normals. Doesn't work for Asia because Koreans mostly play ranks. To put this in perspective, guys, in Korea, you can't play draft normals because the mode was so not used on the Korean server that they had to eliminate it. You can only play blind pick normals or you play ranked draft. That's it.
Early, but if you come over too late, Gen.G just rush it down. And if you come over and you're not well set up, but you don't have a lot of vision, and Keen gets a big ultimate off, the turn is just so easy for Gen.G. And that's the next worry that KT has to have in the back of their minds. They will be able to group up here faster on the bottom side of the map now and start up this dragon, but even that's not a guarantee.
Have we tried making chicken hero?
You can see,
oh yeah, we can do that.
Probably
and make a lot of shawarma.
It's going to teleport though, as we can see. So I'm a little bit caught. That's going to be BDD finding some rocket damage though onto Lehens. They're going to fight for this Drake. Keen's angle. Maybe they just give it up, but no, Perfect now looking for his angle. Keen on a good one as well. Perfect still trying to find that flank as the Sapling's doing a lot. They're going to fight for this Drake. Keen's angle. They just give it up, but no, Perfect.
We'll do another cooking stream sometime this week, maybe like Friday.
Perfect still trying to find that flank as the Sapling's doing a lot of work. That's going to be Pioshik blocking down the dragon. Canyon's in trouble. He goes golden though. The whirling death flies in, and there is the circle. That's death. Flank as the Sapling's doing a lot of work. That's
so he gets in there. Pioshik's Maokai ults have not been super effective so far this game. Oh my god, Canyon living there is so huge. Keen still has ult. Keen still has ult. Keen uses ult. Keen traps every good engage with Lehens though. Good combo.
Over the wall. Taken down is Beryl though, and there go the rest of the dominoes. Pays now relatively low, but Deft by himself is not going to be able to get anything done here. Over the wall. Pays could be in trouble here. Deft going down very, very low, but I think Chovy's going to be here, and his ex-teammate's just going to cash in.
Yeah, the problem is, you know, Chovy is the one who gets the kill. You live long enough, you wanted to maybe get that kill onto the Rakan, but instead you ended up giving another Draven cash in. Smaller than the last, but still massive, and it was really
I don't know about turning the game on this particular Drake. I have not been impressed with Pioshik's Maokai ults this game. Good response, though, again, from Gen.G. Like, the lineup is super good. Huge ult there by Chovy, and then they're able just to flash Aurora ult. And great Rakan engage there, too.
Only Gen.G, I feel, could turn a team fight like this so beautifully off of just one Zhonya's there coming through. Really a Seeker's Arm Guard, I believe it was at the time, for the Lilia. And then Deft, really fancy footwork here, gets over the wall, but then ends up being shut down by Chovy here. So that's 487 in his pocket. But
I remember the OG on Hearthstone tournament with Doa and Papa. They were so good until they added, until they added standard and made KR flip their shit. Yeah, it was really fun in the beginning, honestly.
Great attempt again by KT, just like the Grub fight earlier on, but it's not enough.
Doesn't quite work out.
But yeah, it's like once you buy something, people I think in Asia are not used to having to buy new things later or having their toys like taken away. Even though that is actually what makes card games fun to play.
Really, really nice. And Keen has adapted the build a little bit here. Has put in the Malignance as item number 2. So very similar to what we saw last time around. I think it was.
I'm just surprised this composition is working. I guess Aurora really. I'm learning about pro Aurora guys because I haven't seen that many games yet. But I guess she really does provide like a meaningful front line. Although I don't know about KT like muscling in. I mean, feel like they basically just lost the game at that Drake, and it was only a sole point. Like, they have to be there first and actually set up with the Corky poke. You know, there's just a lot of conditions for KT's composition. Like, they have to have the Gnar bar full. They have to be able to poke for a while and use their range advantage.
Ability haste on her ultimate, so her ultimate is up all the time. You know, you can get a pick before a dragon and then use it on the dragon fight. You could just, okay, well.
Yep, there's that circle that you were talking about. Beryl is going to flash out of it as Pioshik throws down the ulti. Wild Growth comes in there as well.
It's crazy how much damage she does. All right, just free Baron now. You can turn off of Lilia Sleep if you need to.
Yeah, and look at that ultimate on Keen, by the way. Like, it's not going to be up for this contest, but I don't think KT have the health bars to make this work. They're going to pull Gen G off the Baron.
Yeah,
I mean, it's very hard for them to actually do the Baron because they don't have any tankiness.
Everyone very, very nervous. Bowling ball not going to connect onto Beryl, who was the preferred target. And dissuaded from the Baron for now are Gen G. Please go home, Beryl. I'm getting a little bit worried.
Yeah, Jovi also still oldest. Okay, look at Keen's ultimate, though. It gets almost back up.
Yeah.
This is actually insane. This is one of the crazier parts of Aurora, too, is her normal ult cooldown base is pretty low, and then you add the Malignance on top of it. The damage is great, but the ability to use it kind of on command non-stop is just crazy. And you know, he just goes straight back to the side lane. The Leandri's just going to help his already pretty decent wave clear here. They put the threat on, they set up control wards, and again, KT, they stopped the Baron, but that's...
Is this nerfed in hotfix? It's pre-hotfix.
Here as Gen G can just start this up again. This time they have the turn. This time they have a good set. They look for a pick to start it. Now they can turn with Keen's ultimate back online.
Yeah, perfect, looking to stack up some Naba here with the Baron. They can even see it.
What do you think of your idea of having map buffs for certain champion heritage / types for buffs? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that question means.
Yeah, they're going to look for a fight instead. The circle goes down one more time, and Pyoshik is just melting. A tank really quickly.
The kiting is so crazy, and like it's the thing is that if they don't have time to actually use Corky rockets, the damage is going to be absolutely crazy from 2 Leandries and 2 ADCs, right?
He's not going to be able to do anything. Pyoshik was nowhere near. They're going to look for a fight instead. The circle goes down one.
The thing is, it feels like the Aurora ult can just be used as a tool to counter engage. You get poked out, and then you just get finished by Draven ult like that.
Perfect is jumping out of there. He's going down low, but he's got the Feather Storm. Def still looking
Missed the pullback on the feathers.
Beryl falling down. Def now flashing away from Lehens. And he will at least be able to escape for the moment. BDD, very large health bar. As Canyon once again just going to utilize that stasis beautifully. And Gen G now with Baron in hand are looking to push it even further.
Yeah, I mean, it's 27 minutes in. Long respawn timer on BDD. They may just end here. I think they have a pretty good chance. TP to mid. And that is it. You just win one team fight. Keen's second ult.
Yeah, the Malignant synergy with their ult seems really good.
They do back away. Even though BDD isn't up, Pyoshik's coming back up. Doesn't have his ultimate, but they want to play this one safe. I think that was definitely an angle to potentially push further, because in the extended fight, King gets his ultimate again. Yep. But again, they want to cross their T's and dot their I's. 15 seconds on that ultimate. He could use it on the turn on this dragon if KT want to contest. This Aurora champion seems pretty good, Atlas.
Yeah, and KT are just a sacrificial lamb. They're the team that has to demonstrate to all of us that Aurora is broken no matter which lane you put her in, and we need to keep it banned forever.
Look at how Keen uses the weirding to push himself away from Pyoshik, then double.
That Aurora is broken no matter which lane you put her in, and we need to keep it banned forever.
It's really nice that he's able to dodge out of the Maokai ult, catches 3 people inside. The Malignance damage is so crazy.
He's not going to be caught by this Maokai. Really good positioning there. Sets up the ultimate. Perfect. Incredibly low. No way you can do this, and then Keen just bursts down the Lulu. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, this one's pretty self-explanatory. Unfortunately, KT just don't have the tools. If that Maokai ultimate doesn't catch the Aurora, and he just weirds him again. That ability name is pretty strange, but I'm kind of getting into it.
Ooh, BDD actually. Never mind. He's dead.
Get weirded.
Yeah, he got a little bit. Things went weird. They certainly did, and he is most definitely across the veil now.
Why would you play Victor when you could just play this?
Yeah. All right, Gen G going. Well, I mean, no one plays Victor, so I think it's fine. He might get some quality of life.
Wow, what a stomp. I didn't expect this.
Let's see,
I guess I underestimated Aurora's brokenness, guys.
He's looking strong enough to get there. As first, Nexus turret going low, but in goes Pyoshik into the backline. My God, he went on a journey. Jovi's in a whole host of trouble, but not as much as the trouble that KT are in. The wild growth on Deft does absolutely nothing, and it's Keen that's going to lock him down. Nexus is to follow, and just before 30 minutes, Gen G will dispatch KT.
Pretty close start to the game.
Quick game, guys.
Maybe this time it's a first pick Ezreal angle.
All right, so KT over on blue side, they don't. Why are they banning Aurora? They can't play first pick Aurora. Surely BDD should be good at that champion.
I'm okay with that.
Well,
back to B1 Renekton, boys.
We picked that one away.
The moment. Gnar at GP seemed like
So we're high priority Lilia and Jace. Oh, we're playing GP. So poke composition.
Completely reasonable. But now
I mean, Keen loves playing GP into Renekton. It's not a surprise. Pioshik gets the Maokai again. We're back to Draven versus Corki. Okay. Banning more ADCs. Easy Reel is available, so of course we take that. We've got nice range advantage. Def back on the Ziggs. Okay.
I mean, you could play Yumi, but you're just gonna play Blitzcrank or Nautilus or, you know.
I mean, I do think you can actually play the Renekton better when you have a Maokai, because at least you have a way. You know, the Maokai ult can help you close the gap onto somebody, right? Again, pretty squishy, though, and they don't have a lot of engage outside of, like, Knotthook, Genji, Knotthook, or Sleep from Lilia, right? So this is a pretty, again, zone control is huge. Potential poke is very good from Genji, but pretty squishy composition overall. And you got to be worried again about the Corki and Ziggs range. Much better front-to-back team fighting, much better to CC. Genji feels like, I'm not a fan of either of these compositions. GP is being played again? Yes, it's being played into, it's been played a few times into Renekton. His barrels were buffed on the last patch.
Passive, where you can root people as they try to go into the turret, hook them, and just make the turret be the defense. Makes it quite challenging for something like a Maokai to successfully get those kills and then get the Ziggs ahead. So I think the pick is, you know, it has its strengths and weaknesses.
You'll be vindicated by Pei's complete fucking inability to create his own leads or carry games when he's the only hope. It was cathartic. Dude, he is big fraud.
A lot of weaker teams.
Hey, MonteCristo, did you ever reach out to OGN to try to get all the footage of the old games? Would love to revisit the first seasons of OGN. Well, OPGG has all that. They bought OGN. So OP.GG, like, owns that footage. I don't know how to contact them.
You get your Sheen and then actually start to win the matchup. Is very scary. I think Perfect might have an angle.
There's the Cass sponsorship. Is she actually going to...
It says
Keen player of the game, Cass. It says Keen.
And she
did it.
One-shot it. Yeah.
It says one shot right there. This is one shot. So that's what she did on camera. Cass one shot.
I think it says she's down in it.
Yeah, it says if Keen's POGM one-shot in the Cass, and she got...
One of you guys should marry her.
One-shot it. Yeah.
Nice. Thank you, Cass, as well, for the sponsorship. Excellent. Fantastic stuff.
That's good.
I feel like that is something that a KT fan should be doing at this point in time and not the Genji fans. Personally, as Genji, they have, once again, another one of these compositions without too much of a front line, but with a lot of boom boom and so much execution as well. And I mean that in the form of executing their opposition. We'll see whether that is what's going to happen as we jump into the rift for game number 2. All right. Beryl already taking a little bit of damage here as we tick over to about a minute in the game. That's a good start. As Canyon
time to drink some Sapporo. That's not Korean beer. It's better than Korean beer, though. Shout out to Kirin and Sapporo. Much better than any Korean beers. I mean, Korea has some decent craft beers, but the big beers. Korean beer is, how do you say, hot garbage.
The Wizard one is one of my favorites.
Oh, Chovy. Gonna find BDD here. And yeah, the spinning axe just does a lot of damage.
Yeah, he just has better base attack than you and more health than you.
And press the attack as well is a little bit unfair.
Really trying to look for a punish here, but I don't think anything is going to happen.
Yeah. Lehens.
Is there any Korean-only alcohol worth sampling? Yes. Makgeolli is great. Makgeolli is the actual, like, good, is the good Korean drink. Soju is shitty, watered-down vodka.
We don't quite know what's going on. The mystery
I'm sure there's some craft soju that's probably decent, but the commercial stuff is like pretty shit. And then Korean beer is terrible, but makgeolli is a kind of like cloudy rice wine, and it can be made in small batches, and so it's it comes in like these big clay jugs. Here, I'll write the name.
He's played it in the past. I feel like it's a pick that he's gone to in a lot of these types of scenarios where he wants to win lane.
That's the good stuff, in my opinion. That's the most interesting thing to drink in Korea.
Him with great success on it, but strong for the comp. Perfect's doing the thing.
Yeah, slice and dice and acting all cool. But Keen is just going to be able to walk it off, at least for the moment. A lot of value for the Renekton thus far, though. Certainly good there. And he can go low because he does have the Cultimi to get him his health bar back. Fury now going to be built up again, not hit by the barrel. And things going okay. And tell you what, there's one thing that's...
Can you get it imported? Unfortunately, it spoils kind of quickly. So you can get it in the States if you go to Korean markets, but it's the commercial kind of makgeolli and not the the small batch stuff that tends to be more interesting. But yeah, you can buy it.
You know, that first Udyr game so long
it's very
ago,
low alcohol. It's like 4%,
but kept it together, made some
5%.
big plays.
Huh.
It's good though.
Okay.
That's a direction a hook could go.
I mean, look, just because he missed the hook doesn't mean we have to put these stats on. Okay.
They're not great stats, though.
The problem with the commercial makgeolli is it has aspartame in it a lot of the time.
Actually great to see him. He had a decent game on it.
They're like self-brew kits. Yeah, you actually should just make it yourself is the answer. I've made it myself. It is extremely easy to make. I took a makgeolli making class in Korea. So basically it's a one-stage fermentation. It's a one-stage fermentation where you steam some highly glutinous rice, and then you basically just put it into a jar with what's called nuruk. And nuruk is this like pounded wheat cake, and the wheat cake has the bacteria for fermentation in it. And you break up the nuruk and you put it in there, and then you basically just put it into a jar. It's really easy to make. And then you wait. And time does the rest, and Chovy is dead. Because of Barrel's roam.
Great to see him. He had a decent game on it, but it didn't quite work out. As now Barrel comes in, and Chovy, he might just be
Chovy just doesn't give a fuck because he's just going to be able to TP back in, so why trade his flash?
Barrel, the great roam timing here, knowing that Lilia is likely not going to be around and won't be able to impact the gank very much anyways because she doesn't have level 6. It's perfect. Continues to put the pressure on here, but that was a great roam. Ends up taking Chovy out there. BDD picks up a kill, and that'll shore up the CS deficit. We'll be able to buy cloth armor and his tier, and then return back and catch this wave. Chovy having to teleport as well. Picked up a cull.
Just grabs cull and TP's back and delays. Like, I don't care if I died.
Saw him get on first back in game 1.
Wait, now Pioshik
I'll do it again. I'm crazy.
Well, I mean, Pioshik is here for the first time because last time it was Beryl going for the gank. Now Pioshik is just going to push Chovy into the jungle.
Trying to bait him next to Canyon.
Already here, Sapling does scout out the brush. As Pioshik moving in, I don't know whether he really wants this, but watch out, Eep is just going to be used on the camp, and I believe Pioshik just managed to get that smite.
Yeah, big smash as well on the little popcorn chickens.
Yeah, nicely done there from Pioshik.
Good
Pretty
handling.
difficult to take things away from a Lilia. Canyon just not quite on the smite finger there.
-1.
Yeah, Chovy not actually able to get that. Did cost BDD a large amount of his health bar, but leveling up helped him out there.
Yeah, BDD also missing his cannon as it's a high
Cooking stream another Mexican dish like pozole. I would love to do pozole, but my ability to get hominy in Korea may not be great, if we're being honest.
Yeah, they're always talking about
I do love, I love making pozole, but I don't know if I can get hominy here.
Every time I say Satchel, it reminds me of Tangled.
Yeah,
yeah,
the movie.
Yeah, they're always talking about Satchel. Oh, Keen! To come through from Death.
It's funny, I actually watched Tangled with my kid yesterday. So I understand the Satchel reference.
Yeah, they're always talking about Satchel. Oh, Keen! It's possibly solo kill time for Perfect. Instead, he backs away, identifies that there is a flash, and he's not going to go too far. That baited him in last time. The young man is learning.
Yeah, I think if he had his Q back up, he definitely would have tried to force the issue, but didn't have it. As this is going all the way back to Barrel's level 2 roam. They have Cryo bottom side here, and he just goes straight up and takes Chovy out. BDD will secure the kill.
Does
here.
Korea have Amazon? It's called
Steal it away.
Kupang.
BDD
They have
surprised
Korean
about it.
version. It's dude, I don't think I can get Hominy here.
And you just love it when BDD smiles. It is just a fantastic thing.
What do you mean, do it yourself hominy?
Throughout his time in the LCK.
Just love the family vibes.
I'd have to get the right kind of corn kernels. Fuck off, dude. Like that might actually be impossible in Korea.
It's just a team that's really hard to root against, you know? And it kind of always has been, but this roster in particular really feels that way. Is Deft has equalized. Yes, you know, he did end up finding himself at a small deficit because of Barrel's roams, but now equalized that. Hasn't really been able to put any pressure on the turret, and Pyosik hasn't been.
Hasn't it also, what the fuck? Hasn't Hominy also been nixtalized? Like, hasn't it already been through a lie processing? Yes. Nixtamalization. It's already been treated with alkali. How would I make it myself? I don't even know how to make it myself. I probably could, but it would be probably really hard. That's such an insane thing to say. Just make your own hominy. All right. I'm going to look how hard this is. I can't even find a recipe. Why would you ever make this yourself? Hominy from scratch. I'd have to boil it in water and lye. And then hull it. Now fuck that, man. It's not, Pozzole's not worth all that.
Or anything like that, because it's been putting fires out elsewhere. This is going to be the first dragon taken here by Gen G with some of FaZe's help.
Certainly some good attention being paid here by Orcs as well to make sure that we.
Why the fuck would you boil anything in lye? To nixtamalize it. It's a cooking process that's used to make hominy.
Here as well in response. So as the dragon goes down, Pyosik is going to be taking these, and so pretty even trade when it comes to these global objectives. Barrel.
Shout out to the Aztecs who invented it.
Understands that he isn't seen here by Canyon, who is going to get stunned up, but not able to walk through the Hextech minefield. Lahen's going to do that, though, because now Canyon lit on fire. BDD seen here by Canyon, who is going to get stunned up, but not.
So he actually just gets hit a bunch by the Ziggs here, and then continues to walk forward for the invade. God damn, Canyon's having a questionable series. What the fuck, man?
Gorgeous. Chovy's coming in, but they're looking to try and close in on the Lilia. Hook going to connect onto Deft, but the
oh my god, now they're just gonna get Maokai ulted.
Pyosik is going to turn up. It's a double for BDD. And KT.
What are they doing?
Some things out.
This is some happy gaming, man. What I love about this is Canyon literally just gets hit by a Ziggs combo. And he's like, oh, I can still do this, guys. I can still go for this. Because they see him take the grubs. But he's Maokai, so he could just walk over here, and Paze doesn't feel like coming and helping.
Chovy's coming in, but they're looking to try and close in on the Lilia. Hook going to connect onto Deft, but the follow-up is not there.
And it gives Pyosik just time to walk over and press R on them.
And KT, stop it! Triple for BDD. This is what I was talking about with BDD's early quirky skirmishes. And this time he just kind of cleaned up the kills, but the big overextension from Gen G is punished. Fantastic ultimate from Pyosik. The satchel charge from Deft was basically perfect. He did it without ultimate. He's sitting on level 5.
What is Canyon doing this series, man? These invades have been trash.
Once again, Dominus is ticking onto Keen. But one more time, Perfect says, I will allow you to live.
Yeah, did have the sheen Keen does here, but still just really tough with that extra health from the ultimate to do anything back there. Perfect sets up the stun really nicely. Has his Fury back here as well, so he can just clear this wave. Canyon doesn't have ult, so I don't think he's really going to be able to impact this play, but it's good that the observers show that he is nearby. Had Perfect gone for an overextension. Well, speaking of...
Yeah, underneath the turret now is Perfect. He does clear out the wave as the bowling ball goes wide, and Canyon realizes that without the sleep, not going to be able to hold the Renekton in place.
Man, KT fans giving Perfect a big standing ovation, it feels like, here in the arena after that one, as Canyon kind of greedy here, just like we saw in the previous game, except this time on the bottom side of the map. Gets caught here by Barrel. Lehens is trying to keep Deft at bay, but he's zigged, so rooting that guy and trying to CC him isn't going to really lower his impact. It's really Corki that rotates over. That's a big issue. Deft flashes very late here, is able to avoid the ultimate from Chovy, which is massive, so he doesn't go down. No cash in, and Lehens is left out to dry. Great skirmish there. 4 kills now on BDD's Corki. He is insanely big. I'm hyped about it. And his satchel sets it all up.
That's a real happy. Look at Harai. Harai is like, it's not even happiness. He is just relieved. He's like, oh God, I've seen them do this in scrims all the time. Like, what the heck? They need to kill a Nexus, and we haven't seen that for quite some time from KT.
Yeah, I mean, BDD doesn't end up getting a CS lead here, but the fact that he has the plated steel caps here means that Chovy can't trade back as much damage. His Vamp Scepter was late. The call is still a ways away, so the Corki taking control of this matchup.
Chovy's build, especially post 6, where you can just get hit by rockets, is so scuffed. He has no boots to dodge. Oh God.
Of where he liked to be. Genji still have an incredibly strong scaling composition.
Do I put oil or leave-in conditioner in your hair? No.
Is significantly down on farm now, but will scale up. The Ezreal also will do more damage.
Was competitive edge discontinued? Monty, please tell me put some cheddar on KT. Dude, if you look at Thorin's Twitter, he put a bet on KT for this game, and he got like a 7.5 odds return. It was crazy.
Even without flash, I think BDD very capable of putting on a lot of pressure.
He actually bet on KT.
It could just be Trinity Force already done it around 10 minutes into this game.
You bet $200 on KT. You forgot? Well, congrats. You probably won. You probably have like $1,500 now.
Right.
Yeah, boots 2 already, and the added premium on those. Certainly good news, but BDD not going to be able to go back just yet. Chovy is going to ult the wave, and teleports will be unleashed. So is Lehens. He is just refusing.
Why the fuck would he bet on KT? Because the odds were so good, and like KT does these things.
Back, but I think he's only been there for like a few seconds to try and get himself a Magnet Storm, and he is successfully able. He got the
KT. He bet on KT in the HLE upset too.
Once again, going to get some oranges out of Keen. Conqueror procced, slicing and dicing, and Keen is just chilling.
Has his Fury perfectly set to get the Empower there as he goes in with the slice and dice. Doesn't need to use his ultimate. Trading incredibly well. Now Pioshik up here looking for some more grubs.
Yeah.
And man, Perfect is playing this really well. This is what I was looking for. You know, I feel like this is one of the huge parts of the success here of KT is Gen.G don't have this pressure point topside. They're not going to be able to punish this Renekton.
Ooh, not able to actually stop that barrel. I think that would have been a Demolish proc. That would have been another plate. That had happened instead. Going to lose out on the trade, in fact.
Berg doing actually very well in this lane so far.
Going to get hit by the bowling ball. That's going to be 6 scrubs going over to KT. No one's going to be able to stop Pioshik from doing that. And I think a lot of this is courtesy of A, good laning from Perfect, but B, there is a giga-fed Kirky.
Dude, I actually hope that Gen.G Golden Roads and the only team that beats them all year is KT. That shit would be so funny.
And I don't know what it means.
I hate KT, but even I admit that that would be pretty hilarious.
This is a great position. I mean, obviously, in terms of the gold, it is, but the scaling issue is still there. I think the Ziggs is going to scale pretty well. The Corki is accelerated and obviously has a pretty great late game as well. Speaking of, Lehens nearby.
Yeah, BDD actually not quite winning in this trade. Does finally.
TS already beat them.
The bowling ball goes wide. Barrel
I guess.
And that is a twisted advance to go in on this one. Magnus.
I thought you were a KT fan. I am a KT fan normally, but I'm not a fan when KT signs fucking Pioshik and Barrel and makes DRX 2.0. They're dead to me, man.
The bowling ball goes wide. Barrel and Pioshik in position. And that is a twisted advance to go in on this one. Magnet Storm connecting onto 2. The Nature's Grasp as well. Holds them in place. The flash forward. The shotgun down gold is on the table. And the watch out Eve is going to seal it. They shut down the cork. 2. The Nature's Grasp. Great, does finally pick it up as the bowling ball goes wide. Barrel and Pioshik in position. And that is a twisted advance to go in on this one. Magnet Storm connecting onto 2. The Nature's Grasp as well. Holds them in place. The flash forward. The shotgun down gold is on the table. And the watch out Eve is going to seal it. They shut down.
Pays actually shows up. He decides to show up this time. Mrs. W.
As Gen.G will let Pioshik live for now. But 2 kills off the out Eve is.
No Ziggs ult here really hurts.
Connecting onto 2. The Nature's Grasp as well. Holds them in place. The flash forward. The shotgun down gold is on the table. And the watch out Eve is going to seal it. They shut down the Corky, and Beryl is going to fall down as well, as Gen.G will let Pyosik live for now, but 2 kills off the back of that one, and Gen.G are on the board.
It looked so good for KT at the start of the fight. You know, BDD has Prio, Chovy can't join the fight, not going to be able to offer any autos in there. And Beryl was in position, but unfortunately the sleep applies that gold very well. No cash in for Chovy, which arguably could be a good thing because he didn't have as many stacks as you normally have.
With the help of all of the grubs that they've been able to pick up. So BDD gets back.
Wasn't quite able to.
So look at this replay again.
Because I believe he didn't have it in this fight. As we have a look at it one more time.
Yeah, he did not have it. We thought maybe by
All right, they used both of the Rel and Valkyles just to kill this Nautilus, and it takes fucking forever.
The sleep is going to be massive. Gen.G end up winning this fight. Pays also shows up and cleans.
They also have multiple kind of like global ults with True Shot Barrage and the Draven ult as well, Whirling Death.
Game and the lead that KT has, the turret does go down. They still have a lead, but you can see how Gen.G are so punishing. If you think you have an angle, but Gen.G are actually just a little bit more ready than you. They're a little bit more clutch than you. And these moments is really reminiscent of the lead that T1 had over Gen.G in game 1. Then a few mistakes come through, Gen.G punish you super hard, and what looked like a done deal.
GB ult too, yeah.
With KT,
that's a good
none
point.
of us believed for a second it was a done deal, but you know, the lead is still there.
It is. And this is a much better looking game too this time around as well, as Canyon coming on in looking for Perfect, whose Dominus is on cooldown. He's going to flash. We'll see whether the slice is going to be back up, and it looks like it's not going to be. He does.
Trying to give this so hard to Keen.
Slices around a little bit, but that is still going to be the kill going over to Gen.G, and now Keen on this gangplank 1-0-2.
Yeah, a little bit optimistic. I think the flash back in to look for a little bit of healing there. Probably would have wanted to hold
Watching you the S4 analyst ask you, crazy good at keeping things professional, knowing how double lift was to you behind doors. Double lift wasn't bad to me behind doors at that time. I had a fine relationship with double lift. I've never really had a bad relationship with double lift.
Still, we'll go down. Def's going to pick up some of this farm, so
yep, nice.
Small victories.
I think Deft as well wasn't quite in range of a Mega Inferno Bomb in that last exchange around the mid lane, which is kind of mind-blowing just because of the massive range on that one. But otherwise, I think he probably would have used it.
Yeah, I mean, with the low health bars there, might have been able to even pick up a double off of that at the end. We'll see in the replay just how close he was, because they were fighting.
Did it sour because of the TSM Holy War? I haven't talked to him in years, guys.
Top lane, like in the alcove for a lot of that. But the flash, you know, coming back in and
it's not like I talked to him and like had a fight with him. I pointed out the obvious conflict of interest that existed. The problem with double lift is he's just mind controlled by whoever is near him. So he's just mind controlled by Lina now.
He's going to be successful in that, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to keep himself alive. That's the cash in for Chovy, and Perfect after navigating the early game so well. Just dying twice in a row. It will be that we'll get another charge to come through from the Rift Herald towards his top side. With 6 grubs, I think this Cannon Barrage isn't going to be enough to be able to stop this, as BDD tanks up the turret for a very long time, but there's another minion wave coming in. Keen going to get pushed back. The crash down is going to get the flash out of Keen, who's slowed down by the Bramble Smash. Hook is going to go wide, and in a turret in trade for a Crocodile. You take that.
Yeah, very deftly played though by Keen. Like, he is able to avoid all of that. There's so much CC. Pyosik trying to catch him with the ultimate there, but he's just got such good spacing. He just is able to survive. Could have been much worse if he also goes down there in the top side, but it's definitely a big trade up. And the Renekton buying enough time there on the bottom side. So go back to this moment long ago. Let's look at Deft. He's going up the river.
Why do we need this replay?
If he continues to go up here,
we don't need this replay at all. This replay is totally pointless.
An angle, yeah, but he sort of knew that Perfect was dead. And I think having it for the wave is probably a good thing if they were considering pushing further forward. But this was just a little bit unfortunate. Perfect did get the wave, I guess.
Yeah, it was a slice and dice back in, by the way. I misread that as a flash for some reason. So that's better.
Yeah, yeah. He already used that one to get out of the way.
Yeah, flash or at the initial part of the play. Either way, you know, if he was able to get 2 kills there, would have felt amazing. But it's not. Bomb into the fight. Perhaps just still a little bit out of range. Maybe our Ziggs experts on the Deft will tell us.
Our Ziggs experts don't really want to talk about Deft right now because he built an Archangel staff.
Yeah, and he also
we're not a fan of that.
Didn't get plates, they didn't lane swap, they didn't play through him at all. Barrel left him out.
Building Seraphs first is definitely a choice, but he does have to stay alive in the back line. There is, to be fair, in this game, there is a lot of threats onto Ziggs in the back line. The number of ults that can actually hit him in the back line is pretty crazy here, so maybe that's not the worst idea in the world.
Not yet.
Yeah, Keen is up here, able to clear out this wave very comfortably with the Barrel, as there is a lot of, like, very long range, very reliable wave clear that is making sieging very difficult. The Ziggs does have the Mega Inferno Bomb to try and lock things down. I believe was just used towards the top side as the Whirling Death was used towards the bottom side. There's Cannon Barrage there as well if anything ever goes wrong. Was used on the top side on the inner turret to try and help out Gen G there. So, like, these counteractions that you can see from these shoves is actually being pretty important. The KT are going to be able to create enough space to be able to grab this Dragon. It's going to be in trade for the outer turret on the top side.
This is what Gen G does, though. Even in a gold deficit, they know how to get gold off of the map. They know where to put pressure, and knowing that KT have prio bottom side and there's no turret gold to grab there.
Okay, explain GP coming back. He actually is good into Renekton a lot of the time. And he continues to be good into Renekton in the longer the game goes on because he can block a lot of Renekton flanks, and he's just really strong, guys. I mean, good GP players can absolutely win you the game, right? He scales extremely well. It's also good into Maokai ult, that's true. Chimchar 28.
Yeah, we don't really care about Ocean Soul, so it's even more on top for Gen G.
And even if it was strong, like, I feel like they'd be feeling pretty good about the situation, so feeling even better here.
Well, KT still with a slight gold advantage at this point in time, but this is where things often go wrong for this team. So we're looking to see them put the screws in, find themselves intelligent fights that Gen G aren't able to capitalize on, because we know that this composition does some pretty incredible things in the 5v5, and it can all be over very, very quickly. As Hextech Minefield going to be quite valuable. I think Def really wants a Leandries to really try and make sure that he can hold on to space quite effectively. As Keen is in the bottom lane, being a nuisance. Renekton going to move over and try and answer it as the bowling ball goes wide.
And, okay, we're still threatening here.
Yeah, Lahans actually.
Oh, he missed because of the W. Oh my god.
The bowling ball goes
That's so
wide.
lucky from Pioshik. Watch this, guys.
Okay, we're still threatening here.
Pioshik puts the ward in, gets vision, and then immediately W's, dodges the hook.
Actually going to go in as the Cannon Barrage comes down and splits up the fight. BDD can't really get in there, but Def with the Mega Inferno Bomb this time is going to be able to lock down the kill. And Barrel somehow gets out. Keen is burning down. BDD locks up the kill, and now Pace. BDD can't really get in there, but Def with the Mega Inferno Bomb.
Okay, they try and set this trap so hard. They're even ready for the TP here. It's a good Maokai ult, though.
Can't really get in there, but Def with the Mega Inferno Bomb this time is going to be able to lock down the kill. And Barrel somehow gets out. Keen is burning down. BDD locks up the kill, and now Pace in trouble. BDD splashing after him. He finds the kill. It's a seven.
I mean, the Keen TP in is not great. But basically, like, him not getting chain CC'd, right, is pretty huge.
Comes down and splits up the fight. BDD can't really get in there, but Def with the Mega Inferno Bomb this time is going to be able to lock down the kill.
Keen CP is also not amazing.
As the Cannon Barrage comes down and splits up the fight. BDD can't really get in there, but Def with the Mega Inferno Bomb.
I mean, Keen can't really do anything. He's just getting poked out the entire time.
It's a seventh kill for BDD in this game. Down, Barrage comes down and splits up the fight. BDD can't really get in there, but Def
Pays ease forward, hits the minefield, misses a Q, gets hit by a rocket. Q ease away, or flashes away actually, then gets Z back up and then dies. Yeah, Pays doesn't do much.
Kill for BDD in this game.
BDD has just taken over the game. Great ultimate there from Deft, and also, Chovy.
Oh, yeah, Chovy, if he managed to get that shut down, that'd be a big one, although he did get shut down after 4.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, maybe just play.
Still not much of a gold lead for KT in this game.
Playing on the edge as Deft.
Have I seen any TL's games today? No, not yet.
Runs really fast, especially with that passive stacked up. Def doesn't want him to get on in here, but he's still going to be able to lock this one up.
Probably watch him the next day or two.
Trying to spot him, and he just teleported in. Canyon this is a, yeah, BDD with a hotline to Boris. He's taken one up. BDD going to spot him, and he just teleported in. Canyon, this is a stacked up. Def doesn't want him to.
For their Chovy, very close. Playing on the edge as Def scouts this out.
Canyon's counter jungling this game is in the last couple games just been a tragedy.
Doesn't want him to get on in here, but he's still going to be able to lock this one up. BDD.
Uh-oh, he sees a BDD TP'd in.
Teleported in. Canyon, this is a, yeah, BDD with a hotline to Boris. He's taken all of his stuff, Wolf.
I feel like, you know, we came to this series feeling like KT are down right now. They're not looking great in terms of their individual performances, some weak laning.
What were we talking about BDD as well? Like, he's the guy that's playing well for this team.
Yeah, but like, I feel like
now he just gives up Baron because he wanted to steal red buff.
So disrespectfully.
All right, little happy gaming here from Gen G. Man, Canyon not having a good series.
This Baron is also a little disrespectful, I would say.
Are we gonna get another Nerd Legion episode on House of the Dragon now that season 2 is done? Yes, it's gonna come out tomorrow probably. It's already been recorded.
Down to about 50%. And Gen G, I think they might just be giving this one up. The barrel goes in and fizzles out. That's going to be KT locking up a Baron.
I mean, they have no engage. Like, Lehens doesn't have ultimate. They actually just can't stop the Baron.
Commit to the contest. They didn't have Canyon, didn't have a smite, so tough to really hope for anything. Now, watch what happens with Pioshik here with the twisted advantage. He's actually able to avoid the hook here, which
so well played.
We're inching closer to the possibility of the every Star Wars video game playthrough, guys. I'm assembling a spreadsheet.
Way too much damage between the Renekton and the Corki and Canyon. Nothing he can do here. Spacing and the dodge from Barrel, fantastic. Now he doesn't have flash for the follow-up here, where he's looking for red buff. And this is insanely greedy. BDD, once Def communicates this, is like, all right, well, I'm going to TP flank. He has TP, and it's just a free kill.
It's just ridiculous.
I mean, he's huge, and you know, I think he probably kills him even if he's not sitting at 7 kills at that moment.
Even retro, dude.
At that moment in time, but
Cup of Joe. Cup of Jojo. All Star Wars games. Including Lego Star Wars. That can include the MMO. Here are the rules for the epic Star Wars playthrough. Will that include Star Wars Ben Ball? Sure. Here are the rules. Major systems only, so no fucking handheld, no arcade, because those are going to be too hard probably to get. Azeroth 02, thank you. All Star Wars games, let's go. Star Wars for SNES. Yes, I'm not looking forward to playing that. It was one of the hardest games. Yes, I know. Connect Star Wars. Yes. Maddie Man, of course. Yes. I will have to get an Xbox 360 and Connect to do this. So here are the rules. Major consoles and PC only games. Okay? So no arcade games, no no handheld games. Okay? And MMOs have to have a single player component. So I will play through the Old Republic, but only one class. The old PC games are kind of jank on new PCs. I've been doing research. So a lot of the old PC games have been remastered on consoles, which is helpful. So that's the goal. Yeah, the pod racing game rules. Agreed. I've actually seen some other people. So I've seen some lies on YouTube video. Like I found a YouTuber who said he had played all Star Wars games and was doing a tier list, but he said no games pre-2000, which is fucking ridiculous because then you miss like a bunch of fucking good games. Like, how could you not play any of the X-Wing or TIE Fighter games and say it's every Star Wars game? Playing Fallen Order for the first time right now. I play Fallen Order. It's good. No SNES Star Wars. That's supposed to be complete. I know. I was angry. Anime nerd Fred Zurst. I was angry. Also, the 4X Star Wars game. Yes. Star Wars Rebellion is a banger. Yeah. No Star Wars Dark Forces. None of that. It was a fraud tier list. Fussel Owl, thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. Yeah, no Shadows of the Empire either on 64. So no N64 games, no Rebel Assault.
He's got a rapid fire cannon now in his inventory. And I mean, he can do no wrong basically at this point.
Yeah, it was a big fraud list, guys. It's okay. He was a zoomer. He didn't know what he was doing.
You know, the ability to end this game right now.
Have I ever played the Star Wars board game? My question is which one?
Disadvantage further, get deep vision. Sacking Dragons less valuable than I think getting this gold here and starting to threaten.
All of the good Star Wars movies were clearly released after 2000.
Picks with the vision.
Stories of Yoda on PC. Yeah, I know. I think that one's in there. To be fair, he did do the handheld games. So he did do like the Game Boy games. Star Wars Yoda stories. Yeah, I'll play that. Whatever. Yeah, it's a point and click adventure game by LucasArts. Fuck yeah, I'll play that. Oh, it's procedurally generated. Interesting. I'm into it.
That they're now setting up.
Oh, Star Wars Rebellion, the board game. Yes, I played that. It's fun. It's a fantasy flight game. Yeah, Star Wars Demolition is the Twisted Metal Star Wars hybrid. I know. Also, there's Masters of Terras Kasi, which that other guy didn't play, which is the Star Wars PlayStation fighting game. Even the Atari 2600 Star Wars game. Look, man. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe we play the Atari games. I'm pretty sure I can just play those for free online.
Being able to take down some of these structures as well pretty quickly. We'll be able to extend this. Cannon Barrage invested. It's a big tool that they won't.
Favorite Star Wars movie? The only answer to that question is The Empire Strikes Back. That is literally the only acceptable answer. You are a pleb if that's not your answer. Yes, Lego Star Wars, yes.
Have is the rapid fire cannon shot. Not the
I've never once knew what that game was called. Yes, Star Wars Masters of Terras Kasi, TERAS space KASI, Masters of Terras Kasi.
Doing quite as much as I was expecting. Still does a fair bit towards Pays here, as this inner turret in trouble as well, because it's Baron plus 6 grubs, guys.
You can play the ball online depending on whether you want to do it legally or not. I didn't say this was the legal playthrough.
Like, this is so much structural damage they are doing.
It's crazy, too, and
yeah, Star Wars Empire at War, the RTS. Yeah, I know. Dude, there's a bunch of games.
Now, as Gen G rush over to that, then, you know, the push in mid becomes a little bit more threatening. Canyon on a bit of a flank. It looks like actually just going to clear the wave. I don't think Gen G can
There's actually two RTSs. There's actually 2 Star Wars RTSs. There's isn't Galaxy Divided the other RTS? There's an earlier one before Empire at War. A Galaxy Divided. Oh, Galaxy Divide may be the Stellaris mod. What's the other Star Wars RTS? There's another one that's besides Empire at War. Galactic Battleground. That's it. Galactic Battlegrounds. Galactic Battlegrounds is the 2001. And Empire at War was 2006.
Not that big 3-item spike that he's.
It's probably borderline impossible to get all the Star Wars games legally. Nah, you can just buy them on eBay, I'm sure.
Looking for Canyon's going to stop this wave, so that means they won't be able to threaten the mid turret anymore. Will he get punished, though, is the question.
Yeah, Banana Brush control here for Gen G. They've still got this ward down.
The thing is, the poke from is so like oppressive from KT in this game. Up and Pace is going to get caught. Has to use his cleanse. That's actually huge. Because Pace has no flash either, so now he's really gated by his E. And this is the game that should have happened last time, which is like Corki just pokes everybody to death.
even after pressing W, it's not going to quite work.
And Genji has no engage.
Get out of there as well. This is going to be the Drake secured by
Sarah VV. Thank you. Is that how I say your name? Thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. Masters of Terrascasi is $30 on Amazon right now. Yes, he's not terrible. Are you going to play them chronologically in terms of order of release? Probably. I don't know what the best way to do it is. Like, do I play them chronologically by series? So, like, if I start X-Wing, do I finish all the way through X-Wing Alliance, which is a 99 game? MTG Killian, thank you for your Twitch Prime sub.
KT and Genji, I don't think it's worth the risk.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an Ocean Drake. Let it go. Scale.
Yeah.
That's the game plan. QSS picked up here for Chovy. Some additional safety, as obviously in the middle.
By genre makes more sense, or by console? I don't know, man. I think chronologically probably makes the most sense.
Doesn't have a cleanse, but now he has his artificial cleanse online.
Yeah, Canyon, I'm not sure what.
So you don't have to unplug or replug so many consoles. Oh, Gamaran. I like how you think I'm going to use real consoles for this.
The intention was, but he's going to get crashed into. Definitely going to come down. Bouncing bomb is not quite going.
I mean, of course I'm going to use real consoles.
That watch out
yes.
Was in a weird direction. And Canyon, he's going to go golden again. It worked in game number 1, but that's because he had teammates around him. This time, he was alone.
I mean, Canyon is having a real rough game, to be honest with you. Atlas.
Direction.
Canyon going to get caught for the millionth time.
Safety, as obviously in the mid lane, you're going to have to opt into that teleport. So
I mean, the problem is that they have nobody who could actually like step up and clear vision, guys. Although Canyon trying to take this duel versus Pioshik is so grotesquely unnecessary.
I'm not sure what the intention was, but he's going to get crashed into. Definitely going to come down. Bouncing bomb is not quite going to.
But you also have to remember that Genji actually just can't face check bushes with his composition.
It worked in game number 1, but that's because
this is what not having a front line does to a motherfucker.
I mean, Canyon is having a real rough game, to be honest with you, Atlas. He is playing super disrespectfully, super greedy. It's kind of reminiscent of his final year on D+, where the team wasn't winning, but he was playing like they were massively ahead all the time. And I think for most of Canyon's career, he has been massively ahead. His team has been winning, and he's been setting it up. And when he's losing, when he's behind.
I am going to have to get some consoles, though, because I actually have to get an Xbox 360 and a Kinect to do Star Wars Connect. So that's something I will definitely have to play some of the games on a 360.
Just not it, unfortunately, and will be directly punished instantly. No teammates nearby. TP going straight into mid as well to help secure and guarantee. Because if he actually buys time here, there's no TP from Perfect. Maybe they get in there. Maybe they could try to turn the play, but I'm really just giving maybe too much credit to Canyon on this one. Bit of a whoopsie, and it's not the first time this game that he's been punished by KT.
First Xbox has jank emulators last time I tried it. Most of those old Xbox games are on PC.
Might be the second team to take a game.
A lot of them, you'd actually be surprised at the number of these games that have also been remastered for Switch and PS4. So with a PS5, I should be able to run the I have a PS5 here. I should be able to run the PS4 remasters. And I have a Switch here. So between the PS5 and the Switch, I should be able to run a bunch of the remasters.
The LDR is going to help a ton.
There's also like a bunch of these games on Steam.
Oh, Hook going to connect here onto Perfect, who does go golden immediately. Cannon Barrage back up and available once again, but he's got the Sterix to help him stay alive when that True Shot Barrage does fly on over. The Mega Inferno Bomb down as well towards the top side. He's going to do.
Will Doa be joining you? We'll see.
Genji will be fine.
And then this extra teleport here for Def, where you can come up and say, I'm just going to guarantee there's no way they can turn this, really means a lot when you're ahead to have that extra teleport on the Ziggs. Use it defensively to kind of lane. If you get dove, you know, if you're getting pushed out, you can come back to lane, but it's very valuable now when you have control of the map. If Genji want to make a proactive play, you're just like, nope, we have the numbers.
Old games just feel a lot better on original consoles with a CRT TV. Yeah, the problem with that is it'll look like shit on a stream. So, and I have to use a capture card, so like the CRT is probably not possible.
Of that, Baron's up in 40 seconds here. KT
with streaming
to set up some deep vision to get their second of the game, and that Baron is the one that you feel like at this stage with Ziggs this online and the pushing power this comp has should be able to get you some inhibitors, if not outright win the game if Genji lose a team fight. This is where Genji really need to dig in deep and try to deny this Baron, but it's so tough with a lack of vision here.
How much do I have to pay you to play Lord of the Ring Gollum to completion? All I'm going to say, Matty Man, is, you know, if the Star Wars playthrough goes well, maybe there's a Lord of the Rings game playthrough in the future. You know, maybe this becomes a thing. Maybe there's an Indiana Jones game playthrough. I don't know, man.
BDD at the beginning of the fight would be huge. There's still some angles here for Gen G, but with no vision, it's all dark. I mean, right now, Gen G can see nothing as the Baron spawns.
Exactly. Lehen's also still waiting for.
What was the Lord of the Rings RTS?
The Baron pit. Not going to get too much done there as BDD throws out.
That one was pretty fun.
Him and Perfect will be able to catch this in mid lane as Beryl thinking about a flank angle. Pioshik there as well. Nature's Grasp in hand as Chovy wants to be able to
battle for Middle Earth. That's right.
So here, KT have done the same on their side of the rift, and now Deft.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Towards the team fight, and right now KT are in a lot of control. This Baron, though, I think is what a lot of this whole series is going to hinge on, or at least getting to a game 3. Is going to hinge on.
I mean, look at how respectfully Gen G are playing. Like, we don't.
Well, I'm looking right now. There are HD mods. There are HD mods from 2021. There's a Battle for Middle Earth Reforged project where somebody's rebuilding it in Unreal Engine for modern graphics. Or you can get HD editions. You can download them. Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks like that's functional. There's HD editions you can download.
Don't know, but we are not going to just.
What do you think it means that Falcons pulled out of VCT EMEA Ascension? Is Riot blocking them? I have no idea what that means. I didn't even know that had happened.
Check.
Oh, okay. There is a ward over the wall, so they do get the information. Stand aside. He's going to hit Beryl, and Beryl says, and what?
Very sneaky check there from Candy, but once they get rid of that ward, they know they can start this one up.
Yeah, that is going to be a Scryer that's now on cooldown as well. Cannon Barrage. Beryl says, and what?
Very sneaky check there from Candy. Are not going to just check.
Okay, KT going for Baron.
Ward over the wall, so they do get the information. Stand aside. He's going to hit Beryl, and Beryl says, and what?
Very sneaky check there from Candy, but once they get rid of that ward, they know they can start this one up.
Yeah, that is going to be a Scryer that's now on cooldown as well. Cannon Barrage right on top of BDD, who just Valkyries out of it. Canyon moves over, and that's a big cooldown. And Gen G, will they be able to actually fight without that Cannon Barrage up and available? That's the question.
Yeah, it's so tough. Great, usage there of the setup by Deft, holding the choke point, making sure that Keen Israel's out of here. GP's in the bottom lane. We're going to threaten your inhibitor. We don't need
Twisted advance question.
Yeah, it's so tough.
It's a nice rotation by KT. Take control of the mid lane, push Pays out.
Pays gonna have to shift out.
Kind of surprised Pioshik didn't flash for that.
Best tools at getting on top of Ezreal.
Chovy in top lane STP, but KT
Let's have the inside track on the mid lane though.
GP's in the bottom lane. We're gonna threaten your inhibitor. We don't need a Baron.
Wow, what the fuck is Gen G doing?
Incredibly quickly as well.
Just giving this up for free.
Structural damage. I don't know what's going to do more, structural damage or emotional damage. If KT's going to win this game, it's going to be a bit of both for me. I can say that personally. As KT, once again, gonna look for it. This is beautiful macro play, and it's making me mad, Wolf.
It's so good. I mean, why can't KT play like this all the time? Yeah, right? Keen has no barrage.
Nice play by KT, honestly.
He's gonna utilize it, but he's so far away. Here comes Canyon for the flank. Perfect says no.
Whirling Death comes in. Canyon is just pushed out of there, and BDD is flashing on top of another target. They'll wait for the goldenness to go away. Beryl in a little bit of trouble here, though.
Pioshik ult.
Bombs are coming in, and Deft able to just
Pioshik ult.
They do sidestep the Mega Inferno bomb as Pioshik. KT looking like
there it is.
they are erring a little, but now
wow, great hold from Pioshik on. Oh, Beryl! Dude, that's actually really well played. Look at this. Pioshik has such discipline holding his ult here. Beryl, he waits till Beryl gets the flank. And then, oh my god, the fucking engage. So good, actually. Really well played by Pioshik and Beryl.
He's still playing pretty well, but they'll lose a Baron, and KT will win yet another fight. Chovy's out of this one.
Pays.
Try and cleanse.
Why are you walking into melee?
Not this time. Pioshik, he's got a
Pioshik W.
TP into the mid lane, and KT Rolster do it again.
Outrageous.
Only the second team to defeat Gen G in a game here in summer. The only team to defeat them in a series this year domestically. That's it, lights out.
Yep, they have the best win rate against Gen G this season.
Do I know the result? So I know the final result. I don't know who wins which games, although obviously I know that now because we're about to go into game 3. And I don't know the drafts.
Let's see whether KT are going to be able to close this one out as BDD in point-blank range against Keen is not exactly the greatest. It was a trial by fire. He passed, and the Nexus will go down. In the crowd, all of the KT fans are just losing their minds. They're like, whoa, we might.
I guess maybe the bathroom will be back in just a minute. Here, guys, I'll show you. Here is the spreadsheet that I'm making. So as you can see, you know, the problem is like that other guy who didn't do games pre-2000 missed like, he missed he missed the pod racing game. He missed all of the X-Wing games, Rebel Assault 1 and 2, Dark Forces 1 and 2. It's crazy. This is not the complete list, by the way. I'm still working on this list. I'm trying to figure out where I can play some of these. But like they remastered things like Star Wars Starfighter. They remastered The Force Unleashed for Switch. I also am using the how long to play sites to estimate how long these games take to play through. Yeah, fuck that guy. Yeah, so this guy right here. By the way, this guy got 1 million views on this YouTube video.
A franchise known mostly for its movies, but you wouldn't guess it considering they've made way more video games. Ever since Star Wars Electronic stop at 3, okay? No.
Dude, get a wireless mic for fuck's sake too. What is this?
If you hadn't heard of most of these games, like
also, you are not a man who we want to see below the shoulders.
Star Wars Lethal
Especially in that shirt.
Alliance or The Sims Star Wars. Who's playing? No more Sean. It's gotten to the point where
also, shout out to all the white junk on his black shirt.
If you hadn't heard of most of these games, like Star Wars Lethal Alliance.
When was this? If this guy could get 1 million views a year ago, surely I can do better than this.
Today, that's all about to change because I'm going to play all of these Star Wars games.
No, you're not.
And I'm going to tell you about them. And then I'm going to rank them on a tier list. Starting with S tier being the highest, moving down to A, out there, and most of them are ones I can't, being the lowest. Now, there's probably like 100 games out there, and most of them are ones I can't really get my hands on. But
you could. You're just not going to.
My best within what I can find. Unfortunately, though, there are going to be some limitations. I'm not going to be playing any of the Flash games, educational games, plug-and-play games, or any of the games before 2000.
Any of the games before 2000 is so outrageous. You can literally get the pre-2000 games on Steam. All of the X-Wing games are available on Steam.
I also want to say I'm not ranking these objectively. These are just my personal opinion based on my experiences with the game. So if I disagree with you,
he did, to his credit, he did do like the Game Boy Advance games that I'm definitely not going to do. So
we'll talk about it. But without further ado, please enjoy.
You didn't play every Star Wars game.
We'll start it off with Star Wars Jedi Power Battles. It takes place in the prequel era and lets you choose as one of these 5 Jedi to play.
Yes, no plug. All his other look.
You're a disagreeing game. There are educational games, plug-and-play games, or any of the games.
Okay, no Flash games. Yes, reasonable. Educational games. I might play the educational games, but reasonable. Plug-and-play games, reasonable. No, he also, by the way, doesn't say no arcade games, which is very crucial. It's very crucial. Games before 2000, you can get these games still. Does he do the Kinect game at least? Of course he doesn't. Oh no, I may be wrong about that.
I'm not ranking Super Bombad Racing. Super Bombad. So I'm gonna
okay, he did Rogue Squadron 2, but not Rogue Squadron 1.
As far as the flight sim goes, I like this one. It did feel a little limited.
Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast, Bounty Hunter, Galaxies. Interesting that he did Galaxies.
Until he would tell me about his experience with the game. And now you get to watch that. What is Star Wars Galaxies? Because it just, the way you described it in the video just seemed like it was, you're just a
I don't know how you play this
so you've
as part of this playthrough. I won't do Galaxies.
I was 3.
Okay.
Years old.
Oh, he was born in 2000. This is why he didn't do any games before 2000.
Many PC games.
Thanks for the recommendation. Had a great time at Southside. Fantastic. Glad.
No, mostly with blocks. And
no. It's the reason why is because I want to do single player experiences, not MMOs.
Just, like running and gunning with a blaster. You're not just kind of like.
You say we're like the best things about
faces and stuff like that.
The thing is, to
Everybody
get
had their
reasonable
own
take on
unique
Galaxies, you have to
role
play
in
like
this
100
world
hours.
all
You can do it in a
together.
private
Lance
server
wasn't
still, but
just,
it's not
like
really
I said, a bunch of
possible.
people
It
with
doesn't have the
monsters.
single player
It was just kind
playthrough
of a
that the older
life
public does.
simulator almost.
That's definitely different from any Star Wars game I've played for sure. How many hours did you have?
I haven't done game 3 yet. No,
Weird.
I'm about to do game
So,
3.
I played the game heavily from 2003 to probably 2006 or so.
Okay, I can't listen to this.
I cannot tell you how much fun I had back in the day with this game.
All right,
Yeah,
A
man.
plus 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 plus.
He didn't even play the game.
There you
Really?
dude, I cannot tell you how much fun I had.
He
back
didn't
in
even
the
play
day
the
with this
game.
All right,
Yeah,
A
man.
plus 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 plus.
There you go.
Star Wars Knights
He didn't even
of the
play it.
Old Republic. This game ran like trash. I played it for an hour and a half, and I guess I never saved, so I lost all of my progress. I had to completely restart.
I don't even believe this
all
guy
over again. The
played
entire
all
time
of these
playing,
games to
there's
completion,
bugs
by
and
the way.
glitches throughout the entire thing. S tier. S tier. Let's get something straight here. I don't care if this game got up, put my grandma.
I literally don't even think this guy played through all these games. I think he played like an hour of each of these games and made this fucking video.
Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3.
A couple of class stories are as good as KOTOR.
I'm
Yeah,
just saying
people
right
tell
now,
me to
Rogue
play the
Squadron
operator
series
in
has the
Old
best
Republic. I will play
flight
one
sim
class
controls of any of the
in Old Republic to
many-
completion.
Probably around the same time, like after Halo 1 came out. As
Anyway, this guy's a fraud. But he's a fraud with 1 million views. So you know what? KOTOR is good. Yes, KOTOR is great.
Win! Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
Banning the Aurora definitely feels like a mandatory choice on red side against this team after what happened in game 1. To make the adjustment, Casante being banned.
He's
so
a
leaving
fraud,
a
but
lot
sadly he
open
is
here.
winning. Just like KT. Just like this fucking
Saying, okay,
KT team.
Joby, we're
Fraud,
gonna
but
give you
winning.
Corki
Why?
On blue side, we don't want to play that into your Draven. Even though it went very well in the skirmish early, I don't think Genji should have opted into that. And you and I were kind of talking, is this the game where Genji kind of hunker down?
All right, Genji actually just going to go ahead and first pick the Corki away from BDD this game. They're tired of their silly Draven counterpick, but they give up the Ashe that was banned in game 1. Pioshik just going to be on Maokai this whole game. So Genji looks like they're actually taking this draft seriously. If they're going for Sejuani, they're tired of their weird, like, outranged, no frontline compositions. Don't blind pick. I'm sick of Kennen, man. I think he's actually trash. Just play Gnar if you're going to blind.
In this game.
Yeah, I don't know what they could have really otherwise picked here that feels good. I mean, Yone top, you can't lock in this situation. The Jax and the Maokai feels really terrible. And Perfect just going to lock down. I was going to say, I'm expecting a Gnar here, but considering the Jace with Maokai, it's so incredibly strong, but want to have something a little bit beefier here in the top side. We have seen Cannons dominate this matchup, though, so it's a little bit concerning. We'll see if Keen can get it done. Can't protect this pick, obviously, or anything like that. You know,
So he's obviously, he definitely, okay, so he just picks the Gnar into it. Now we're banning out Paze's Senna. Fewer, no.
Oh, God, okay, so BDD has been playing this very recently and finding
No.
a lot of success in solo queue.
No.
I thought it was kind
No!
of a meme, though, but he's doing it.
No!
You know, they take away
Oh,
Reliance
God,
solo
I hate
queue,
Smolder
like,
so much. He's just going to get a free lane, isn't he? He's going to get a free lane because Corki Sejuani is a trash 2v2. Oh, no. He's just going to get 1 million stacks, isn't he? I hate that this pick might actually be good. I hate that it might actually be good, guys. We have 2 forms of non-committal engage in Maokai and Asholtz. He's got a huge front line. He should be able just to, like, infinity stack.
I will go with that one instead.
Yeah,
I think it might actually be good, guys. I'm not going to lie. I think it might actually be good.
Late game if you get to it without getting absolutely dumpstered.
No, don't pick Lucian Nami. No. 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 Why would you pick Lucian Nami here? You need range. You need range. Play MF. Play MF. Like you're playing Lucian into Ashe? Like how does the Lucian... Okay, so I'm just in a hypothetical universe. You get to 225 stacks on Smolder. How does Lucian deal damage to this Smolder? How do you kill? How kill Smolder? How do you kill him? I guess you get a Kennen flank maybe, but how do you Kennen flank into Maokai, Ashe, and probably a Peel support here, right? What are we playing?
Lucian, Nami
Yep.
come through here,
Yes.
and of course that means
Of
Blue
course.
is coming in and responding.
Of
It is an
course.
Ashe bot
Of
lane
course.
here.
It's a Peel
Again,
support.
assuming it's
Yep.
not gonna be, like, weirdly
How does
mid,
so first off, how does
Valkyrie
Lucian Nami
goes
lane into
big,
this?
but could
As well, I believe it comes from
Oh, the
helpful for
switcheroo.
Keen as well.
Oh my god, the switcheroo. Okay, well, you definitely can't Kennen into this now because the Ashe can actually just zone and then get pulled in by Kalista ult, and they lose bot lane hard now. So what are you going to do? Are you going to lane swap, Genji? I hate the Lucian Nami. I hate it. So they pull a T1 switcheroo at the end.
His name's Carrier.
Dude, they have so much peel for this Smolder. It's ridiculous.
But he's also played Ashe, and he's got a decent skin on this champion as well. I believe it comes from the World Championship of 2022. And so we're going to have the switcheroo on the bottom side of the map, and that is a lot of...
You know, it depends on how they want to set up the lanes here when we get out of the
Yeah,
lane
the Ashe
phase.
Kalista is really good. He's going to smash early if they don't lane swap.
Slam lock it down.
This should absolutely poop all over the faces of Lucian Nami.
So it's going to be a little bit different up into the Corki, but played alongside things like Kalista and Ashe, actually in the AD carry role for both of the games.
Nobody's ever been getting the flank off yet. Nobody can flank on Kennen. Nobody can flank at all. Nobody can flank on Renekton. Nobody can flank on Kennen because of the junglers and supports and, you know, self-peeling ADCs that are being picked right now.
So you have like the winning bottom lane, the scaling mid. Now you have the extreme winning bottom lane, which they're going to use here at level 1 to put the pressure on.
The Lulu would have been good too, though. But this is really big bully in the bot side.
Across KT's composition. So if Keen does
Okay, lane swap. You have to lane swap for the first 3 levels here, otherwise you just get absolutely dumpstered.
Maokai ultimate is down. Can be a big issue as we are lane swapping.
Both teams strong side invading.
He isn't. Yeah, he's going to get spotted. So they know that a lane swap is coming in. And Deft and Beryl now going to walk behind the turret.
Let's see.
He knows they're there from the ward and try.
A lot of this is going to be on him. Keen can try to neutralize this, but obviously top side will get less plate gold because of the lane swap protection.
Yeah.
And Kalista Ashe can really put the pressure on this Kennen. It's going to be hard for him to get XP. He's trying.
Yeah, trying to get into position for it. Keen will just get bullied away.
Picks up some XP here, and it's actually going to get half of a level off of that, essentially. Perfect.
Yeah, hopping on forward. Taking hop level 1 is an odd move. Not exactly a favorite. And this will isolate the mid lane just a little bit. And so BDD probably pretty happy with that right now with a lot of pushing power in this mid lane.
Keenan probably TP top soon.
Doesn't necessarily scale.
Oh, he's not going to TP. Oh, never mind. He's not going to TP.
Not going to take any turret aggro, but is getting hit by the minions. He's only level 2. Now they're looking for the dive onto Keen. He's only
Why would you do this, KK Keen's inting?
Death. Not going to take any turret aggro, but is getting hit by the minions. He's only level 2. Now they're looking for the dive onto
I don't know
Keen.
what he thought was going to happen here.
1,
He literally sets himself up for a 3rd level dive from the jungler. The fuck is he doing?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we haven't learned that you're
He
not
can't
allowed
TP.
to farm experience as the lane swapped top laner. Still hasn't been figured out yet. As teleporting back to lane could be disastrous for him if Pioshik stays. He just dies.
I think in this scenario, guys, you just have to TP topside and join the rest of your team. You have to TP topside, and then when Pace and Lehen swap bot, then you get top.
That is going to be first blood going over to Pioshik. A beautiful dive. I expect Keen's teleporting straight back.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we haven't learned that you're not allowed to farm experience as the lane swapped top laner. Still hasn't been figured out yet. As teleporting back to lane could be disastrous for him if Pioshik stays. He just dies a second.
Okay, we're level
time, as we
3.
also learned at EWC.
Keen needs to come topside.
You can see here a lot of minions denied, obviously, but the same is true bottom side. Keen.
So he's not using TP because actually he doesn't have to because he's not by using TP he doesn't get any experience because Nami and Lucian are proxying the wave and they're denying the wave into topside. So Keen will be there in time for the next wave. So it's actually okay.
Pace can get you there topside. They do stop their backs for a moment.
Nar's getting greedy. Okay, Nar should get dove here.
The rest of this one, but Lehans and Pace are still here. So that
He has
dive
hop
coming through yet
only.
again. Perfect still level 1. Avoids the Aqua Prison, but isn't going to be able to avoid death as the heal comes through to keep Lehens alive. They waste a fair bit of time to make sure that they can get that 1-for-1, but that is still perfect. Staying on level 1 while Keen makes it to 2.
Silly top laners think they could play the game.
I know.
So the problem, guys, is it's just a guessing game for Gnar as to whether the duo lane is actually recalled or not. So you just kind of have to take the risk. Everybody's just gonna look stupid doing that these days. It's just a guessing game. There's so many like fake recalls like this. There's so many fake recalls like this.
He waits for a really long time to
Hawk shot.
So doesn't see.
Oh, barely sees Nami.
Maybe he just wasn't looking, and even
It was just a like a quarter second though.
Because he knew. They thought
Well,
that they'd
did
done
he?
enough homework to make sure that he's going to be safe. Oh, and it's not quite enough. They still get the heal out, I guess. But.
Still, it's advantage to the gold picked up to Deft and Barrel. They got
Only one plate
goes
taken
to
bot
Knockout,
though, so actually this is pretty good for Genji, honestly.
Game state very close. This is the first mid Smolder.
But the problem is mid Smolder's probably super good here.
About when Smolder first released, because Smolder was mega broken, so it was played in the AD carry position. It was played in top lane. Wasn't played in mid until now. So there you go.
Yeah, it's very risky into Corki, but with the lane swap coming through, it actually kind of gave BDD at least a little bit of a leash early, but now you can see the pressure is being put on him. Just using every resource he has to try to get those stacks on the minions. Will take his first back now, or actually won't because he's interrupted.
Perfect and Keen just fighting one another. You can see Perfect about to have that Mega Gnar, so that'll get a little bit of health back into the Gnar as Canyon moving in. KT not going to get caught by the Aqua Prison as now Beryl going to have to flash. Needs to respect them, gets out of there, and that is a lot
Clear the ward.
Pressure relieved
Okay.
on this bottom side.
It's weird.
Have to
They know
to
that
be
zombie
careful
ward's
as
there.
Canyon still prowling.
The really big problem for Perfect is if he doesn't die there, then he's feeling really good, right? But Keen died for experience, and now that ends up being relevant because he actually has a level lead. He has that extra experience. It is a matchup that can be favorable for the Kennen, especially with just a small advantage like that. It actually starts to stack up a lot. So see Perfect falling a little bit far behind here in CS. It's a very low econ top lane, obviously, with the lane swap, but still see what Keen can get done here as Canyon is going to go topside here for Grubs. And a lot of control, in fact, for Pays and Lehens in the bottom lane means that it's not going to be a cross-map dragon opportunity for Pioshik just yet. He doesn't have 6 either.
Yeah, BDD actually just flapping around this mid lane, avoids the rocket, and actually wins out on the trade.
Crazy.
Yeah,
and
good news, to be honest.
A lot of the play against Smolder is you want to try to pressure him and put him low, but you also want to deny him stacks, and Chovy's just standing in basically melee range of BDD, so he's just going to keep stacking even off of Chovy with the Achu, so some stack value here. Another Achu landing.
Yeah, just flapping around. And Chovy's just losing every trade in this mid lane. Just not expecting. I mean, I know that Corki was a little bit nerfed, you know, like health values and things like that going down, but it's still a formidable champion as far as getting these trades to work out, and you don't have a massive amount of range as the Smolder outside of that Achu doing a fair bit of having a fair bit of range.
Yeah. And it's obviously, ideally, you don't want to get
Coal tier Corki. Just doing the greedy scaling build, Chovy. Still winning lane, though. Because Smolder's a turd, but Smolder will unturtify eventually.
We'll end up, picking up a call, so he's going to hit that big spike once he finishes that later on in terms of gold injection. It's not like he's losing lane super hard. He's just not getting the advantages you would expect or want with this Corki.
And it's also just the fact that we know Smolder scales ridiculously well. That's sort of what he does. And so BDD just getting through this lane, that's the positive thing here for KT at this point in time. Is Chovy going to win out on that trade? But there is a big
I mean, look,
as level 6s are picked up by
it's not awesome for KT in the bot side because they would have preferred to get a meaningful advantage here, and they haven't been able to bully. And the danger zone of Lucian Nami is levels 1 through 3. But, honestly, as long as the Smolder can get up to 225 stacks, I don't think Pays can do anything, guys. I think the Lucian pick is just too short range. I think the thing about Lucian, as we always say, is you have to be able to frontline as the Lucian, right? You have to be able to walk up here with Nami buffs and just poke effectively. And that becomes very hard to do if you're getting hit by Qs from Smolder or you're getting volleyed or arrowed, or there's a Maokai ult or a Maokai W on you. So, like, I'm afraid, like, he's just going to get poked out
for sure.
in the mid and late game.
You know, there's only one Halo Blades in here. The Callisto not going to opt into that this time around. Oh, Canyon's here, seen.
He is seen. Glacial Prison is going to go down as Fate's Call will be claimed. Beryl looks for the knock-up onto Canyon. Doesn't
Which
find
LCS
it.
games are you reviewing tomorrow? Definitely C9 FlyQuest.
It was a great position there from Beryl to
We might
block
do
the
some
Glacial
Fnatic
Prison
BDS
because
as
he
well. We'll
knows
see.
that even if he gets hit by it, it means Deft doesn't, and Deft has Fate's Call, so he's going to be safe no matter what. Going back in there was a little bit risky, but Cannon avoids it, and if he had gotten hit under turret, that could have been pretty huge, but he does not. And this lane hasn't been a dominant lane, like you say, but it's still kind of just weathering the storm here, and they were able to get enough control for just a moment to get the first dragon. It was Chemtech again, so pretty high chance that we might have a very high value soul here. If it's Infernal Soul for this Smolder, that can be a huge boon here for KT, especially if they can stack 2 up.
Oh, okay, Keen gone down relatively low. That is ulti used as the Mini-Gnar not really going to be able to offer too much more. Did just use the ultimate. I think that's why Keen used that. He was up against the wall, so that sort of gives away what might have been happening. As the arrow, the flash comes through, but the arrow is still going to land. Now the frost shot is going to connect. I think this is that he was up against the wall, so that sort of gives away what might.
Well, he flashed and still got hit by the arrow. What can you say, guys? I mean, there's just no escaping. It's not even worth flashing, because if you're extended like that into Ashe and Maokai post 6, you're just dead.
Miss from Lehens to just simply flash the same trajectory as the arrow, meaning that he just gets hit by it anyways, and
I mean, they knew the Maokai was coming too. They see the Maokai, so he has to flash for distance. He's got to go for the distance. He's going for speed, you know. But he knows the Maokai's here, so if he doesn't flash as far as he can, he's probably still getting hit by the Maokai ult. He would have died anyway to Maokai ult. Doesn't matter. He shouldn't have flashed at all is the answer.
Weird flash there, rare miss from Lehens to just simply flash the same trajectory as the arrow, meaning that he just gets hit by it anyways, and that's a kill. Pioshik there, you got to flash, you know, a little bit perpendicular, I think, if you're going to get out of that one. It would have been tougher, obviously, because you don't get the same distance away from that chasing bottom duo, but if you get hit by the arrow, you're dead 100% with no cleanse there on the Nami, of course. So watch this again. Len stepping far.
Watching Monty analyze modern League of Legends and Season 4 League of Legends simultaneously on the LoL World Championship channel makes my brain more wrinkly.
Essentially tried to deny the ward clear. Very greedy, and then he flashes, same trajectory.
Did you guys know I didn't cast a game at Worlds until Season 5? Because they wouldn't let me. They just put me on the desk.
Just been dead either way, but still a bit of a weird look from Lehens there to mess that one up.
Yeah, a little bit strange. I think if the arrow doesn't land, then maybe he gets a little bit more space. He'd have to kind of flash up or flash down. It's hard to really know whether it would have worked, because Nature's Grasp is one heck of an ability. So, you know, sometimes hindsight can be 20/20 as Beryl moving towards his top side.
Do I keep up with patches? Yeah, of course.
Onto the Lightning Yordle. He is going to move himself away. Perfect already down towards that bottom side as BDD flat.
Davpers, thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. No thank you to your suggestion that I make hominy from scratch, though.
If you would like to, decides that he does not need to call any assistance at this point in time. In fact, he can't because it's on cooldown. He must have used it before.
Every time we go to the mid lane, they keep clicking on Chovy. I just want to see the stacks. There's another arrow.
Yeah, going to be picked up by
Yeah, Beryl having a good game so far.
Cooldown. He must have used it before.
Every time we go to the mid lane, they
top side.
But also Chovy, like, what the fuck, man? You know they're in that river.
Move himself away. Perfect already down towards that bottom side as BDD flapping around this mid lane. He can call mom if he would like to.
Like, you see them actually lane swap into the top side,
at this point in time.
and you can assume that they're doing the second round of grubs. And you already got 3 grubs. Normalis Einhorn. Thank you for Twitch Prime sub.
Chovy, I just want to see the stacks. There's another arrow.
Yeah, going to be picked up by Chovy. Like you were saying, the volley going to connect there as well as BDD wants to find a Q. And there it is. Flap, 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 and he takes him down. But it is a 1-for-1. A little bit of assist gold going over to Beryl there at the same time.
Oh, man, if you're a very early game Smolder and you have an opportunity to pick up a kill, you just go for those.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll do some more Mexican food, but I don't know if it can be pozole, even though I love pozole. Do you think it's reasonable to hate T1 because of how dog shit my Comcast internet service is? No.
Close is definitely a big issue. Now Chovy is
T1 is a different company. Just because they have joined forces with Comcast and an esports alliance doesn't mean that T1 is responsible for your internet.
Little bit of a weird one. Something that they
Harsha, you should switch to AT&T fiber. That was actually a banger for me when I was in LA. It really was a good internet service.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird one. Something that they will have been aware that BDD's been playing is the culling is going to come down. Def takes a lot of shots. Beryl as well going to get softened up, but it looks like Gen G not going to push the issue here towards the bottom side as Chovy just caught catch an award. And Beryl, that is 2 for 2 on these really big arrows.
Yeah, I mean, the first one, bit of an error by...
Thoughts on doing a mole dish? Guys, where would I get those ingredients? I fucking love mole. Do you understand that mole requires like 50 ingredients that I can't get in Korea? Do you have any idea how many ingredients are in mole? And you need like specific Mexican herbs. But I love mole. I will make mole when I get back to the States, when I have access to a Mexican grocery store.
Lehens, but
to make actually good mole,
like
you have to have access to a Mexican grocery store with fresh items.
Can guarantee that objective, and then he turns it into an opportunity when Chovy gets greedy for the ward. Beryl just right time, right place, 100% KP in this early game.
Yeah, making it work. And this is one of the picks that is the most eclectic.
How many could it possibly be? First result I found literally stretches more than a page. Mole has like 50 ingredients in it, guys.
Most strange. And Beryl just demonstrating, yeah, I got a skin on the champion. I'm pretty good.
You need like fucking crumbled Mexican cookies. Like it's insane. And I would want to do it right, not some fucking scuffed Korean mole.
The most eclectic, the most strange. And Beryl just demonstrating, yeah, I got a skin on the champion. I'm pretty good. His mom comes down. Chovy does a lot of work against BDD here, who does still have his teleport, but his flash now on cooldown. Gen G starting to put the screws in. Beryl not finding the volley. He can play aggressively even though he does have low health. There is a Fate's Call up and available as Pays is making sure that this pressure is mounting. Will be in this bottom lane, sends another minion wave their way, and more plates likely to fall down here as 3 grubs for both teams. Keen is the one hitting a turret, so a fair bit more value out of that one.
This Dragon is really tough for either team to take. Smolder not having control, but bottom side the control goes to Deft and Beryl. And so Chovy doesn't come over here. You know, it's really quite frustrating for Gen G. If they lose this, it's a 2 Drake lead, but he just wants to push this advantage in mid further after BDD TP's back in. And also have the jungler here anyways.
And Chovy hasn't gone for a reset yet.
Yeah.
So
if they lose, Smolder not having control.
Very good control for Gazy. I mean, it's amazing that they're getting this much control.
So Chovy doesn't come over here. You know, it's really
given the mid lane Smolder, which is just a black hole of pressure.
Lead, but he just wants to push this advantage in mid further after BDD.
How many stacks does BDD have actually?
This, it's a 2 come over here.
112. That's really good.
Quite frustrating for Gen G.
He's going to start to really stack up here soon.
This advantage in mid further after BDD TP's back in. And also have the jungler here anyways.
And Chovy hasn't gone for a reset yet.
Yeah.
So he is just sitting on a weird little axe thingy, and BDD has his fan in a yellow triangle.
But he's going to be able to stack this really fast. He also has been getting a lot of stacks, looks like, from trading with Corki and Lane. I mean, getting basically 10 stacks a minute is really quite good, I think.
The advantage they had. Worst case scenario basically is,
yeah, that's a pretty nice Captain Jack there from Deft as the arrow.
Corki doesn't have kill pressure on Smolder ever. Yeah, especially because he built Tier Cull, and especially because he's playing like Corki Sejuani.
AT considering the advantage they had. Worst case scenario basically is,
yeah, that's a
beautiful cleanse
nice
from Deft.
Jack there from Deft as the arrow will connect. Deft gets
PO6 here.
He's going to go down, but will they be able to trade it? But Pays here as the teleport's coming in. Perfect. Makes his way down. Pays knows that he's dead. He's going to buy as much space as possible, but Lehens is also going to fall down. The hypers are
nice TB from Perfect.
This fish has nowhere.
Keen actually can't TP because it's pre-14 minutes, guys. It's pre-14 minutes, so Keen can't TP to a ward.
He's going to buy as much space as possible, but Lehens is also going to fall down. The Hypers are proccing, and this fish has nowhere to swim. Perfect's going to be able to lock down that kill. Pace is also dead, and they'll trade it for death.
Woo.
Yeah, they will. And again, this is a scaling comp from KT.
He will get the tower, though.
For Gen.G is just so small. And not to say that there's no element of scaling here for Gen.G, but the Smolder is the
Oh, it's 10 minutes, right. I'm dumb.
Against them. Keen here may be able to get a turret. There's no TPs.
I didn't update the patch in my brain, guys.
Enough damage here, even with the minion wave thinning out. That's huge.
Really nice stop there from.
Why doesn't he TP then? I'm actually curious.
Teleport's coming in. Perfect. Makes his way down. Pace knows that he. The arrow will connect. Def gets the shield. He is going to go down, but will they be able to
I'm actually
trade
really
it?
curious why
Pace
Keen
here,
doesn't
teleport's
respond to
coming in.
this play.
Makes his way down. Pace knows that he's dead. He's going to buy as much space as possible, but Lehens is also going to fall down. The Hypers are proccing, and this fish has nowhere to swim. Perfect's going to be able to lock down.
Because, like, plates are falling off, so maybe the call is, okay, we're just going to cross-map. Like, it doesn't matter that you guys died. We're going to cross-map and get the cannon ahead. Yeah, they must have called the play off. And maybe they said, okay, we have... All right, there is a reasonable case for this. They now have 2 TP advantage. And they have 2 TP advantage, right? And you're going to get the top tower, so you're going to concentrate some goals. So maybe they're like, okay, we can make the next play.
Against them, Keen here may be able to get a turret. There's no TPs, and it looks like he just has enough damage here, even with the minion wave thinning out. That's huge.
Really nice stop there from Chovy.
Yeah, he gets the turret.
Taken down, Def not able to get there in time. Plate gold so much in favor of Gen.G.
And these barrel arrows have just been so fantastic this game. We'll see it again once we get into this replay here. As Def's cleanse, the Captain Jack you mentioned, I mean, it couldn't have been better. Avoids a lot of the call by some time. The aggro is on the Sejuani when he gets arrowed, so Canyon is now out of the fight. Look at how low he goes. And there's just no way to peel or save Pace, who had to chase super deep to get that kill. This ends up being huge. As obviously the teleport is.
Maybe they think they could just get more value by TPing Corki to bot side, catching the wave, and taking the turret. I mean, they did actually increase their gold lead. It has to be said, like, they're 1,000 gold up basically when this play starts. And due to the decisions that they make, they actually end up with an additional 1,000 gold. So Gen.G, weirdly, by not TPing there, by taking the turret and by TPing into the bot lane, actually created an additional 1,000 gold advantage.
We don't have a team Liquid in our league, and so we don't have people that are still playing this champion. And BDD is going to bring it back.
135 right now.
Yeah,
because they got bot lane tier 1 as well. Like, they got both tier 1s in the side lane. So Gen.G actually net positive from that. So interesting non-use of TP. Good call by Gen.G.
Feeling pretty good, things like that. And so far, feeling like he is certainly on track for at least something like that.
Yeah, it's different, you know, the ways you could stack in mid lane. You have a lot more minions. You could stack pretty quickly, too, rather than bottom lane. And now he's just going to be up in the side. See if he ends up lurking around mid a little bit more here, just so that he can stack. And Def can sacrifice some eco for that, as Chovy is going really deep here. Does not have teleport, and KT are aware of this, so they may lose an inner, but let's see if Gen.G can contest the Herald. That looks like a done deal.
Yep, Feral is on a ward. Perfect taking a lot of damage from the combo out of Kane. But like you were talking about, I mean, this is just Chovy behind a turret right now. And that is such a huge gold influx here for Gen.G. Able to take down...
Yeah, the Smolder pick is looking good. I mean, I said that at the start of this game. There's just no threat on Smolder for the entirety of the game. It's just free stacking.
Decision to make is now looking to try and fight Gen.G away from this turret. That is going to be...
But you also have the problem where you just don't have pressure, and Chovy, I mean, this is a bad play for KT here, because basically when you grab this Herald, you're trading it for possible gold, right? Herald means you might possibly get a turret or map pressure. And instead, like, the punish is here because they know both TPs are down. So Chovy gets a, 700 local gold from tier 2 turret.
If Gen.G can contest the Herald, that looks like a done deal.
Yep, Feral is on a ward. Perfect taking a lot of damage from the combo.
It's actually a very good trade, I think, for Gen.G.
This is just Chovy behind a turret right now.
Yeah, Chovy has Trinity Force, so he's able just to work his way through this turret.
Here for Gen G, able to take down an inner turret. You could tell that KT were
yeah, huge amount of minions lost in the turret as well. Yes, Zelgius, I agree. Okay, should be able to get out of this, no problem. Taking vision control over the jungle.
He's going to fly on through, gets the Valkyrie out.
Okay.
Just nowhere in sight now. He's going to be
So reset for third Drake.
I really like the call from Chovy, even without the teleport there, to say, well, if I get this inner, what do you guys get with the Herald will be.
Keen catches turret top side.
So
They're like basically they got another 500 gold from that. We'll see if the value of the Herald has anything, but probably not. I mean, Chovy's getting super fed.
Definitely a trade down in terms of the gold value in that moment, but KT don't team fight, and they don't have the opportunity to lose a fight. There's no angle for Chovy to carry. There's no opportunity for Keen to get a big ultimate there on that Herald fight because they were down the Corki. So in that regard, if you're just thinking about the scaling of the Smolder, which has kind of been the main topic of conversation here, then I guess it's in some ways a win for KT, even though they did end up losing that inner, as Pyosik used his ultimate also, so.
Yep, he's not going to have that one for the next little while. 45 seconds until this Ocean Drake comes up, so I think Nature's Grasp will be just about
it should
back.
Be, yeah.
It should actually just be fine. So nothing to worry about there. KT, soul point on the table for them. Not the greatest of souls, but I do think that with an Ocean and the fact that they have these 380 carries, it's not a lot of like burst damage in these fights. I think that they're pretty happy with having the extra longevity in this one. I think Gen G also would be.
Yeah, the Smolder scaling is a problem. It's also that nobody can actually kill Smolder. Like, whose job is it to kill Smolder on Gen G? You have to get a flank on the cannon, and he's trying, man. He's actually building Rocket Belt first, unlike a lot of the cannons that we've seen that build Leandries first.
Splitting on this topside teleport in hand. Does hit the Mega Gnar now. Not really optimal timing if they wanted to be able to utilize it for the Dragon.
I just give up the Drake, it's fine.
Stack it back up again.
They need to get gold more than they need Drake. Trading this for tier 1 and top is okay. And also trading this for a Smolder farming is fine. KT making the right call.
Push the Gnar, grab some gold. I mean, BDD's just stacking.
Yeah.
As long as you could defend this turret at
Agreed.
The same time,
I agree with Wolf. I agree with what Wolf's saying. I think this is the right tactic.
Just a solo Ocean Drake.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. They are going to do exactly that. There's a flash forward though.
Oh, dude, the combo though.
Just does nothing.
Here, it's just a solo Ocean Drake.
That's a great combo.
You're absolutely right. They are going to do exactly.
All right, look at this. He just flashes on him, cues him back in, gets hit by arrow, gets hit by mom, and just melts. Great play. Beautifully done by KT.
They're gonna pick with the Smolder, you know, and it's a great play from
Ganked by mom.
Gets there, gets the smash.
His first evolution from BDD as well. Look at him. He's starting to get mad. He's starting to realize his power. And this dragon might be able to do it as the Rift BDD as well.
They do greed a little bit for this.
Ocean Drake.
Gen G.
I think you're absolutely right. They are going to do
like why are we stepping up there just to throw random shurikens? They don't even wait for the whole team. They're not pushing side lanes. They don't create any pressure, so KT has the ability to make that play. Remember, the engage from KT is very good.
They're gonna pick with the Smolder, you know, and it's a great play from Pyosik. Gets there, gets the smash.
His first evolution from BDD.
Hi, check Discord, please. My wife says, uh-oh, I'm in trouble.
And this dragon might be able to do it as the Rift Herald comes down in the mid lane, and KT, they'll claim a gold lead once again, or get very close. There it is.
Yeah, I mean, the timing of this works so incredibly well. Macro-wise here, by KT, they were like, all right, cool, Gen G, you can have an Ocean, and Gen G realized, okay, we need to get more than this Ocean. We need to take this mid turret down, but they don't have the siege, the wave clear. Not amazing here for KT, but good enough to slow it down. And without a Herald, Gen G just can't actually force
whatever happened to GBM? I assume he went to the military service or whatever.
Support here, even clearing these waves, and then Keen unfortunately steps just 1 foot too far forward, and Pyosik collapses on him. BDD ready with the ultimate. You can tell KT have been kind of scrimming this one. You know, I feel like the coordination is just super clean. And
that was very clean by KT.
If you feel confident you can beat Gen G with it, I think it's absolutely the right time to pull it out now. I mean, I would have said before the series, is this a series where you pull something out you've never shown before? Probably not, because Gen G will probably just beat you anyways. But if you have the confidence and you have the execution here, 20
Isn't he coaching T1 Academy? Is he?
I mean, good pace here for BDD. KT, I don't want to say that they have enough of a lead.
Oh,
here
he's
where I feel
the
confident
head
that
coach
this
of
KT,
T1
but the way
Esports
they've been
Academy.
playing this out
Good for
so
him.
far makes you want to trust.
I agree.
He's reckless as coach, guys. That's the answer.
So
Yeah, that's an issue.
being able to make Kennen sleepy while he goes in with his big electric circle is pretty good oftentimes. They did manage to mitigate it last time around as Kyoshin gets the ultimate off as they throw in the Glacial Prison. So no junglers with ultimates right now. Perfect and Chovy are fighting as Mom comes down, splits the team fight. Hayes gets sneezed on and it hurts him so much as BDD throwing out these Qs. And man, now that evolution has come in, the big one giving it that splash damage, and it'll only get worse as this game goes on.
Yeah, you get to 225 so fast here. BDD.
And now that evolution has come in, the big one giving it that splash damage, and it'll only get worse as this game goes on.
Yeah, you get to 225 so fast here. BDD gets low.
Yeah, and there is the slicing maelstrom. BDD going to be.
All right, well, they actually did manage to kill the Smolder.
Looks to get out of there.
That's impressive. I didn't think they would do that.
As well for Gen G, they're trading up.
Yeah, they are trading up. This does mean scared when they zoom on Pays like this. He is going to get the proc of the static shiv to stop some backs. It does mean that it's going to be a little bit easier to punish the farm here of BD in the mid lane when he's over here, but he's probably going to go.
I think Gen G has to start like playing really aggressively for Baron, though.
You go so quick once you get that explosive upgrade, as you mentioned. This is a very calculated moment for Gen G to go in because they know the Maokai ultimate was used just moments before. And Keen is willing to sacrifice his life for this play because finally it means guaranteed mid-turret down, which means a lot more pressure on the map. You can collapse onto this Smolder in sides a lot easier. If he's just going to sit in mid, he's going to be very vulnerable there. It's not easy for him to farm those final stacks, and even though he will hit it, he's not going to necessarily get as much safe farm as he would like to continue to stack it up and become stronger when we get towards the late game. So I think a valuable call there, and you pointed it out right before, there is no exhaust for this Kennen. So I was talking about how they need to watch their flanks, see if they can deny wards. Setting up wards like Lehen's just dropped here when there is no mid-turret is so much easier. And the other thing to consider is that, yes, King can just flash forward and doesn't need to flank. He can just get on top.
Yeah.
They need to position a little bit more safely. They wanted so badly to keep that mid-turret alive, but without the Maokai ult, it's just so tough.
It really is. I do think that Beryl is going to either have to throw an arrow at Keen to stop him, but one of the big things is...
The thing is if Gen G can actually get Ocean Soul, then they're going to be in a much better position versus Smolder, right? So, like, there is an opportunity here. Losing the first two Drakes is pretty bad because Gen G is going to take forever, right, to even get to Soul. But if they get it, you know, if they get it 10 minutes from now, it could be really good.
That's what we're looking out for. We're ticking over to 23 minutes. Things have kind of slowed down when it comes to the stacks, but he'll get there very, very soon. And that Spear of Sojourn is also very, very close to being picked up as perfect. This could be an overextension. The rest of his teammates are coming down. That's a teleport to come in. Is now slicing Maelstrom onto the Gnar, and I think he is just dead. Does flash. Glacial Prison comes in, just barely misses.
Slowed flash from Chovy with a big one to kill.
You could see the moment where he realized, and I think
Having two Drakes arrive on the Rift, 5 minutes.
It might have been the TP itself that gave him the tip off, but you could see the moment where he's like, uh-oh. Yeah. Now, this does buy enough time for BDD to probably finish off of the next wave, I think.
So it's a good play by Gen G. They're maintaining their gold lead, and they're getting a kill to secure Drake, but it's only second Drake. They really need this Baron, though, man, and Perfect has TP, so they can't do it.
Off of the map, he has TP. It does at least give BDD a little bit of a moment in the side. See if he can stack off this back. I think he might be going for the Shojin back right now you were alluding to. Again, second Ocean Dragon.
No, they can't deal with Smolder late game because as soon as he comes online, he has a lot of protection, and I don't think they can kill Smolder very easily, and they have no way to really outrange him or outdamage him.
KT is the fact that Pays, yes, he's got some free boots, but he's got 3 big old items as well.
I think they have to just keep forcing objectives, but they need to force Baron.
It was the TP that tipped him off. You could see here in the replay. He's like, oh.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good TP, though.
You know, Canyon's ult doesn't land, but the slow is enough to give Chovy the big rocket to connect. So, good move there.
Line for BDD.
It's a very late completion, all things.
Okay, 227 stacks. It is a bit late. Like, you'd hope to have that a couple minutes earlier, but it doesn't matter because you've survived and you're only 2k gold down. So, this is now very playable, I think, for KT.
So, I guess it's sort of like It's in amongst it. Does that look like an old Corky rocket?
Yeah, that's like an old Ludens rocket right there.
Yeah, that's a bit silly. Chovy with 3 items now completed. Pioshik going to blast going his way out of here back into the fog.
Wow, thank you. She gave me a sandwich, guys. Look at that beautiful sandwich my wife made me. It's a tuna salad sandwich. She didn't make the tuna salad, though. I did. It's tuna salad, tuna, mayonnaise, capers, red onions, celery. It's a good. I make a good tuna salad. Living Ninja's dream.
Fog of war.
Flank.
Yeah, looking for that angle. BDD.
WY. Look, she did a great job of toasting some bread and putting the tuna salad that I made onto it. What is a caper? Well, see, a caper is a rather amusing adventure that you might have.
We'll be able to spot him. He can fly over walls as well. Actually, kind of an optimal.
Well, thank you, Susie. It's delicious. I appreciate it.
Soaks an ultimate. The wave does come in there as well as Depth is flashing away. Mom comes down, does a lot of damage. But BDD not quite able to free hit this time.
So you can find capers in Korea, not Mexican corn? No, I can't find hominy. I can find corn.
Well, for him as Pioshik soaks an ultimate. The wave does come in there as well as Depth is flashing away.
Mayo is the worst shit on planet Earth. Oh my god. This man is a pleb. That is an illegal opinion. That is an illegal opinion. First off, ban this man right now. First off, mayo is essential for so many things. Like, you may not just like regular mayo, but come on, man. You make like so many sauces out of it. That is an actual illegal opinion. Aioli, like, how do you make food without mayonnaise? The only way to make a good grilled cheese is to put mayonnaise on the outside. Okay? All the other is to check out. No, I'm going to tell you right now how to make the best grilled cheese sandwich, okay? Explain this mayo grilled cheese steak. Here is how you make the best grilled cheese, okay? Here's what you do. Okay? Mayo goes on the outside, butter goes on the inside. You're welcome. You're fucking welcome. You're fucking mayo outside, butter inside, cheese inside. You're fucking welcome. Mayo crisps better. Look, I made a marinade the other day for samgyeopsal, which is Korean pork belly. You do a light layer of mayonnaise. You don't fucking mayonnaise it to hell. A very thin layer of mayonnaise on the outside, and it will crisp better than the butter. I made a marinade of pork belly the other day with curry powder for samgyeopsal, which is Korean pork belly. 1 tablespoon of mayonnaise, so not a lot of mayonnaise, guys. Curry powder and a little salt, and it crisps the pork belly amazingly. See, I tried this the first time I heard Monty talk about this. It does bang, can confirm. It is the illegal tech. It is the dark tech of grilled cheese, guys. Trust me. Trust me. You guys are throwing. You guys are actually inting if you don't do this. And saying mayo is gross is an illegal opinion. You may not like the condiment mayo, but mayo is so versatile in terms of making sauces, in terms of cooking.
He can fly over walls as well. Actually, kind of an optimal Baron pit as well.
I promise you, mayo on the outside is the dark tech of grilled cheese.
For him as Pioshik.
Greek yogurt is healthier. You know what I do? Cup of Jojo? I make sauces with mayo and Greek yogurt. You know what I had for breakfast? I had a giant bowl of Greek yogurt with a scoop of protein powder and a bunch of blueberries.
An ultimate. The wave does come in there as well.
But you can make great sauces, like condiments, with a combo of Greek yogurt and mayo.
He can fly over walls as well. Actually, kind of an optimal Baron pit as well for him as Gojik soaks an ultimate. The wave does come in there as well as Deft is flashing away. Mom comes down, does a lot of damage. But BDD not quite able to free hit this time around. He's got a decent health bar. You can
all right, so we have the thing is like here's where the range problem is going to come in, right? Is like the freedom that you have with the amount of CC to just hold people in place. And here we go. Here come the Qs, guys. They have control over Banana, so BDD is just unstoppable now. Lucian can't actually do anything. I told you guys he couldn't do anything in draft. He has to walk up is the thing, and there's so many things that can catch him out if he walks up. I mean, he does chunk out Pyosik pretty well, but, you know, after a certain point, he's not going to be able to do a whole lot. See, this is what I mean. He literally dashes forward, gets caught by volley, and then gets hit by a Q from Smolder.
This amount of stacks, but that is going to get worse and worse as this game goes on, and he's looking for an angle here as Gen.G are regrouping. Deft down to about 50%. That's not great. Beryl taking some poke damage as well.
Keen's flash is coming back very soon to just use the dash cannon, though.
They also proc the Mega Gnar here from Perfect, so he is going to transform, and now BDD looking for that. Sorry, Keen looking for the angle. And KT, I think, realizing that they're not going to be able to do it if they don't have control of the Mega Gnar transform.
You can see how on a knife's edge these neutral fights are for these objectives, because Gen.G really respecting BDD's full 225 stack completion, but at the same time, the cannon threat keeps KT at bay, and you know, the fact that this neutral fight went as close as it did and Keen didn't have to pull the trigger is a little bit worrying for Gen.G though, because
this match feels so precarious. I mean, yes, like the thing is, Gen.G, if they can kill Smolder, they probably win this game. But I don't think they can kill Smolder with the amount of peel that KT has.
Without having control is really, really difficult, as Keen is on a bit of a...
Yeah, he wants to find someone.
Yeah.
I think he's lurking. He's doing a lot of lurking. That's what ninjas do, and of course, Cannon is a ninja.
He also, with the dash cannon, can close the gap into this comp a little bit better. It's
no, Pays can't carry because he's playing Lucian, and Lucian was a terrible pick. Imagine if they had MF here, guys. Imagine if they had MF. I think MF is just so much better here, and at least you could ult and do something.
All of these wards that Gen.G have set up are so important.
Does anything happen after 225 stacks? Yes, he infinitely scales based on the number of stacks he has. Basically, what happens is his abilities continue to scale, but the more stacks he has, like the execute threshold gets higher and higher.
Def, don't do it. Okay, he walks back. No, Def, don't do it. Okay, the cannon's
not there, he gets the execute at 225, but it continues to get better the longer the game goes on. Oh, they changed that? Oh, you're right. They did change that. You're right. Man, I'm fucking up my patches today. But he continues to do a lot more damage. That was a good change, by the way. I remember that. It's been a while since I've seen Smolder, guys.
He's gonna pick Beryl up.
Thankfully, because he's shit.
And Beryl wants to find Canyon. Arrow now down. Fate's Call now down. And there is no Nature's Grasp as well. Now the teleport's gonna come in, and Gen.G, it's time for their salvo. They've just got so much more in the chamber for this next fight, and KT know it. They're gonna use the Flying Dragon here to come out as...
What the fuck is this? Keen
looks for it. Twisted Advance comes in. He's tanking the turret. He just goes next.
There's nobody there.
They know it. They're going to use the Flying Dragon here.
There's no follow-up.
To come out as Keen looks for it. Twisted Advance comes in. He's tanking the turret. He just goes.
Okay.
Barrel's going to lock it up. And Keen waited so long for that play.
And he didn't go for the ward.
Keen, buddy, you're my favorite player, but what was that?
Actually, I think stop KT from getting out of their jungle there. He took the safer route, but that meant that he had to really hard force there if he wanted to get the engagement. Perhaps just don't hard force. Just take your W in terms of positioning on Baron. Now he's down flash there.
So, I agree with Wolf. Like, you need to turn on to Baron here. If you literally have this pressure, you need to go threaten the Baron. Because, like, the way you win this game, I think, if you're Gen.G, is pressure side lanes into pressuring Baron and setting up a trap.
And Keen waited so long for that play. And he didn't go for the
ward in the mid lane, which would have given them the space to actually, I think, stop KT from getting out of their jungle there. He took the safer route, but that meant that he had to really hard force there if he wanted to get the engagement. Perhaps just don't hard force. Just take your
They could have turned back to Baron and actually just tried to pressure Baron, I think. Set up a trap.
His teleport, and BDD is scaling, man. He's getting stronger. He's level 16 here. Look at the damage.
Yeah.
You can feel the desperation out of Genji and Keen in that failed
I do
play.
actually like the
As they feel
Smolder mid in this
they're
game,
running
though.
out
I
of
think it
time.
was a very hilariously kind of good pick.
Just start up Baron. That is precisely what they're going to do. There is a canyon alive.
That's right. Keen did that also without TP. So even if he had TP, it might have been forgivable, guys, because then he could come back up if they start the Baron and try and TP. But it is really an unforgivable play when he doesn't have TP.
And KT, they are back in the driver's seat.
Oh, absolutely. Without a cannon, it's so hard to close the gap there and actually punish that play. Pyosik didn't have his ultimate, but it came up after the Baron was taken. I feel like that would have been an amazing angle for the cannon to go in and fight. Unfortunately, though, he tried to make that dive happen over the wall. Genji going to be able to take their consolation soul point here of the Ocean Dragon, or perhaps they won't, because Pyosik, again, he has ult.
Yeah, he's going to wander on in there. It's not going to be enough to actually find too much. And maybe the plan is, and I want to, this might be a little bit crazy, but this is KT with Baron against Genji right now in a game 3. And so maybe KT, they let the 4th Ocean Drake go to Genji, so that they can then get Smolder, his dad, as well.
Not officially accepted in the lore. It is his father, but
he's probably going to kill it.
Big
as
fan.
Well, so it's probably not a good thing. It's a little bit dark, as it turns out.
Yeah, daddy issues, perhaps. But
Yeah. That would certainly be that. So we're not going to allude to that one.
Hey, we didn't have to explain that replay because we talked about it before. Ult here.
Glacier Prism once again, but it's once again soaked by Pyosik. Mom gets the big value, and that's a wallop. And that is just cat.
Because we talked about it before. Ult here.
Glacier Prism once again, but it's once again.
I mean, you can't engage like this. They're all set up, basically. Like, why are we using Glacial Prison here?
Yeah, that would certainly be.
Pyosik is able just to press R and then you get dove with Mega. Why are we using the Sedgel?
Ult here.
Glacier Prism once again, but it's once again soaked by Pyosik.
Again, very nice ult.
Gets the big value, and that's a wallop. And that
BDD flashes actually here. He flashes forward. That was a terrible flash from BDD, but I guess it doesn't matter. Because the thing is, now that he doesn't have flash, like, look at his flash. He flashes right there to, like, walk around the side faster when they don't need him to kill Keen at all. And he doesn't get any others. So now, actually, that's a pretty big mistake from BDD because he needs to stay alive no matter what.
No, surely, no, I'm not doing it, Wolf.
No, it's not over.
No.
I mean, sure, he was trying to go over the wall, but it's not necessary for him to go over the wall.
Over is perhaps when BD is sitting at like 350 stacks because you're getting closer all the time. And once you hit that big threshold, then it's really easy to stack, as well as when you're fighting and skirmishing like this. So we come out of that replay, and then the siege.
The real question is, why are we trying to Sejuani ult
like,
Maokai?
Pyosik comes through, and he's not the target you want, but he was the one who was in range, and Canyon just pulls the trigger. Again, I hate to say it because he's one of our best junglers, also a candidate for MVP for some people's minds, but it has not been his best day. The target selection a little off here. I feel like the follow-up was clean, right? The damage was layered in. They were ready to jump when he pushed that ult button, but it hit the Maokai, who then just ults in reverse, and they're all in range of this angry.
Thoughts on Perfect? I think he's been really good.
And
he keeps getting better.
Very wide open now for KT. The Baron still up here for 30 more seconds. They picked up a ton of gold off of it, but it's just, again, further time here that they have secured. And I mean, you can see the Smolder is he's just chunking people.
313 on the stacks now. And as they fight more and more, that number is going to go up. And then the CS deficit.
He's going to get Smolder should go Leandries now.
That Infinity Edge, that may matter.
Yeah, so it's not quite a package, but it feels like, you know, Amazon finally delivered on that one.
Yeah, I would say so. Okay, Mom comes down, splits the fight. Lehens and
yeah, the Lucian pick was really a problem here, guys, in this game.
Another ultimate going to be traded here, but the inner turret is going to fall down, and it is incidental cues from BDD, getting Lehens completely out of there.
I have to say, since
KT beat them last time, this is the closest to Gen.G looking at their demise in the mirror. You know, in a lot of ways, like, this is Gen.G at their most pressured they have been in a long time. Sure, they lost the game to D+, but they've never been on their opponent having, you know, match point, having a huge lead. It's only 1,500 the gold here, but it's a late game scaling comp, and I feel like we're seeing Gen.G hard force some of these team fights, like the one we saw Keen flashing the wall moments before, their attempt to stop the siege there with the ultimate coming through from Canyon, because they're panicking, going, "Oh my God, the series is the series streak is ending." You know, this is where we've been outscaled here. We are going to lose our first series, and I feel like, you know, you walked into today feeling like, oh man, KT's not in form. It's going to be a relatively easy one. You kind of go fast and loose with your drafts, but then BDD shows up with this unusual smolder pick. You don't end up getting the tempo advantage you want. And then you
Midnight grilled cheese started just as you instructed. Mayo on the outside, butter on inside. Yes. Didn't have Velveeta cheese for the inside, and that's the best grilled cheese. I mean, I think I disagree, but whatever.
Your way back into this game, and KT are just not having it. Pyosik is not having it. BDD's position's been fantastic. It's not over until it's over, right? But you can see the desperation. It's been a long time since we've seen Gen.G look desperate here domestically in the LCK.
Yeah. And what happened? Like, imagine if from here on out, we see a whole lot of our mid laners just start picking Smolder. Smolder just starts winning back-to-back games, and then we start making, you know, the same excuses. That
do you like Smolder and Corki in this situation? Yeah, I do.
Like, they just abused a broken Smolder. As now Pays, yeah, he's going to agree with us on that one, but Mom is going to go wide completely. She was given the wrong coordinates, turned up the wrong school, but it doesn't matter because these Qs are just burning them down. This is the arrow connecting. They had to eat the McHale's onto Canyon.
Oh, they had to use McHale's, they had to use Tidal Wave. Pace can't do it. Shit, man. He can't walk on the front line to poke. Look at this. Game is actually unplayable for Lucian. He walks up and he just gets hit by slows.
But it doesn't matter because these Qs are just burning them down. This is the arrow connecting. They had to eat the McHale's onto Canyon, and Pays in trouble. Perfect. I don't know about that wallop, but we might be able to find an ult.
Velveeta melts the best, dude. Any cheese will melt in a grilled cheese. You cook grilled cheese over low heat, guys, so you don't burn it and you slowly heat it up.
This is the arrow connecting. They had to eat the McHale's onto Canyon.
Look, American cheese can be great. Great on burgers. Don't think it's the best in grilled cheese.
They get into the choke point. They all stand behind Canyon, and he is delivered. The execution from BDD, and that will take down the Sejuani, and Keen couldn't find a way in.
No, and again, on the way out, Canyon just desperately trying to ult, hits Pyosik again, buys himself a little bit of time, but isn't able to escape there, doesn't have flash. And they're just reaching so hard to try to set up something for Pays.
Banger analysis or grilled cheese analysis?
They have
Both.
so much damage.
Dude, look, AJP, I just gave you the dark tech of grilled cheese. You will thank me for the rest of your life. Okay? What's more meaningful to your fucking life? Me analyzing this children's video game or me giving you the secret to making good grilled cheese forever? Which is more valuable? You tell me.
And I don't want to alarm anyone, but Beryl has a bounty.
Yeah, he has a bounty. He is sitting on a lot of lethality as well. I don't know how much.
It's 4-0-7.
His W's is
children's video
like
game.
The mini arrows. The shots slowed them down so much in the mid game. It's actually insane. And now he's doing tons of damage as well.
Now he's just flashing onto Pays. He'll throw that dragon arrow wide. Chovy gonna get tagged by the volley, and actually thought maybe that'd be enough. But Pyosik gonna eat some honey fruit. Now we're moving over towards the Baron.
Pyosik doesn't have ult. There's a small window.
Neither watching you play Star Wars Connect. That day will come.
Gate over here. He's gonna have to rush over Keen. Also, no real good teleport ward for him to flank with.
Yeah, BDD doing a fair bit, but does gonna get
close. The shots slowed them down so much in the mid game. It's actually insane. And now he's doing tons of damage as well.
Beryl tried so hard, man.
Uses Ash arrows like the
He's actually had a very good game so far, so we forgive him for this hero moment.
In the mid game, it's actually insane. And now he's doing tons of damage.
Now he's just
literally flashes and misses everything.
Arrow wide. Chovy gonna get tagged by the volley, and actually thought maybe that'd be enough. But Pyosik gonna eat some honey fruit. Now we're moving over.
But it's okay, guys. He chased them away and he got control of the Baron. It was really just a Galaxy Brain play for the Scuttle.
Over here. He's gonna have to rush over.
Well, Look, he may use flash, but look who's zoned out. It's
Keen,
Gen.G.
Also, no real good teleport ward from to flank with.
Yeah, BDD doing a fair bit, but does take a fair bit back as well. Remember, Chobi needs to be respected. This guy, he's now got a Vamp Scepter on top of all of those other items.
Pyosik, he's getting his ult back. That window they had is now closing.
Yeah, and he's also got both the Locket of the Iron Solari and the Randuins.
Does Beryl know how to use Mayo effectively? He's Korean, so probably not.
Both back off cooldown now.
It amazes me how people didn't know how to make grilled cheese on low heat. My ex didn't realize this. What was she? If you don't make it on low heat, it incinerates the bread and your cheese isn't melted. How could you not figure that out after one time of trying it?
Ladies and gentlemen, it might look like KT have a fair bit of control, but KT's superpower is at any stage of any game ever, they can win or lose.
At any moment in your mind, if you think you understand where KT is, you're wrong.
Exactly.
So we don't want to make any judgments at this state because that would actually be tampering of the game.
And precisely, and we have to be very careful with how.
Not everyone is as smart as you. I know that's the #1 problem with my life, actually.
KT. And this is a lot of responsibilities. That is Keen needing to be Mikhail's himself. The Nature's Grasp comes down. Mom gets mad at Lahens. And he also takes a pierce here from left as well, but doesn't do a whole lot.
Yeah, not ideal here for KT. Those are some of their best tools actually just tossed into the bin. Gen.G handled it well. Cannon going in.
Yeah, he is obsessed with hitting Pyosik with these ultimates. I don't know whether it's working because...
Why are we going in?
Best tools actually just tossed into the bin. Gen.G handled it well.
So I guess they figure that this is the best possible time they will have to engage. Keen has TP up. There is no arrow. There is no Smolder ult. There is no Maokai ult. So I guess they figure like, okay, we can go in here maybe. But Ash still has Spell Shield, so Canyon can't ult the Ash. So he has to ult. But look at the kiting here. I mean, Paige just gets absolutely bopped by the Smolder.
He has to go back to base.
Tools actually just
if we're gonna make this play,
tossed into the bin.
What is Keen doing, by the way?
And he also takes a pierce here from left as well, but doesn't do a whole lot.
Yeah, not
Keen is literally going back to base when this is probably legit their best chance to win the game, and he's not TPing in or making this play. He's going back to base. Why is he going back to base? He's full health.
Those are some of their best tools actually just tossed.
Buys needlessly large rod. Was he trying to get home guard?
Gen.G handled it well. Cannon going in.
Yeah, he is obsessed with hitting Pyosik.
But they missed the timing.
I don't know whether it's working because BDD's putting himself as a big target. Chobi's gonna go down. He just gets
I feel like you just have to go. He got needlessly large rod. I think he was trying to home guard, but you missed the timing window where you could have flanked here.
Gen.G handled it well. Cannon going in.
Yeah, he is obsessed with hitting Pyosik with these ultimates. I don't know whether it's working because...
Why does Canyon keep ulting Maokai? He can't ult anybody else.
Some of their best tools actually just tossed into the bin.
He can't ult the Ashe because of Spell Shield, because of Edge of Night. And who else is he going to ult here?
Yeah, he is obsessed with hitting Pyosik with these ultimates. I don't know whether it's working because...
So, Beryl, the reason why he doesn't really have a choice. So Gnar isn't there. Ashe has Edge of Night, so Ashe has a Spell Shield. Kalista has Cleanse, and BDD can't hit. Also, there's Kalista ult, so even if Ashe doesn't have Edge of Night, then Ashe just gets ulted out by Kalista.
Chobi's gonna go down. He just gets brambly smashed towards the team and eliminated with these ultimates. I don't know.
Not ideal here for KT. Those are some of their best tools.
You can't hit BDD because he always has people in front of him. Look at this. They're literally body blocking him intentionally.
Well, Cannon going in.
Right.
Yeah, he is obsessed with hitting Pyosik with these ultimates. I don't know whether it's working because BDD...
But this is just a miscommunication. Like, Keen was setting up for a TP, and then they just don't.
Towards the team and eliminated Pace. No health bar. Lahens, he has to go back. The base might be broken right here.
I mean, it looks very likely. Baron is up, but KT had their eyes on this inhibitor without it. And with Canyon, no way to punish.
I think that was their one best opportunity to get back into this game.
The Baron, but the inhib. Oh, how much health? Somebody click on that.
It was like 8 health or something like that.
All right, Pioshik's ult still not back here. They think they have enough time, though, to just start this one up before Gen.G arrive.
TP available for Kane.
He's got great wards for it, too.
Yeah, but they are nowhere near it. They just don't feel like they can do this without Chovy. I think you can understand 28 HP, so I was close. I was only 20 health off. As once again, Canyon throws it at Pioshik.
BDD was in range, but there's just not great follow-up. Both Corki and Lucian are pretty low range in this play from Pioshik. Man, Pioshik is actually maybe going to steal the POG, man, with how he's playing in this one.
Stealing it from Barrel? Oh, not on my watch.
And that's the inhibitor turret gone. They don't get the inhibitor, but they are able to get the Baron off of the play regardless. And KT are living up to their peak form right now.
Okay, Supreme, the absolute perfect KT response is massive amounts of emotion, and then no. Hold it in. Nexus is still
make
up.
a GIF out of that one, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, it's so
you could actually just reverse it as well.
Have it cycle through, and then you can just post whichever
one you want.
need. Exactly. Oh
Was there a specific throw point? I think Gen.G could have played more aggressively at the Baron earlier in the game. I think they should have been pushing out side lanes and starting the Baron. Because the thing is that the Smolder was caught, you know, at tier 2s or at base a lot of the time. And they definitely had side lane pressure that they didn't actually use. They never tried to set up a trap for the Kennen ults. Like,
group up as 4 or 5 in the bottom lane. You have that Pioshik ultimate. You can siege from so far away. It's almost guaranteed.
it's more that Gen.G didn't actually play their comp right.
Arrow is going to soar through, but doesn't exactly find
And
anyone.
opted into these scenarios. And Keen also inted in mid lane. If they could have like doubled back and forced Baron and forced a turn and like created a trap, but Keen decided just to flash under a turret and died without TP being up and gave over the Baron.
Once again, she's just zoning. We'll get them out of there, and with the Baron,
Lucian is also just garbage in this game.
From Canyon. So that's going to mean that KT should be able to get 2 inhibitors off the back of this one. Getting closer and closer to victory, but still at this point, it's close to 40 minutes into the game.
There are some flank wards now here. KT need to be careful.
Yeah, a back considered here by BDD. Wanting to stick around just in case. KT, I think, need to do everything as a unit, and they absolutely need their Smolder around as perfect. That was a little bit dangerous, that movement, but the Nature's Grasp does come on through. Great McHale.
What ADC is the right answer? I would have, I mean, Ezreal was banned, unfortunately, but I would have preferred an MF here, probably.
Nature's Grasp does come on through. Great McHales. And it's Pioshik that's taking a lot of the damage. Good flash out there from
So they're trying for the Hail Mary TP here, but the rest of his team's too far away, and they have no Glacial Prison. If they had Glacial Prison here and Canyon could Q flash R, maybe this works, but they just McHale's BDD. Hold on, where's the items? Who has McHale's? What the fuck? Oh, he has QSS. That's why. He finished Leandri's and bought QSS. Smart guy.
40 minutes into the game.
There are some flank wards now here. KT need to be
need their Smolder. He could have been the pickup, but now it's the teleport.
That's really smart by BDD.
And he's going to get in there. Oh my god, but they just destroy him.
I mean, there's no follow-up. Like there's no tidal wave and there's no glacial prison, so they can't actually follow up from distance. Canyon has flash. If he could, like I said, Q flash R here, maybe they can win this fight. But he can't do anything. Like, Kennen stuns everybody and then dies.
And it's perfect. That turns the engage on its head. Death is dashing into everyone, but he's got a GA. And the Bramble Smash comes down. Chovy lying on the floor. And we've made fun of Death for flashing it in the past. This time, he's the one laughing.
Watch perfect. He plays it insane. All right.
Great McHales. And it's Pioshik that's taking a lot of the damage.
He's going to hit Mega.
He could have been the pickup, but now it's the teleport
Mega
from the cannon, and he's going to get.
He's playing on the outside. Oh, that's a great zone by perfect. Look at that.
Oh my god, but they
he actually prevents the follow-up. I don't think they can follow up anyway because they're not in range, but it is a good play by Perfect. Very nicely done. He's always been a very good NAR player ever since his debut earlier this year. They're also pinging Keen Flank before it happens. Well, yeah, I mean, it's literally the only play they can make. It's literally the only play that they could possibly make. So they're very much aware that he could be there.
Oh my god, but they just destroy him! And it's perfect that turns the engage on its head! Deft is dashing into everyone, but he's got a GA!
I want to know how Piosik knew Kennen was in the bush, because it's the only place he would be. He knows they're going to make a desperation play. It's like the one way you could maybe lose the game. That's a hilarious win, though.
Even though no one would say it out loud, we all believed it could be possible. KT with a 2-1 win. The upset.
Ash is gone.
All right, guys. I'm going to go grab some potato chips.
All aboard the Korean hype train.
That's crazy. We got 2 upsets on the same day.
Rumble and Aurora are the other 2 picks that we feel are pretty mandatory here on red side.
Okay, surely they ban Aurora, right? Okay, they ban Azir. Nope. All right, so we pick Aurora. Very good.
Space and distance with the weirding. We will see how that plays out, but I expect that the Rumble will come through here unless they have something else in mind. I mean, they left this Aurora up for a reason, and we're going to find out what that is. Or we won't, and we'll be really disappointed. But I expect that
straight in there for Nongshim.
Okay, Rumble's left up, so we take...
in here early. It might go Senna Ornn.
Is it my solo queue experience?
Volbacon, thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate it. How can KZ do this? I know, it's outrageous.
Manifesting in the...
All right, so I guess we're assuming it's mid Aurora, and we're playing Yasuo
it is.
top?
It's absolutely gorgeous as Lilia. The consideration.
I don't know why we play Yasuo into Yone mid.
A bit of a leaf out of the Canyon book, or as I like to say, the Umpty book, because he was the Lilia guy.
I don't understand the Yasuo pick. Is it Yasuo? Is it Yasuo bot? Is it carry a Yasuo? Will be good into MF if they pick it. I guess it is kind of a flex here. But I mean, I think you feel like you're not going to be... Maybe it's because Aurora ult allows you to set up a Yasuo ult and a Senna ult. Like, there's a few things. So I'm just trying to theory craft this. The Yasuo pick... I mean, there's no possibility of a Gnar because the Rumble's already been picked. You're not going to play it into Yone in the mid lane. It does hide where the Aurora's going. I assume Zeus is playing Aurora, though.
Instead, it's going to be a Sylvie special in the Viego. Of course, Ona no stranger to that one.
I am Viego reset comp with Yone Rumble, pretty common.
To the second round of bans.
Yeah, so the fact that this Yasuo is a very strong flex here means that it's very tricky here in the second ban phase to try to figure out what T1 are going to do. I think banning Ornn is still a safe bet because I wouldn't want to play into Ornn with this draft necessarily, especially with the Aurora there. So even if they were going to maybe put that Yasuo into the bottom lane, it could be a strong ban. The Diana works well with this comp, and the jungle is
an interesting one.
Trying to avoid the Wombo here coming out of the jungle with an AP jungler like Diana with Yasuo set up.
But it is going to be a good
Gonna ban the Ornn to try and force the Yasuo into potentially the bot lane.
I think they're almost guaranteed to get Leona if they want it. They don't need to lock away that if they want to lock that one down, just because Leona Senna isn't really a thing.
No, it's not. Also, Kai'Sa feels much worse into Aurora. Ezreal can at least kind of keep away.
Yeah, Ezreal will be pretty shit if Yasuo's bot, though, I think. Because Yasuo should just poop all over Ezreal bot with Wind Wall.
I believe is counted as a dash, and that is not necessarily what you want. That is a Hecarim, Wolf.
It's okay, we'll hover past it and play something else, right? Yeah. I was worried for like maybe half a second, but
oh, it is Aurora mid. What the heck? Demon Freak 07.
Wait a second.
Salutes to you.
Hang on.
Thank you for your Twitch Prime sub.
King Chef of T1.
Are you the fun version of Freak?
We might just have
well, I mean,
the Aurora Senna bottom lane.
Or it's Kennen support.
Definitely a banger grilled cheese. Thank you for trying it. Dude, it just... The thing about mayonnaise on the outside is it just crisps the bread better than the butter does.
We don't know anything.
The texture is better.
Yeah. I think the Wukong is probably going to be the jungle pick because there's nothing else really that can jungle here, but that's all we really know.
I was kind of expecting the Senna jungle this game, actually. A little bit strange. Well, Rel is going to be considered, and I want to focus on Nongshim because that is a composition I understand. We've seen this one many, many times. The idea is hold them in a position, burn.
Wukong? The thing is, Wukong's not really an owner pick. And this is pre-Wukong buffs. Isn't Wukong buffed on 14-16? Oh, I met you and Freak at the first MSI. Nice. Tallahassee. You guys kept me into LoL esports and the Demons were my high school mascot. Really? The Christians didn't get mad that your high school mascot was the Demons?
Them a lot, and then use the ultimate from Mr. Yone to hold them in position even more.
Skooma Yasuo, I think, with Faker playing the Aurora mid.
No. Wukong's getting buffed. Hold on, guys. When did Wukong get buffed? His passive is buffed, and his E attack speed is buffed. When is he getting buffed? It could be next patch. His armor passive, it's going to get buffed in the future. Next patch.
And Zeus is going to go top lane into the Rumble here with this one. Just not happy to play the Aurora into Rumble, keeping this.
What a weird comp, though. I mean, the Wukong Yasuo synergy is really cool. You do have a very powerful team fight with T1, and they're trying to wombo, but Wukong is just so vulnerable early lane. I mean, I assume Aurora smashes Yone early. Who's taking exhaust? Is Kennen taking exhaust? That would be weird.
And it's really cool to see T1.
Or I mean, who's taking exhaust? Rel taking exhaust, excuse me.
Team, if that happens to you. Especially if you're a Kai'Sa trying to go in there. And I feel like for me, if it was...
Hey, no, you're not...
The thing is, like, the Wukong needs to get to 6 to have value, and he's not going to be able to do anything pre-6, so I feel like this is very dangerous for T1 in lane. They also don't have great setup for Yasuo outside of the Wukong. But how do you win side lanes if you're T1? I mean, maybe you get Yasuo far enough ahead that he wins sides, but it seems like Nongshim can just use Yone to push side forever. He just wins side if he's even.
As far as the solo queue performance is concerned.
That's good to know.
And we'll see whether he can leverage that. Same can be said for Zeus on the Aurora, so it was 100% a flex pick. Haven't checked to carry it, but I assume he's probably also playing it because he generally just plays mid.
I also like the slight tang the mayo adds to the grilled cheese. I told you, man. Congratulations, you have the grilled cheese dark tech now.
Faker playing this matchup.
Use it responsibly,
we might have
Demon Freak.
A potential lane swap here.
Okay.
Yeah, looking like that's going to be the case. So trying to get some big advantages early. The matchup with the Aurora into the Yone is quite interesting because of her ability to trade with max health with her passive. She can actually, kind of take a hit and then trade really well with it and then buy some space with weirding as well. We'll see how this matchup plays out.
The weirding jump back thing is actually pretty handy. Is Zeus actually able to get a minion here and Lightning Rush taken first?
That means the lane swap's not going well. Yeah, top laners aren't allowed to farm. That's
interesting that there's like a delayed lane swap happening here.
GG.
Yeah.
But the thing about this is that they're getting away with weak side jungling, both teams.
Top laners aren't allowed to farm. That is happening. He got one minion. GG.
Yeah.
I wonder if Senna's just going to roam.
Fisher also a little bit late to the lane, but he will be...
Senna is very much hurt by the lane swaps, guys, because the only ways to get souls quickly these days is to actually be in lane and farm them off champions. Lane swap Senna is really delayed in soul production a lot of the time.
Challengers, very common pick there, even when it wasn't as meta here in the LCK. And it's his first pick.
Sushi Revolution, how the fuck can this be a banger? T1 versus Nongshim? Do you know who wins this, Sushi?
Because it's just banned every game, so it's not on him, it's just on the meta.
It is. Faker's 77th champion. Here we go.
Getting close to 80. We're getting closer every year. We step one or two closer. Man.
I don't know, brother. Well, if I'm watching it, Sushi, who do you think wins? Why do you think I'd be watching this?
I can't wait for Faker to have played every single champion competitively.
We're getting close, I mean, not that close. There's a lot of champions.
The fact that I'm watching this on stream should tell you who wins.
We finally had all of the champions played in the LCK by someone at least. Last time we did see this was Doctorm actually against...
Oh god, yeah, I kind of remember that game. We were not happy about the pick and it didn't do well. And
was this like part of the experimentation that we saw happen with some of the options when it was like the Yuumi lanes being completely ridiculous?
Yeah.
And so it was Yasuo and maybe something like a Sejuani in the bottom lane that we saw be very popular. It was... who was it? It was, I believe, Ruler and the Hens that were playing it quite a lot on Gen G, but my old man brain might be struggling to remember.
Yeah, we saw a lot of weird stuff like that. Taking a look at the game state, by the way, T1 obviously with no plate protection here are going to do a lot.
My old man brain.
So they actually do send, this is actually really interesting, I think, by T1. is that they send Senna into mid lane to just provide some additional pressure, and then they keep the Kennen into the 2v2 bot with Yasuo to get plates. This is a very good lane swap situation for T1.
That were playing it quite a lot on Gen G, but my old man brain might be struggling to remember.
Yeah, we saw a lot of weird stuff like that. Taking a look at the game state, by the way, T1 obviously with no play.
Okay, I wouldn't say it's going to TP top.
Rumble is.
Remember, it's the guessing game of when do you TP top, because you never know when the duo lane is out, but I guess they suspect it's very safe now because that big wave has already died. So he's only gonna, Zeus is only gonna get this next smaller wave.
And it's tough to play Kai'Sa into Yasuo Senna, obviously.
Rumble has TP advantage now, though.
Doesn't really hit the mark too much for me because could have just not picked Kai'Sa. Yeah, that's kind of the end of the story for me on this one. I'm not super happy with how they rounded this draft out. Can work out if you're not fighting into the Aurora, if the team fight setup isn't there, great for skirmishing. And you.
Kennen is actually incredibly fake. Exhaust is too OP. Yeah, but you need 2 exhausts because you have to exhaust Yasuo and you have to exhaust Kennen. And they only have 1. I do like Jiwoo taking the exhaust in this case, though, because he will be able to exhaust Yasuo if he tries to all in.
It's going to be about where Jiwoo is positioned at the beginning of these fights, because if Faker ever finds the Kai'Sa before, she is altered into a fight that's underway, then it might be just over before it begins, as Fisher is going to unbind his soul and try and pick up some minions, but it's looking a little
I don't know what the problem with Kennen is. It feels like he either can't get into the back line because he doesn't have Rocket Belt, or he can't do damage because he does have Rocket Belt. It feels like there's no good build on Kennen right now where you're like, oh, here's the Kennen power spike, right? He just always feels deficient. And Exhaust does poop all over him.
And obviously Electrocute, I know it's the new wolf color point where I'm like, it's really buff right now, but it's really strong on Aurora specifically as well, so he's just stacking the damage early, and it is a really, really tough time. Top side here, Zeus falling a little bit behind, but it's a low eco top lane. Will be able to hold his own. Rumble does not have kill pressure, didn't take Ignite or anything like that.
Ow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that Electrocute that you were talking about. Certainly working out here.
Somebody's keyboard isn't working, I guess.
Mine. See, we'll have to see if my question. Tune back option. As Faker with his lost chapter now completed, he's just teleported back to lane.
That grilled cheese secret was worth more than the Prime. Demon Freak, are you telling me my cooking dark tech was worth more than the $0 you spent on that Prime? I'm glad it was worth more than $0.
Trades here. We do cut the video so we don't see that cannon minion dying to a melee. And that is definitely a good thing, because that would have made us all a little bit sad.
I didn't check the number on the CS, and like...
Neither did I. I want to say not in my universe, Wolf.
Yeah, the swing of the sword of the melee...
$12 a month to get access to the Prime? Yeah, but you pay that anyway! Vobicon, the dark cooking tech is you make grilled cheese sandwiches with a thin layer of mayonnaise on the outside part of the bread and the butter on the inside of the bread next to the cheese.
Maybe he got it.
Thank me later.
Keep that, in the back of your mind. I'm just going to keep it open.
Oh, I earned this month, did I, Demon Freak? That's so generous of you. Thank you.
This is what Jonah Strong needs to do. He needs to just make sure that he keeps it a mystery every single time. And then we just won't know. We won't need to type -1 in the chat. Stop typing -1 in the chat, guys. We don't know.
I tried that and I burnt the bread. Cook it on low.
Okay.
Yeah, minus question mark.
Vobicon, never cook any grilled cheese on anything but low.
Exactly. -1 question mark. Exactly.
Can I repeat the tech? Okay. Bread. Mayonnaise on the thin layer of mayonnaise on the outside. Inside of bread. Butter. Cheese in the middle. Butter on the inside. Mayonnaise on the outside. Cook it on low. Dear God.
All right. Heil, with a fair bit of control here, as we can see. I actually think that Sylvie being up there to stop the back really
like mayo, cheese, or bread. What can I substitute them for? These nuts on your chin.
His teleport up and available. He gets a hold on to that. He is going to build Mercury's Tread, so there's somewhere a very sad Huni. And we're sad that
if you were to add
not here.
Protein to a cheese sandwich,
it's a good
which one do you suggest? I like ham.
Later on in terms of his damage output, but
double AP as well in solo lane, so it's going to do double duty.
Yeah, it's quite a value item, I think, in this scenario. I still would have preferred the Sork boots just for what it means later on, but it is a safe purchase, let's say. So Zeus will come back to lane here. Mihal doesn't end up with a massive
Bacon's
CS
good too,
lead or anything
guys.
like that, but did take a lot of farm away from
Tuna
Blunt.
melts are also great, yes.
No, he might have hit them, actually.
I'm eating a
I
tuna
was,
salad
tying
sandwich
my
right
shoe.
now.
I wasn't.
Oh.
So sadly,
You're not supposed to tell me.
no, I just told you that I wasn't tying my shoe.
Oh.
I didn't tell you anything.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. He might have got them, yeah.
But I would question the changes to Rumble that recently happened that did have stated that Flame Spitter was still, you know, easier to last it with. Mihail begs to differ.
Yeah, well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
It's okay. These are the small things that we don't sweat. We don't sweat the small things like keyboard issues or our reality being a. Yeah. we just go on and we continue to commentate the game. As Keria and Guma are really putting the pressure on here. You can see why Jiwoo tried to lane swap, and the turret is kind of gone.
Yeah, it is really,
mostly gone.
It's really taken a beating here on the bottom side. It's actually one of the more aggressive center lanes that we've seen.
Did T1 trade Aurora for Rumble? Yes.
The storm that the center likes to do.
Aurora first pick, Rumble
when
first
it's
rotation, red side.
piloting the champion, of course. She is going to be changed a lot more of a an enchanter type champion.
Yeah, not
building a whole bunch of different stuff that she doesn't build now. So I think maybe we'll have to get used to this if Senna remains in.
Why is T1 trying out the new champ? Because she's super broken.
High chance that it will be a very different look as Mihal pushes another wave in. Wants to
Demon Freak, thank you for your gifts of tier 1 subs. Finally, the value. He knows the dark tech was worth 5 subs. Thank you. See, Demon Freak, if I complain enough, you spend money. Look at that.
And bottom lane is kind of in shambles. Mid lane.
Thank you very much. That's very nice of you. I'm just joking. I don't care that much.
Recovered pretty well after
I'm just messing with you. What was worth that? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy
That's very
about this,
nice.
though, because, and I'm sorry about this, Twitch chat, but we don't get the Senna CS KW anymore.
No, I know. It's
because she's a support.
Yeah.
And it's fine.
It is weird, but even though it's
More cooking streams for you, Demon Freak. 07.
Yeah.
I'll make more cooking streams since you seem like a fellow who would appreciate them.
It's been a little bit of a topsy-turvy one. As Keria is going to face check here. He had the sweeper, so he had the information, but not a whole lot of options. Uses the heal, uses the piercing darkness, and he gets himself out of there. Gumayushi, on the other hand, having to deal with a lot of different people. The ulti comes through, and that is going to be the execution, and that is first blood. The piercing darkness, and he gets turvy one. As Keria is going to face check here. He had the sweeper, so he had the information.
All right, we're just pushed too far up.
Fine.
We're just pushed too far up with no information on an obvious roam timer. They probably think Nongshim is going to be setting up to try and take more grubs, but this is pretty silly.
A topsy-turvy one. As Keria is going to face check here. He had the sweeper, so he had the information, but not a whole lot of options. Uses the heal, uses the piercing darkness, and he gets himself out of there. Gumayushi, on the other hand, having to deal with a lot of different people. The ulti comes through, and that is going to be the execution, and that is first blood, followed swiftly from the escape by Keria.
He was kind of solo queue Yasuo.
What's with the Senna pick? Wouldn't you want more knock-up? They have Yasuo. They have Yasuo and Wukong. As long as they get Wukong to 6, I think they're okay.
I think it was a little bit the identification that he was definitely dead.
Yeah.
A lot of bad guys down there.
There were a lot of bad guys. I mean, this is the moment, really, I'm talking about where he goes forward here, gets stunned up. Now he's exhausted. And, yeah, he's definitely dead. But perhaps if he goes back, maybe he could have avoided Sylvie, but they're both down completely on summoners now. So 4 summoners down for 2 in the bottom lane, exhaust and ignite for all 4. So the tempo will swing back a little bit down there on the bottom lane. It was looking like a complete disaster, but kind of saved. Fisher picks up a kill. Yep.
Okay, now we can actually set up, though. See if they can do anything. I mean, the thing is, T1 is ahead in terms of gold, and arguably, like, their wombo combo comp should be able to do something potentially at objectives, so.
But it looks like Sylvie's just not interested. And Faker, because of that roam that Fisher had, and as you can see in the gold, right, T1, they do lose first blood, but Doesn't seem to be too much of an issue here. Still almost 1,000 gold in the lead just by how these lanes have been going. And Gumayushi, even though...
Is Aurora just a furry bunny? Yes.
Outranged, I guess.
Riot's just jamming furries into this game, guys.
That are just ranged in general.
They got Ari,
The amount of pressure that this bottom
Set,
lane can put on is still extraordinary.
Nico.
Yeah, when you have a Senna to help sustain it as well, and the wind
Aurora.
block some of that damage.
Just catering to you
It's
weirdos.
almost similar to like a Draven lane where you're like, well, if I can auto you, even with my low range, I will win the trades, and he does, and he is. As Zeus with a fancy footwork here.
Yeah, able to sidestep. Sylvie's coming up, though. It's going to be a 2v2 as the equalizer sort of goes begging. An early ulti from Sylvie, but Zeus is going down low, and Mihail able to grab that kill. It's
None of these things are furries. Yes, they are. Dreeth won just because Dreeth, you are in denial. Dreeth won because you are sexually attracted to them and you don't want them to be furries. They are. Okay? Just own your shame.
2-0, but Sylvie will
Own your shame.
be executed.
Ari is a furry. Just deal with it. Just fucking deal with it.
Faker's looking for some cues. And I don't think Ona's getting out of this one. Faker now might be in trouble, but does have
The real freaks live Belfast.
Does have to flash after bouncing back with the weird.
Cassiopeia.
Fisher is everywhere. I mean, he had a really rough start to the laning phase, but he's making plays on the map. Gets that play bottom side, now going top side to bail Mihail and Sylvie out. Sylvie didn't flash, actually, after Keria on the bottom side play, so still has it, because if he doesn't
So is
have his
Ian
flash
Rakan,
here,
true.
I feel like this ends up being very disastrous for Nongsha, but he actually has it here. Zeus using his ultimate before Owner shows up, and this was supposed to be kind of a trap, a bit of a bait.
Lilia,
yeah. Uses Heartbreaker, and
look
then
how many
gets the
furries
flash
are in
to
this game,
secure the
guys.
kill, gets the
We're not
trap.
even counting the
This is why he's
skins
enough
that
time
make
to
champions
rotation
furries.
up. And the ultimate here from Faker is used so early that it's just not going to offer any utility here. Unfortunately, Owner will also be taken out. So Fisher with 2 kills on this Yone very early on in the game.
I don't mind Ari can ruin my life any day. Exactly. See? Just admit it. Just admit it.
Yeah, really nicely done. Gets the flash out of Faker here as well. So the mid lane.
I still need explanation on how Set is a furry. Look at him.
Yeah, he has his Malignance opted into that one and has an Ether Wisp in his inventory. So
Cosmic Drive.
yeah, not going to be opting in for the Leandries, just wants that additional damage. So Cosmic Drive buffed on this patch as well.
Yep, it's been a bit of a favorite for Auroras, just in general. Difficult name to say quickly, Wolf. I'm not going to lie to you.
Aurora, yeah.
It might have something to... Does it have something to do with my accent? Is it difficult for everyone?
No, I think it's just hard.
Okay, good. It's not just in my universe.
Cat boys and cat girls are furries, Monty. Yes, they are. What the fuck? Yes, they are.
It's an everyone thing.
Yeah, Auroras. I'm trying.
Yeah. No, it's a roughie.
Set is Vestian. Vestian is just Riot's word for furries.
We'll get better at it.
Guys.
We'll get better at it, I promise. As Fisher taking a bit of damage here as Faker just slips into stealth mode and will just get himself out. Certainly works in this matchup as Zeus finds himself a Q and the harpoons just go wide. Man, Zeus' footwork. Because I haven't seen one. So you can't blame me for that one.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't even know if they're real. I mean, it might just be like something I saw on
I
Google.
imagine the person who named it is someone from a far northern place.
Yeah. I mean, if you search unicorns on the internet, you can find a lot of information about them.
Yeah.
Same thing for Aurora Borealis. So in my mind, they're both... If I haven't seen it, it might just be fake. I don't know.
Wait. I think Yundo is letting us know. I think it was Galileo.
Really?
Yeah, that guy was pretty
Okay,
cool.
respect, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't think we're allowed to judge Galileo. I don't think that's a...
and if you search...
What was Galileo?
I don't even know if they're real. I mean, it might be hard to say that.
It is definitely difficult to say. It was not me, because I haven't seen one. So you can't blame me for that one.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't even know if they're real. I mean, it might just be like something I saw on
I
Google.
imagine the person who named it is someone from a far northern place.
Yeah. I mean, if you search unicorns on the internet, you can find a lot of information about them.
Yeah.
Same thing for Aurora Borealis. So in my mind, they're both...
Oh, Aurora
if I haven't seen
Borealis,
It, it
okay.
might just be fake. I don't know.
Wait.
It's a Latin
I think
name.
Yundo is letting us know. I think it was Galileo.
Really?
Yeah, that guy was pretty
Okay,
cool.
respect, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't think we're allowed to
Did
judge
Galileo really
That's,
name the
that's
Aurora
wild.
Borealis?
the gravity of his naming, is quite high.
Yeah, I would say so. Even if he wasn't the guy that came up with the whole theory of gravity.
He figured out... Do you think if Galileo was alive
He
now,
probably also figured it out.
do you think he would be able to identify Nongsha and Durex fell in the standings at the exact same speed?
Thank you, Marquis de Huberet. Thank you. Sad I couldn't sub on a cooking stream. Looking for the next. Oh, well, thank you. We will do more cooking streams. Hopefully, many more. When I quit doing League of Legends, guys, and none of you watch anymore, and I do only Star Wars video game playthroughs and cooking streams. The dream.
Do we have the calculations for whether or not Nongshim should go for this fight, though? That's the real question.
The term Aurora Borealis was coined by Galileo in 1619 from the Roman Aurora, goddess of the dawn, and the Greek name for the north wind, Boreas. Yeah, Borealis is the declension of, it's the genitive declension of Boreas, Borealis, right? My Latin's a little rusty, but I think that's correct.
All right, here we go. He probably would. He's got the calculation for it. Do we have the calculations for whether or not Nongshim should go for this fight, though? That's the real question. All right.
Aurora Borealis at this time of year, at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within this game. That is the funniest Simpsons shit ever. Have you seen the anime version of that? I'll show it to you after this game. The anime version of that scene is so funny.
The rest of the battle, but T1 finding a pretty good angle in that one.
Yeah, pretty nice angle there. Fisher getting, or rather, Jiwoo getting taken out, and very close fight. I feel like Nongshim, if they get a better angle there, maybe this is a winnable fight. Zeus doesn't TP in, and did have his ultimate available, but was under pressure here of the Rumble. Mihail also doesn't join for the fight. I think we could have actually seen a very different fight had Zeus wanted to go in, but decides to...
With this anime version there is, with the Evangelion theme.
You see the cannon obviously in the top side.
The other one that's really funny is that there's a scene where somebody hands the script of that to Jeff Goldblum, and Jeff Goldblum reads the scene and doesn't know that it's from The Simpsons. It's very funny.
We had double Herald before Grubs, but this fight you can see Carrier's positioning is fantastic. Without him,
let's look at this fight.
We see the cannon obviously in the top side controlling some of these Herald fights, especially in the old days when we had double Herald before Grubs. But this fight, you can see Carrier's positioning is fantastic.
They only hit one though with the ult combo, and then he just gets exhausted.
Just completely circumvents it. Everyone's in the Aurora ultimate. Everyone's getting Malignance burn. And there's just no real angle here for.
Dude, that Malignance interaction with the Aurora ult is pretty
so good, and he's just not caught.
Shitty.
And will offer back so much utility here. Again, on a nice edge, I feel like the beginning of that fight, but Baker just warped it.
He did. And it is the Rift Herald going on over to Nongshim. So that is the trade for the life of Jiwoo. But the problem is this is likely to be how a lot of these fights...
did you do Model UN or speech and debate or theater or something? Yes. I have been in over... when I was part of a semi-professional acting company when I was in high school. I only performed in Shakespeare in college. I started acting when I was 8, and I did stage plays. I've probably done over 30 stage productions through the end of college. My last role was Richard III when I was a senior in college.
I have to realize that his Kais is not going to be able to do too much this game.
Yeah,
so yes, I grew up on stage doing stage theater,
going to be a potential
like
issue,
stage acting.
And he is significantly far behind in gold, as seen in that graph. No longer a meme with Senna, actually being the support in this case.
It's fantastic. This is actually, like, really liberating.
I would have bullied you.
Just in general, for us commentators.
Okay.
Who have to sometimes...
I mean, I also played lacrosse and shit.
Like because it's just Senna being a support and being played by a support. It's beautiful.
Yeah, with a support item, because it's being played by a support and not because that's just how fasting Senna worked. And it's still the same item. We're not going that far, but...
And in fact, speaking of Twitch chat, they brought up a really good point. Aurora Borealis is also known as the Northern Lights.
True.
So instead of having...
Never did a musical. No, I hate musicals.
...try and trip over the name Aurora...
What was my positioning? Lacrosse goalie, and then I switched to long stick midi.
Maybe we just call her Northern.
Sure. She's often the north side of the map right now in this meta.
Yeah. I reckon we can probably go for that one. I think we'll have the Queen of the North. That's like a Yundo suggestion, I believe.
I like that.
Love that. That's a good one. Okay.
We do have a bit of a contest over the dragon here. Again, both top laners have teleport, but it's hard for Mihail to go because he will just get stunned by the cannon if he decides to...
You're also goalie, dude. Nothing hurts more than playing goalie in lacrosse, by the way. I literally would go home from practice and just have welts oozing blood because you get hit by that rubber ball going like 90 miles an hour. And you wear hardly any padding.
Maybe he will TP in. Nongshim really want this Dragons, Ocean, and Chemtech, so the soul's going to be valuable. Here comes Jiwoo on the side.
Double teleports in as well as Jiwoo really. Faker just looking for him. You can tell what they're looking for, but there is the Dragon taken down by Erna. So
going to be valuable. Here comes Jiwoo on the side. Decides to opt
Okay, let's look at the setup here.
It's kind of a, okay, they're backing away. Maybe he will TP in. Nongshim really want this Dragons, Ocean, and Chemtech, so the soul's going to be valuable.
Fisher has a really nice flank here.
Double teleports in as well as Jiwoo really.
Okay, everybody TP's in. Nice engage by Vital. Right into the rumble. Oh my god, that rumble ult is mega.
They're looking for, but there is the Dragon taken down by Erna. Circle goes down. Fisher's health bar is melted. Double teleports in as well as Jiwoo.
There's no exhaust either. Jiwoo's exhaust is down. I'm impressed that they actually, because they get, it's really actually hard to see what happens. Everything is just a mess in the middle here, but they're all burning down, and then they engage. Faker comes in. He ults, but they're all just standing it. They don't actually get a good ult up. Looks like you get Faker, Fisher, and Vital from Gumayushi's ult. But Jiwoo's able to get into the back line, looks like. Jiwoo ults really late, is able to get right into the back line. Yeah, the ult combo is really good from Nongshim here. Like, the Vital's engage is good, and it goes straight into Rumble and Yone ults to just lock them onto there. Look at that, it's so good. They take so much damage from that Rumble ult. Zeus also couldn't ult because he just got stun locked inside the Rumble ult.
This is a disaster for T1. It looked so good. The Aurora ult goes down. And they also have a pretty nice setup for the ultimate for Guma. There's just too much damage in this comp here for Nongshim. Vitals re-engage as well, very clean. And that's not only going to be the Dragon goes over. It's not the team fight win only. It's going to be the turret taken as well, and inner turret. Yeah, I'm like really struggling to get these words out here because I'm so shocked by Nongshim potentially giving us our second upset of the day here. Remember, this match matters for T1. We talked about their easy strength of schedule. Well, it only matters if you win those. And Fisher here has to rebind, right? Look at the angle here for Faker. Equalizer. The equalizer as well is just so massive. And Faker is just out of the fight.
Yeah, can't do anything.
Right? Look at the angle.
I mean, Zeus being in the front line, getting caught by the ult from Vital, though, is pretty enormous. It's a great engage, but, like, Zeus shouldn't be in the front line there, just getting 100 to 0. Well, I had to make myself a grilled cheese. Well, what did you discover? Did you discover that I was right? When haven't I been right, the Grand Mister? How dare you doubt me?
Just a big equalizer, but doesn't actually do equalizer damage. The equalizer, it does equalizer damage.
Yeah.
Hitting everybody in the team fight, and then Guma's holding himself up on top of it. Yet it can sometimes be a little bit of a problem.
Well, Zeus also in perhaps a little bit of trouble here as the flash.
You called me handsome once.
The stun from Sylvie. Good flash.
Why'd you get ugly? I've relapsed.
Now, Cannon without flash, way less dangerous.
True, and a lot more vulnerable if there is going to be any sort of follow-up. And he just didn't have a turret there. Really good play from Sylvie on the map. I mean, if you look at Sylvie's KP this game, 7 out of 8. I mean, it's just been kind of a team effort all around, but he's been super active on the map. Non-stop here, bottom lane, top lane, now on this bottom side play into Zeus, getting the flash.
Yeah, I want to say Mihail as well, I think was the player struggling almost the most in the LCK over the last little while. Every time you see his player cam, he's just not looking very happy, hasn't been able to
I only have Irish butter. Yes, the Irish butter will be fine. Is that a euphemism? Is Irish butter like full of Jameson or something? Like, or is it just butter from Ireland? Because if it's just butter from Ireland, it should be fine.
Credit to Vital for getting that magnet storm and then allowing Mihail.
Let's make a deal. If my team makes the EMEA finals, you co-stream that. Edward, I'm not allowed to co-stream. But I will review the games.
Series against Nongshim, by the way, where T1 happy.
Deal.
It's usually game 2. I wouldn't classify this necessarily as a happy game because it's a really cool draft, and I think it definitely absolutely has the right moving parts to work out. They got the Aurora as well, but Nongshim are just kind of outplaying them here early. I mean, so many times T1 versus Nongshim goes to 3, even when Nongshim are the massive underdogs, I mean, they always have been, let's be frank, but Nongshim are really giving T1 a run for their money here, now getting control over the Baron Vision. We're 21 minutes in, a bit early to start this one up with a Kaisa.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, T1, they're on the back foot here, and there are some scaling elements to this in terms of...
I can get you co-stream rights if you want for that finals.
Like Senna,
You can't, actually.
It's a Yasuo, it's an Aurora who's great in team fights, doesn't necessarily scale.
Riot will not approve that,
really
ever.
T1 getting a better and clearer setup for fights, and you know what? They are just going to start the Baron, because look at how much control they have. Look at T1, they can't do anything.
What are they going to be able to do? They're going to walk in over a billion different versions of Vision, and they witness the fact that the Baron's going down, but it's just going to go, what are they going to be able to do? They're going to walk in over a billion.
It really just needs to be T1 getting a better and clearer setup for fights, and you know what? They are just going to start the Baron, because look at how
I love that Nongshim is just bold enough to 20-minute Baron, basically. Why not?
Over a billion different versions of
they have to use the Senna ult just to see it.
The fact that the Baron's going down.
I mean, Owner flashes for this. It is scary close, actually. Oh my god. He also goes invis with W. Oh my god, dude. He almost stole it. He literally almost stole it. That was almost like a mega play by Owner there. The counter Yone ult is really good there. Watch this. So they try and set it in. Remember, Yasuo can ult from 1 trillion miles away. So they get him in, but Gumayushi is just exhausted. And then they counter Yone ult. Oh no, he doesn't get exhausted. They actually do get the damage down.
What are they going to be able to do? They're going to walk in over a billion different versions of Vision, and they witness the fact that the Baron's going down.
Edward, I won't be able to do EMEA because of time zone anyway, but I will do the VOD review.
It's just going to almost gets in there. The equalizer is going to stop him from getting out though.
The time zone is horrible for me. It's like the middle of the night in Korea.
But he's just going to get out via the death chamber. Faker now bouncing around the circle, and Fisher will fall down. Faker's still at full health, but can he actually do it? He bounces over the wall, and he'll just base gate his way to safety. I don't think so. That's going to be fall down. Faker still is going to.
I'm actually surprised they got the full channel off here. It's so close to getting stolen, though. That was so crazy.
Almost gets in there. The equalizer is going to stop him from getting out, though, and the fate is going to be sealed. Gumayushi tried to dive in, but he's just going to get out via the death chamber. Faker.
Why didn't Rumble R before he ran in? He did R.
And the fate is going to be sealed. Gumayushi tried to dive in, but he's just going to get out via the death chamber. Faker now bouncing around the circle, and Fisher will.
I mean, credit to Nongshim. They actually did have some good combos this game. Fisher played well.
Over the wall, and he'll just base gate his way to safety. I don't think so. That's going to be Sylvie finding him, and he's not able to get out enough funny business to survive. That's another ace.
This is how BNK Fear X beat them too, just by like rushing Baron. You would think that T1 of all teams would be aware of this.
Because they wanted to stop the Baron, they didn't have vision. They had to try to do something, but it was super desperate. It's almost a steal, as you mentioned. His owner goes for this, uses the
It was crazy. It was almost a steal.
The Kaisa that secures it, and then look at this ult here on the re-engage from Fisher. That's 2 down.
I mean, Rumble split the team though. That Rumble was actually very good for splitting the team off.
Is high value, but he doesn't have any teammates.
They still had exhaust for the Kennen too.
Yeah, everyone's just kind of dead already. This was a cute play. It was cold.
The comp is really cool. The comp is really great for T1 if all the moving parts are working together, but it's like a bicycle without
The
tires.
zoning R doesn't do anything. Actually, I think it did.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes you can just kind of outthink yourself. Not to mention the fact that, you know, there is no real front line, so if you don't have an advantage, then you're going to have a bad time. And if you're into this composition from Nongshim and fall behind, that like it's sort of like 2 very similar styles of draft going together, because a Rumble is just going to capitalize and you will just melt. And that's what we're seeing right now as Fisher able to utilize that.
Guma gets set up here. Also Faker's
Good night, good night, Dab Purrs.
It's on a super low cooldown.
Oh, in goes Fisher, looks for an angle, doesn't quite get it.
I will be back tomorrow.
Tunneling on this turret, they're a little bit overextended.
Yeah, Vital is going to get picked off. Faker just puts him in the circle and executes him.
Yeah, a bit of a awkward moment here for No. And the Kaisa that's in this composition setting up those slows is going to be pretty nice. But yeah, this is just a little bit too aggressive here, and then Vital gets caught by the root, and Nongshim are just like, sorry, I can't save you. And you can see Rumble is awkwardly with no ult in mid, not really accomplishing too much. So T1 have done a great job of stemming the bleeding here, still significantly behind 7,000 gold. But the combos in this comp can win you the game, even without the gold advantage. Like, it's still winnable here for T1, but the lack of map control.
I mean, you get the
there,
right
I feel
wombo,
like
I guess maybe it
100%.
is.
This is probably Dunzo, but Nongshim didn't utilize their Baron very well, and so here we are.
Yeah.
T1's back in a chance to get back into this game.
Yeah, of course. And it's never over until it's over. It's absolutely
Problems, they can't
true.
stop
And another
Yone in the
circle
side lane.
comes in, and
Oh.
Jiwoo is going to do the walk strategy. That's going to get him out of that.
Faker knows the cooldown. He's like, it doesn't matter. I can just do it again in a second. Don't worry.
Just needs to hit a few people with stuff, and he'll be fine. As you can see, already a quarter of the way ticked through. So he'll have another circle that he can put down relatively soon. All right, Sylvie. Let's get onto a clone. As Owner is dashing away, Zeus looking for a little bit of an angle, but this might be the inner turret falling now for Nongshim. It's been their prize for quite some time that they've been looking for, and there it goes. Nongshim secure it. And now with all of this control of the bottom side, it is 3.5 minutes until the next dragon, but that is Soul Point and Hextech Soul available. I mean, if there's a win condition when it comes from the Dragon Pit, it is certainly Hextech Soul or the Elder that really...
Which is good for T1's composition when they have this, pretty significant lack of map control. At least it can allow them to maybe look for some flank angles. Zeus is, I feel like, the big reason why T1 still have a chance in this game. Not because he's winning or he's crushing or anything. He's significantly behind, but because he's Kennen, they can set up these fights so well with a teleport flank. So, Nongshim need to be really careful about clearing wards, like we saw KT do in the previous series. And Mihail.
There's an equalizer. Owner does go into his Warrior Trickster, but I don't even know whether it's going to be enough. He's healed.
Oh!
But the Magnus
Vital with a huge engage.
And they just get into the backline and execute him. Gumayushi is real tired, and he will be taken
Vital's
down.
popping off this game.
Jiwoo gets him to safety, and 2 on the floor here for T1.
Yeah, and Fisher's still pushing top side here. A lot of pressure on these inhibitor turrets now. T1 losing a lot of farm, and Fisher fishing, but isn't going to find anything.
Yeah, Nongshim is playing really well, actually.
Right, yeah, there is the flash forward from Faker, and he's just going to kill Jiwoo. Bye-bye, Jiwoo.
That was a clean play from Faker.
That was very clean. He didn't have flash or exhaust anymore. Good play by Faker.
Yeah, that was a, again, not a... They used his flash for it, but it's not really a high-risk play from Faker. There's no inherent risk to his safety, and his ultimate's on such a low cooldown. If he feels like he has the angle to flash for that, I think he'll 100% go for it. Punishes Jiwoo there. It's a small trickle in the deficit here in terms of where we are in terms of the game state, but we'll see, watch this again. Mihail just hiding in this brush. Owner face checks it. The equalizer's placed well. And even though he uses his Warrior's Trickster and he has Carius heals to come through, the Magnet Storm here from Vital is enough. Jiwoo follows up quite nicely. And with Exhaust here into this Yasuo, there is just nothing Guma can do. And then Faker...
Yeah, this was Jiwoo kind of overstepping his bounds here just a little bit. And he just pops on it.
So flashes forward so he can get the
get it in the right
return.
position,
Yeah, so
and
he
then uses the wall to appear on the other side. Really cleanly done.
And what is that called? Is that what a Mobius is? I don't know what the term for it is when you go from one side to the other, like in Pac-Man, but there's a term for it. Someone tweeted at me or something, but he uses that really well.
Is it a Mobius? I thought that was the bad guy's.
Is that what a flashes forward so he can get... Then Faker...
Yeah, this was Jiwoo kind of overstepping his bounds here just a little bit.
Nicely played by Faker. He does, like...
And he just pops on it.
So flashes forward so he can get the
get it in the right
return.
Position,
yeah, so
and
he
then uses the wall to appear on the other side. Really cleanly done.
And what is that called? Is that what a Mobius is? I don't know what the term for it is when you go from one side to the other, like in Pac-Man, but there's a term for it. Someone tweeted at me or something, but he uses that really well.
Is it a Mobius? I thought that was...
Oh, I missed the play. I like how aggressive Nongshim's being about these Barons, though, and the ability to turn. Oh, beautiful play by Fisher. Well, Guma didn't ult. Neither did Owner. Oh, he did ult. Owner did ult.
And now T1 once again, a clean ace. And Nongshim are just playing better.
Yep, they certainly are. The draft was pretty eclectic from T1. I definitely think it could have worked out, but it just got completely owned by this.
Pretty dominant game from Nongshim, honestly.
The Aurora
And it'll be the first loss of Aurora here in the LCK. Nongshim. The Ashe and the Azir for Nongshim.
Ooh, Rumble. Going to be respected this time around. It was Renekton banned away in game number 1.
See if they ban Aurora here in this spot, since the Rumble is already banned. You don't have to trade it.
Could be the opportunity. They might not be as worried because they just managed to beat it, right? And so it could be...
What is Bek Sansu? Oh, it's Nongshim's bottled water brand. What is this? What is this? Beck White. Somebody speaks Korean. White Mountain what? What is Su? White Mountain what? Beksan. Beksan is a white mountain. What's Su? Su is just water, not mool.
Still Vi taken away.
I wouldn't even
Like
hate a
mineral.
Ken ban
Oh,
here.
mineral
Actually
water.
could be
Okay,
if
there we
you feel
go.
like you
Thank
play
you.
into the Vi. The Vi is also fine. See what they want to do. Be the Aurora.
Okay.
So Vi first pick is an option, especially with Faker's champion pool. I feel like his strong suit has definitely been playing a lot of AP mid laners, not as strong on the Tristana or Corki this season, although he's had fantastic games of both. This hasn't been really his go-to. The Kennen I was talking about instead, though, will be the first pick, it looks like, for Zeus.
Yeah, still wanting to opt into that one. We've seen a few Cannons lose in the last few games, and sort of against what the teams...
Oh, I was going to show you anime Steam tab. I was. Sorry. How silly of me. Yeah, it's literally Krill Angel's thesis. This is gonna fuck up my YouTube probably, so you guys can watch this part on your own. There is actual more to this. I like how they added the cicada sounds because it's supposed to be Japan.
よし、今来たよ。本音は迷惑だろうがね。ああ、これは教育長ようこそ。ほっぺも落ちるお昼をご馳走します。なんてことだ。ローストが燃えてしまった。いや、待てよ。ファーストフードを買ってきて手料理に見せかければ。我ながら悪魔のような陰謀。ん？シーモー！教育長、いや私窓を使った運動です。足のストレッチ一緒にやります。オーブンから煙が出ているようだが。ああ、煙じゃありません。蒸気です。貝を蒸してるんで蒸気が出てるんです。蒸し貝。どうぞ生つばの湧くハンバーガーです。お昼は蒸し貝じゃなかったのかね。いやいや、蒸し肉と言ったんです。蒸し肉、つまりハンバーガー。ハンバーガーを蒸し肉というのか。はい、私の出身地では。はあ、国はどこ？ああ、ニューヨーク州の北部。
New York Free.
私も同じ北部のユーティカ出身
I'm of the Utica clan.
ああ、首都のオルバニーでのみ言うんです。ああ、そう。このハンバーガー、クラシーバーガーのハンバーガーの味そっくりだ。まさか私の手料理ですよ。我が家の伝統の味。蒸し肉の伝統か。はい。肉が焼いてあるにもかかわらず蒸し肉と呼ぶのかね。 いやまあそれはその不思議ですね。ちょっと失礼します。どうぞ。おお、いや美味しかった。料理したせいで疲れたな。それではそろそろ。なんだ真っ赤に燃えてるぞ。オーロラの光です。え？オーロラの光だと？この季節この時間アメリカのこんな場所で、それも民家の台所でオーロラだと。そうです。見ていいか？ダメ。うちが燃えてるよ。いいえ母さん、北極の光です。君は変わった男だが、君の作る蒸し肉はなかなかの味だよ。
See your space cowboy. That slays me at the end. Ah, too funny.
That we feel are more powerful in the series as well, right? Like Zayas and Kane, both of them with many accolades throughout this season and this year. As Zed is obviously the answer. Ninja versus
El Campesino. You just have to search
back to an old favorite here.
Anime steamed hams. You'll find it.
Is going to be locked in. Does make a little
The
bit
real
of sense
content from
to sort of
Bangers
weather
Only.
the storm and then be more useful later.
See if they want to grab a jungle pick here, or if they want to, they could even get something like a Leona. It would be pretty unusual.
What was the Jeff Goldblum? Fine, I'll do the Jeff Goldblum one too. Guys. You guys. So somebody just like hands him a script. Oh wait, hold on. This isn't the one I want. And he doesn't know it's from The Simpsons, and he reads it. And then they sync it up.
Well, Seymour, I made it, despite your directions.
Superintendent Chalmers, welcome. I hope you're prepared for an unforgettable luncheon.
Yeah.
Oh! Egads, my roast is ruined. But what if I were to purchase fast food and disguise it as my own cooking? Delightfully devilish, Seymour.
With his crazy explanations, the superintendent's gonna need his medication. When he hears Skinner's lame exaggerations, there'll be trouble in town tonight.
Seymour!
Superintendent, I was just stretching my calves on the windowsill. Isometric exercise. Care to join me?
Why is there smoke coming out of your oven, Seymour?
No. There's smoke. It's steam. Steam from the steamed clams that we're having. Steamed clams. Ooh. Superintendent, I hope you're ready for mouth-watering hamburgers.
I thought we were having steamed clams.
No, I said steamed hams. That's what I call hamburgers.
You call hamburgers steamed hams?
Yes, it's a regional dialect.
What region?
Upstate New York.
Really? Well, I'm from Utica, and I've never heard anyone use the phrase steamed hams.
Oh, no, not in Utica. It's an Albany expression.
I see. You know, these hamburgers are quite similar to the ones they have at Krusty Burger.
Patented Skinner Burgers, old family recipe.
For steamed hams.
Yes.
Yes, and you call them steamed hams despite the fact they are obviously grilled.
Yeah. Hey, you know, the one thing I should... excuse me for 1 second.
Of course.
Well, that was wonderful. A good time was had by all. I'm pooped.
Yes, I should be. Good Lord, what is happening in there?
Aurora Borealis?
Aurora Borealis. At this time of year, at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen.
Yes.
May I see it?
No.
If you're willing, we're gonna have.
I'm Skinner. That's excellent. That's good. Hey, that was great. I like the writing too. That was what from what?
It's an old Simpsons gag.
Well, they're brilliant over there.
You have to look it up.
There you go. GameSpot for, I guess, a Jurassic Park promotion. Just handed him the script and made him read it, which is amazing.
Usual to draft it this highly, but it opens up a lot of different bottom lanes for them. This is not an easy spot with the top laners already locked away. Pretty unusual. So look for the Lilia pick here potentially.
Okay.
So he did hover it last time, then swap.
Sort of considering it. Yeah.
Now, I do want to mention, Atlas, that Fisher has played a ton of Corki. He's really enjoyed playing the Corki. Faker has had some rough Corki games.
We're just B1 picking Kennen now. Kennen is just the god pick, apparently.
Then the AD picks.
Unbeatable, not countered by exhaust whatsoever.
We saw in our series yesterday, actually.
All right, Vi did get through for owner. But not very good synergy, you have to say.
Talking about, a little bit worried about, is going to be
Caitlyn here, or they
back to Yone for Fisher. Had a very good game last time. Okay, we're going to take Rakan. They take Xayah out. What's with the Xayah prio these days? I mean, I know there are a lot of ADCs being banned, but it does feel weird. I mean, T1 can't play Ezreal, but...
Yeah, I think Ezreal's fine. Of course, you do outrange the Xayah pretty comfortably.
You're so safe into Kennen Vi. I think the Ezreal.
Yeah, it feels really safe to take the Ez here into Kennen Vi, plus you have range advantage.
From the Vi, but it puts the Vi in an awkward spot. And Smolder can kind of fly.
Longshim's composition is going to be very good for kiting out T1's engage.
Ezreal, I think, is going to offer you a lot of objective poke. And I mean that like in that it's factual that he can poke, but also around objectives he can chip away at the health bars here of T1 because they don't have a traditional front line. You have the Kennen, you have the Vi that can engage really well, and you have an Alistar.
The thing is like, this composition would be good if you could actually... Oops. Why is my... This composition would be good if you could actually engage. But the amount of counter engage that they have is pretty wild. Like, they should be able just to kite this out, one would think.
Which is going to be relatively tanky. But if T1 fall behind and Nongshim have... And I think
letting us know that as it all underway. Game number 2, can the Noodle Boys do it again? Both teams getting their requested sides 2 games in a row. And Mihail just taking a few shurikens. Zayas is putting the pressure on. It looks like it's not going to be any lane swaps unless Vital moving up towards the top side. It may just be
Seraphine could have been good. Seraphine might be risky, though. She's relatively low mobility.
Bottom obviously can be quite difficult as well. Obviously, at level 1, you're going to have the
or do you mean for T1?
Can get a little bit trickier with Xayah into this relatively squishy lane. And Zayas is definitely aware of the possibility. I mean, those wards tell you everything you need to know. T1 are very concerned about the fact that he might just be not allowed to play the
game. A little
game.
Weird that we're lane swapping here. I guess they want to punish the Kennen because the Cassante is more useful without items.
I don't think he will have to flash here or anything like that because he's got his hand on the trigger and he's going to walk away immediately.
Yep, he wanted to be able to come up.
Because, like, you know, lane swapping against an Alistar level 1 is a little bit weird, but I think they just want to shut down the Kennen as much as possible.
Sylvie starting off on his blue buff. Going to be smiting that one away as Mihail walks up and tries to get some experience. I think gets a tiny little bit. Oh, no, not able to.
He didn't get it.
It's a bit sad. He sacrifices a fair bit. The wave does get pulled, and so might have actually been in range for a few of those. Zayas, you can see, did manage to latch onto at least a couple of minions.
Yeah, look at him just leeching Faker's XP. Faker's such a bro to let him just chill here.
Early recall here by Rakan.
If you see this in solo queue, like, you know,
it was just a ruse.
Flashes into the turret and dies
I mean, this is pretty advantageous to have 2 range champs into a melee, though, in the mid lane. Is going to deny Fisher quite a bit early.
You know, it's your problem, deal with it. As almost level 2 for Mihail, actually.
Yeah, he's
kind of a big one.
He's definitely, you know, weathering this laning phase pretty well early.
So they know that it was a weak side start, so Vi can't be down there too quickly.
Going to be able to catch some of this XP you have to.
And he's backing off right at the time because Kennen is leaving the mid lane and he thinks there might be a 3 or 4 man dive in the bot side.
Although Zayas coming over now with him showing in mid and then disappearing, he's like, I'm not messing around with that. I'm not playing that game. And will not, in fact, hit level 2.
We can see Owner. He's going to survive. There's so 4-2. Just one person up there. It means
okay, Rakan goes back. They try and get some XP off of the mega wave that's hitting into the turret, but Lilia's still topside.
Over those, so 4-2 as Mihail trying to get towards the turret and might actually ding level 2. As no, not quite, but still he's got
There he
to
is.
survive. There's
Wow,
the
can't believe he lived through that.
about. The 4 men still here from T1 as they do manage to get the engage. That is first
Super
blood
weird though.
going over
Super weird
to
play by
Gumayushi.
Nongshim.
And Ona tanks that one up beautifully. Juggled here is now Faker in perhaps a little bit of trouble, but doesn't even have to flash to get him out of the way of that one. And the teleport comes in from
He's dead
Ohio,
again.
and he says, "Witness me," as he looks for more of these minions. Zeus was tanking up this turret, and once again, he's just going to get
Gotta love the
toyed
Mad
with.
Max references
And that is another
from
kill
Max
going over
from
to T1.
Australia.
All right, Sylvie's coming down here to see if maybe we can get some cleanup done on the Lilia. Bowling ball going to go wide.
Yeah, has his eyes on.
Oh, nice
the
flash.
There, but Carrier just going to flash out of the way. The watch out. Oh my God! How
Sylvie
many
actually
kills
has been
did he
pretty good.
actually pick up here as Carrier's dead as well. That is 2 for 1, and you'll probably take that as grand entrance going to be necessary here from Vital, but he used it, I believe, to close the gap. Doesn't land the Gleaming Quill, and Gumayushi just
Nice flash over the Vaiku though.
out, no flash. Oh, there's the flash in. Jiwoo's here. And the flash was just used.
Q dodge.
Sidestep from Gumayushi, but Jiwoo, he's going to have that arcane shift relatively soon, but Carrier, he gets back here.
No, he's not.
There are no
Got like
minions,
10 seconds on
near
it.
this turret, so Jiwoo gonna have to make
He's got
his way
level
out of it,
1 E.
and he will be able to do so. Level 4 for the Ezreal. He's pretty scary, and we've stacked up another wave.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, Carrier is level 3. I don't think they can actually
As an Aussie, I love
here.
Atlas with
The
his
turret's gonna
Aussie
keep
references.
safe from
I want to be an
that
Aussie, guys.
Yeah, and that's the end of that. Okay. Maybe
But I
we should
can't.
change it so
I think
you
Australia
swap
owns,
into
man.
the
I
top
love
lane
being in
and the
Australia, but I
Marksman
I
hits us
can't live there because of your shit internet and the fact that you're at the ass end of the world.
Because I don't want any more of these games in my This is just
Atlas is
silly.
the best
Okay,
current
Michael
league
comes down,
caster.
uses his
Agreed.
heal, which is part of why Mihail actually lives
They suck at
in
breakdancing.
Kings level 2. Unfortunately, he doesn't have flash. There's not much he could do here. The aggro juggle by T1 is basically perfect. You can see how low these health bars go. They know just how much they can do. This call to TP back in looks like a mistake initially because he dies, but everyone gets so low that with the rotating Lilia, and then Jiwoo eventually, a million years later, showing up.
Our internet has improved, but it's still shit. All right, Chimchar, do you have fiber there yet?
Buys a ton of time here, and this does make things very risky. As here it comes, Sylvie. See what he has to say.
Oh, good flash over the Vault Breaker there as well.
Got him, got him.
Yeah, I think he thought it was a quadra kill.
Yeah, and he was super close. And then Jiwoo was like, I got you. Get Zeus. But Guma.
Nongshim with the clap back here is pretty funny, though.
Quick reaction there from Guma's right done.
There's another double knock-up, and the Blade Caller is gorgeous. Vital looking to try and get himself out of
Still
this
T1 with a very healthy lead.
But not enough to take him down. It's now Jiwoo trying to deal with this one. Has great moves with the Arcane Shift to get out of the way, but I think he's still in trouble. Gumayushi.
Oh, he took the last one.
Shot, and it's Jiwoo that grabs the
Oh,
kill.
no.
Still alive, and
Oh,
he
he's still
gets the
alive.
shield from the barrel. Oh, my God. But I
What a
think
crazy game.
out of this one as the Ignite was ticking, but not enough to take him down. It's now Jiwoo trying to deal with this one. Has great moves with the Arcane Shift to get out of the way, but I think he's still in trouble. Gumayushi, he takes another turret shot, and it's Jiwoo that grabs the kill. Jiwoo's still alive, and he gets the shield from the barrel. Oh my God!
I mean, T1, you're diving in Ezreal with barrier. If this goes badly, you've got a fed Ezreal on your hands, and you've tossed all the advantages you got. I mean, not completely all of them, but a lot of them just into the bin. As Carrier looking for the execute, will get it here. As it looks like the
What a
final
crazy
few does
sequence,
not
guys.
connect,
Jiwoo
but
now
man,
casually
this is a big
3-0-0.
turnaround. This is a professional game of League of Legends. I just want to remind everyone, T1 is 8-6. Nongshim have not won.
It's
in
crazy
a
because
while.
like T1 was sitting at a pretty healthy lead here prior to trying to make this play into the bot side for the second dive. I mean, they could have just zoned them off the turret and like taken plates. I don't know why we have to go so hard on this.
Trying to deal with this one. Has great moves with the Arcane Shift
Owner
to
keeps
get out
getting
of the
his
way,
Qs
but I think he's
dodged.
still in trouble. Gumayushi
Why does
taking,
Guma
but
actually
not
take
enough to
aggro
him
here?
down. It's now Jiwoo trying to
I
deal
mean, I
with
guess
this
who
one.
is supposed to have aggro? They can't. Nobody can take aggro.
Has great moves with the Arcane Shift to get out of the way,
He literally
but
just
I think
ease
he's
him, but
still
they
in
don't
trouble.
actually finish the kill.
Gumayushi,
That's
he
so
takes
silly.
another turret shot, and it's Jiwoo
Why,
that
why are we
grabs the
doing
kill.
this? We could have just denied him the wave and like lived with our 2,000 gold lead.
Gets the shield from the barrel. Oh my God!
I mean, T1, you're diving in Ezreal with barrier. If this
Like, they
goes
didn't have the
badly, you've got
HP
fed
pools
Ezreal on
to
your hands, and
to
you've
actually
tossed all the
finish to
advantages
tank
you've
that
got.
because
I mean,
Guma
not
had to
really
tank
The
it.
barrel. Get out of the way, but I think he's still in trouble. Gumayushi, he takes another turret shot, and it's Jiwoo that grabs the kill. Jiwoo's still alive.
That is crazy. 10
and
HP.
He gets the shield from the barrel. Oh
I feel like you can just continue to push that advantage.
If this goes badly, you've got to fed Israel on your hands, and you've tossed all the advantages you got. I mean, not completely all of them, but a lot of them just into the League of Legends.
Look at Jiwoo,
Jiwoo's E is basically perfect. Now he has the not won in a while. They have not won against T1 in a very long while, but they've brought us to 3 quite a few times.
Owner's so sad. Everybody keeps flashing or like dodging his Q.
Who can eat this extra damage from Curry, who can't stick around for turret aggro. Vital looking for the knock-up onto Owner, and look at this shield to come through, and he doesn't steal the kill.
Thing they can do about this, and can they keep themselves alive? That's the real question.
I have seen exhibition matches more serious than this first game.
This is definitely getting off the rails really quickly. I think we need to talk to Mihail's first keyboard about this one.
Guma gonna deny some minions, and then he dive. Sorry, first.
Aha.
Regis, but greedy from Owner there.
Yeah, and Drake going to be picked up here by Nongshim. It's going to be good news for them. They're still 1,000 gold behind, as you illustrated before. T1 still, based on the fact that Nongshim were the ones that went for the lane swap, got dove, kind of. But yeah,
he killed the bricks. He was doing a lot of turret.
Nongshim would be top 3 in NA. True.
A big Gumushi situation here is Vital once again. He is.
That is a true statement.
It's very tough to catch a cannon with a
NA looks tragic this split, guys.
Sure that Gumushi doesn't come up here, so that's
they've got one good team. To be fair, that Team Liquid would be a playoff team in Korea, so the reverse is kind of true too. Like Team Liquid is legit good, but fucking FlyQuest and Cloud9 are both frauds.
It's suboptimal timing for said nap, but Ona's still going to survive.
Oh, target selection fantastic there from Fisher, though. Looked like maybe he was going to go for the play on the Faker is over here.
Yeah, we've got an all-out from Mihail, who's just looking for Zeus. The exhaust goes down. He'll find some more Qs, and the flash out from Zeus is going to avoid it. Vital now looking for the angle. He gets over Zeus. He knows that he has to go all in onto this one. Samalco Gaming, a Q going to connect, and Mihail.
Oh, he actually traded Zeus.
But the immediate answer is there from the Rakan.
Yeah, the heal comes through. It's enough to get his health bar back, but I think Vital really wanted to give Mihail the kill there and missed an auto. Ends up causing Mihail to go down. It's very close. We'll have to look at it a little bit closer in the replay there. And Mihail in the player cam really frustrated with how that one went down. You can see he slapped his forehead there. A lot of emotions in this one. I mean, Nongshim are not going to playoffs, but at the very least, maybe taking T1 down on the way out would be such a great way to end their season, or at least to sort of start bookending it here. But it's looking very T1 favored in the second game, despite the scrappy nature of this game and how fast and loose both of these teams have played. T1 are trading up because they got plates in the bottom lane. Zeus 1v2 gets a kill, and now they're looking for more onto this Cassante.
Cassante has exhaust CP. This is the meta in the Ken and Cassante matchup these days, is the Cassante takes the exhaust. Because he can isolate. First off, it does very well in lane versus Kennen, and Kennen can't all in him. And second off, I think it's because later on in the game, once the Cassante can isolate the Kennen by ulting him, he wins that too. So it's very common for the Cassante these days to take the exhaust.
We know that Mihail can get emotional, as great bowling ball. Gonna stop Faker's back.
I mean, right now, if you look at Mihail's item inventory,
was it blind Kennen? Yes, it was B1 Kennen.
Null Magic Mantle and a Rejuve Bead. So he's kind of...
It was the most blind Kennen. It's the most blind Kennen you can take.
A few kills and 2 plates. So he is going to need assistance up there. And Sylvie made a big impact in this game in the bottom lane, obviously, but Pre-6 wasn't able to really patch any of the holes otherwise. This is just really... I mean, Zeus plays this so well. Aftershock's down. Zeus just continues to chase here, and as you can see, the Vital rotation is so late, he can't actually impact this play. The Ignite, or rather the exhaust timing is great, but watch this flash from Zeus. It's like pixel perfect.
Yeah, that flash.
And he has all these minions, and Vital comes over, and then watch the heal. I want to see the auto here, because it looks like Vital holds an auto right here, because he wants Mihail to get the kill.
Oh, the W.
Yeah. Ah!
Oh, man. Oh, you can see that he's not actually a little bit more like, damn. Fisher up towards the top side now. He's been a bit quiet this game, as this is not. As Carrier going to get re-engaged on. Jiwoo over to the side, looking for some Mystic Shot angles, but Vital's the one that's in trouble. Okay, True Shot Barrage connects onto Carrier, but he has an unbreakable will. They both turn immediately. These health bars are so low. It's a 2-for-1 though in trouble. Okay, true. This game is over.
Yeah, the audio.
They're actually engaging with the Alistair onto this? That seems a little weird.
So that's certainly good news. As Fisher up towards the top side now. He's been a bit quiet this game as this is not as
Carrier uses his combo and then he just gets turned on because they don't have CC anymore.
Okay, true shot barrage connects onto Carrier, but he has an unbreakable will. They both turn immediately. These health bars are so low. It's a 2-for-1 though, and Jiwoo is just massive.
I don't know why Carrier is engaging there. Onto an Alistair who has ult up.
Now Guma's like, guys,
so low. Mystic shot angles, but Vital's the one that's in trouble. Okay, true shot barrage connects onto Carrier, but he
like
has
Carrier wants to go in, but he only hits the Rakan. Rakan has ult up. Rakan ults. Vi's not going in. I mean, I guess they get the combo back up from Alistair again, but Jiwoo with the fadeaway Q.
Yeah, he has 5 kills now on this Ezreal. He had the Triforce in the fight, and now Guma's like, guys, I'm trying to lane against this guy. We're trying to farm it out. Please don't get him too big. It was a really close fight, though, as everyone's health bars get insanely low.
Sylvie's pretty good. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, Sylvie is actually pretty good. Sylvie and Jiwoo, like, Nongshim is not shit. It's just their solo laners have not been amazing.
And it does feel like T1 is still slightly trading up.
Vital had a very good game last game. The engages and combos have been good. Jiwoo is, like, legit good. Sylvie's pretty good.
Versus a Xayah that can't reach or hit him is pretty significant, you know?
Not to mention the fact that the item spike is going to be so much more powerful, right? So even if they're on gold parity, coming up on this next item for Jiwoo, it's going to be even more. But we're going to have a look at this replay once again.
Like, they know Jiwoo is there, and they use everything just to engage onto a Rakan that they can't kill.
So much CC, his owner's like, I'm trying to win this on Vi. I should win these. There's just so much CC, and he finally does get the re-engage here. Sylvie doing all that extra damage with the Q as Jiwoo gets the kill. Super important. Sylvie just taking 1 for his Ezreal there, as he's kind of been Jiwoo's best friend in this game, I guess, in a lot of ways.
Oh, Sylvie sort of dancing around this passive stacked up, so he's so incredibly fast. Watch out, even Smite going to be able to lock down this dragon. It's a mountain, and if they can stack this one up.
To say that Xayah is a true AD carry, I feel like it's only half true with a draft like this. We'll see, though, because Sylvie is looking for a potential setup here.
Yeah, another angle. Could just be this turret that they're looking for. Zeus wanting to try and protect it, but there is another minion wave conga lining in. And so I think Zeus might have to vacate. Okay, Sylvie just going
to flash
forward. Their teleport is coming on through, though, but the Q comes back.
Oh, never mind.
But there is another minion wave conga lining in. And so I think Zeus might have to vacate. Okay, Sylvie just...
The flash prompted the all-in. He gets the stun, but nobody has turret aggro, so he just gets dragged in by Q3. I don't think Fisher even needs to be there.
Just an overstay here for Zeus, not even able to flash his way out. Okay, I think Vital might be dead. Never mind, he just quicknesses his way out. He's totally chilling. It's like, I don't know. Vital, what did he have for breakfast today?
I don't know, but what did Fisher have for breakfast today? He's all over the map in both games. He's just constantly setting up plays for his team or reacting to pressure they have on the map. Going to see a TP here top side as well, so Faker's not going to be able to put any pressure on the last remaining health bars of that turret. But, you know, when you see Bro upset KT and when you see Nongshim in games like this play well, honestly, I feel like better coordinated than they've played all season, you can really feel that once the playoffs pressure is off, and there's a feeling of like, we can't go wrong, it's T1, we're the underdogs. This team just takes risks, and they skill check, and they play like it's challenges again, and it's looking good, it's looking clean. I'm not saying this play is what's going to give Nongshim the 2-0, but they're making these proactive plays as Rakan over here.
Yeah, let's
나 살만해. 나 이거 이쪽 살짝만 봐줄래? You guys cover me? 나 살만해. 나 안 죽어. Save me. 나 살았어. I'm alive. I'm out. I lived. I'm out of here.
And he certainly was. Nice play from Vi.
Didn't Fisher play on EDG? Yes.
So, even though Zeus doesn't have his ultimate, it doesn't actually matter. As Mihail going to lose his turret. See whether he loses more than that as Faker comes down. A lot of consistent damage here, shredding down the Cassante. But he makes it to his turret.
What a game.
This is a game.
This is a official record game. It is real, and I'm still trying to come to terms with it.
The Loki
it definitely is one of those games where I feel like I'm having the most vivid dream of my life, but it's not a lucid dream because I can't control anything. And I don't know what's
yesterday,
happening.
Wolf. He played yesterday.
I know.
Okay, Jiwoo going to take a bit of damage here from Goon. But I still feel, with the fact that Jiwoo is so massive, and you can see there, like, this is still feeling like a game that Nongshim are just going to win.
If we talked about it already, but if Isaiah's too low range to auto anybody, doesn't IE even exist? Like, does it even matter? Or is a 2-item spike Ezreal that can constantly hit Qs more valuable?
They still have the problem, too, with who's going to side lane against Fisher.
Going to press the ultimate button. Fisher soaks the entire
All right, the
thing
problem
and
is
then
like the
moves
Yone
away.
pick, if you can get through the laning phase and be even, nobody can actually side lane versus him right now.
Still 30 CS up on Mihail.
He's really their front line. Like, his ultimate sets up stuns so that the Xayah in this whole time hasn't really picked up any kills, hasn't been involved in most of these skirmishes, but he is definitely setting up for that spike later on. But if they can constantly make sure that Kennen doesn't have ult, it feels way easier to skirmish with this Nongshim composition, especially with the Ione, who needs to get into melee range of him to actually team fight.
Thing that I'm impressed with is the fact that Nongshim have equalized all of the levels, right? Like, you've got Mihail, he's one level behind, but everybody else hitting those second levels on the ultis. And for this next fight, this one's going to be so important. Around this Mountain Drake coming up in 5 seconds' time.
Zeus doesn't have his ultimate because he got ult ganked basically for the 7th time this game, but he does have teleport, so he can be there, and if they can delay, the ultimate is getting closer to coming online, about 20 seconds or so away.
Yeah, Rift Herald going to come on down here. Zeus is going to teleport on top of it. Looks like they want to take the mid lane outer turret with them, and I think T1 should be able to lock this one down. Banana Brush warded up as well.
Okay, good timing, trying to stop the soul point stacking.
Just yet. Oh, Muramana just transformed as now Mihail. He's not a target that you're really allowed to engage on. Still pretty tanky here, even though he's being put behind.
They can't see, if they can't see Zeus, they cannot.
They lost Banana Brush control though.
But it's still such a huge threat. Flash ult back online.
Yeah, Gumayushi pretty safe positioning right now. Headbutt Pulverize on.
Why are we wasting all this engage onto Rakan every time?
A huge threat. Flash ult back online.
Yeah, Gumayushi pretty safe positioning right now. Headbutt Pulverize on to.
Dude, this Kennen just getting caught out 24/7. What the fuck, man? He literally just gets bopped before he can ult. They're like wasting their engage onto Rakan and then just dying in the Zeus dying in the front line. Holy moly.
I know they ate noodles for breakfast, right? It's Nongshim, but damn!
Now I can just 20-minute Baron again? Dear Lord. Why are we all-inning on the Rakan every time?
Look at this. Zeus right
Sylvie got the sleep onto Kennen and Corki, yes.
He has ult. Guma's not here. Everything goes in to Vital. And then the sleep comes down. Fisher instantly ults on top of the Zeus.
But why is Zeus like posturing at the front in both of these games?
Sylvie, the really nice arm
Stupid sexy Rakan.
Well. He's able to kite his way out. Great team fight here by the side of Nongshim, and Guma, he just can't reach, can't do anything. He's just
feels like he's wearing nothing at all.
Yeah, I think we're gonna win this. I think
Nothing
we're gonna
at
win
all.
this, he says. And they did.
Yeah, Shelly and the gang looking pretty happy about how this one is going. And Nongshim, I don't know what it is. Like, it happened to Bro. We saw it. They managed to take down KT as soon as they were eliminated from playoffs contention. And I think a lot of people are going to be saying that T1 aren't looking as good as they looked earlier in the season. But I think that this is also, a lot of this is about Nongshim just looking unshackled here on the Rift. Their team fighting, beautiful. This is what they were known for. This is why this team was so good at just winning Challenger over and over again. It meant they fell behind in lanes all the time, but their coordination in these team fights, their decision-making was just so good as the game went on. And that's what we're witnessing right now.
I mean, remember too, for T1, they're at 8 wins, but they're not in playoffs just yet. And I'm not saying that they're not going to make playoffs if they lose this, because again, their strength of schedule is
I think Kennen is shit, guys. That's what I think.
They get in.
Yeah.
And that could actually be quite significant in terms of that first round. So
it might mean that certain teams could make decisions about which teams they face.
Maybe top lane is just shit.
We'll see whether that
Maybe Renekton and Kennen are just shit, and all top laners are shit.
Because, you know, from a watched this game only perspective, maybe you would make your decision, but I'm looking at this, and if you're a T1 fan, you're not happy to see this game, even if they do end up coming back and bringing this to 3. But I mean, it's 13 kills to 6 right now. It's a 2,000 gold lead. It's a massive.
Is Rumble
Israel,
shit? No.
And map control doesn't belong to them. The Baron power play is increasing by the turret, and there's ways back into this game. But if Kennen can never ult, then is this draft even real?
Yeah,
that's a question we keep asking ourselves. Is any of this real? But if you pinch yourself, you can actually feel that.
On my way home tonight, I'm going to still 2 minutes. Wear off Rebel Baron power play sitting at about 3,000, which is not end of the world territory, but now it's Nongshim with a gold advantage. They've been at a deficit this entire game and still, like...
Am I going to review Fnatic versus BDS tomorrow? Yes. And probably C9 versus FlyQuest as well.
The Cassante being behind really means very little. We've always talked a lot about how Cassante can get a lot done even while behind. And when he has this Rooker in here into the Kennen, it's hard to get punished by Kennen in lane. And unfortunately for T1, it's just not a really abusable champion anymore. Like, they were able to turn him into a bit of a sandbag in the early game, but now he's still relevant. And we had Sylvie pick safe to actually live.
One of the big problems, Jiwoo is building towards his 3rd item as well. Spirit of Sojin going to be coming.
Is Lysandra still a thing into Rakan? I don't know. Probably. I don't see what really would have changed about that.
But whether he can actually fight in these chaotic team fights that we're seeing is going to be the biggest issue, right?
Yeah, it remains to be seen.
Yeah.
And Faker hits 2 items. You know, he's obviously a Corki who is behind because his lane opponent has been making more proactive plays around the map because he's Yone. And Faker definitely can offer some poke here, but doesn't solve the range issue against this Ezreal because Faker only has so many missiles. And Ezreal has infinite Qs, actually, as it turns out.
Yeah, even though it's been 10% nerfed, I think he got 10% buffed by killing everyone at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, maybe more than 10.
That wasn't too bad. Fisher might be caught out of position here. Let's see whether he can ult away. He is going to be able to do so. That's a big cooldown. Now missing.
That's very important for the start of this. He has no TP either.
Ever further. Still, he's got a lot of life still, so you do have to be a little bit careful.
And no Vile.
Yeah.
No Vile for Owner, so locking down this Ezreal seems like a pipe.
Yeah, they didn't get that kill. They also had to use Alistar Flash there, and Alistar's HP bar got crushed. So Carry is just in pit. Why is Carry in pit?
Yeah, maybe more than 10.
That wasn't too bad.
Carry literally just walks into pit, and then he gets poked a bunch by Ezreal. Hit by W, hit by Q, hit by another Q. Flash is out. Now they don't have Flash on Alistar, and he's like 1 HP. So the trade just not worth it.
At this point, Carry is sitting at 1/3 health.
The thing is, the Cannon is now a whole lot more dangerous with the fact that they don't have that Fate sealed in order to lock things down. Carry almost just dies to the True Shot Barrage, so they're not going to be able to go for any sort of engagement.
Hurts a lot. They have to give up Soul Point because of that. Carry should have walked around the backside of the pit. He should not have walked into the pit.
It's just not being allowed. As the Ezreal follow-up there, just so huge, pushing the cow out of the... It's just really rough here for T1. 7 kills behind, 2,500 gold behind. Owner's ult is coming back online here, but starting a Baron right now.
There's that cooldown very late on, but it is... But he's all...
This game as well. Any kill...
Poke is just so... And there's that Jack shows that we were talking about. Vital, I think Vital pretty happy about that one. Finds the quickness, and they're just going to turn it on... Hits rank 3 on the True Shot Barrage.
Are we going to engage on the Vital again? Yep.
Find Vital. I think Vital
We're just going to pointlessly engage on the Rakan the whole game.
And he is going to ult, but they get over the wall, and now the re-engage comes in. Jiwoo's going to be
okay, well, I guess you killed Vital, but you're going to lose the game.
Can they still get this? Because Mihail, he goes all out. Carrier finds the pulverizers. Fisher locks down Ona. They don't have their fed Ezreal, and they're still fighting this one as Sylvie misses the bowling ball, and finally, Gumayushi's able to get it done. Carrier ticking down. Gonna find Vital. I think Vital pretty happy about that one. Finds the quickness, and they're just gonna turn it on to Ona, and he is going to ult, but they get over the wall, and now the re-engage comes in. Jiwoo's gonna be taken out.
Big sleep, actually, by Sylvie.
Can they still get this? Because Mihail, he goes all out. Carrier finds the done. Carrier ticking down, but he will survive.
And when the Ezreal blows up there, they don't have half of their damage.
The thing is, Nongshim can just absolutely play for next Drake, and Zeus isn't going to have Flash. You know, Owner's not going to have Flash.
Aggressively yet defensively ult there, gets a big shield, is able to survive. But I think the decision to go on to Vital here without vision of this banana brush is actually a really risky call. It's really Zeus who saves this play, who's able to get on top of Gio here, and even though he gets over the wall, he gets picked off. So then watch how the rest of the
Not
fight
the best
plays out.
Yone ult
Zeus
either.
is instantly deleted by Mihail. Fisher is actually winning against Owner on the side, so that basically guarantees this is not going to be a Baron. And with the lifesteal Fisher has on this buff Yone,
They still trade down and they lose two really crucial flashes for it.
as Nongshim retreat and split up. T1000 behind at this point, but when you ults back
lane, and T1 have no information about what's going on here. You can see Mihail turns up in the bottom lane. He has teleport, so does Faker, but Sylvie's in the
well, this is actually really cool. Jiwoo is super fed, and so they're just gonna two-man.
mid lane and AD carry.
They're just gonna two-man it while Sylvie shows mid, and he just shows up for smite.
These players are missing, but I wonder where they are. They're gonna get the notification
Free.
right now.
Sylvie's like, I don't even need the smite.
And it's T1 who let this
Nice
happen.
sneak.
They're the kings of doing sneaky barons, but there's just not much.
Nongshim's actually gotten a lot of really good Baron calls, I think, in the last couple of games.
Mihail dashing forward, doesn't find the Q on Gumayushi. The W is going to
It's my
connect
favorite
everyone
cooking
with G1.
streamer now doing
That
league
is to be
content. I
respected.
know, man.
As he's hit by a rocket from Faker, they're trying to soften them up as Mountain Soul now on the table for Nongshim. They can use their Baron, get things pushed up. Zeus one started. Yeah, Zeus, good flank angle. No flash though available. Let's see whether he can get into a good position as Carrier half health now. Just off one combo. Fisher gets over the wall with the unbound soul. He's just looking to try and deal with this, and there is the Mountain Soul now available for Nongshim. Shields upon shields for this Cassante.
I mean, they couldn't get to the Ezreal. Now, even if they do get to him, those shields are really going to be a problem. He has an arm guard in his inventory as well. He's just so safe.
Yeah.
And he knows that he's the hyper-fed member in this game. Yes, Fisher is also pretty fed, pretty huge. But if you can't kill the Ezreal, I just don't think you win these. You're outranged. And T1 knew it. They were like, well, I guess that's it. Checkmate. We have to give this dragon up. I hope we can fight for Elder.
Yeah,
There's a
two
nice
Barons
run
and
here.
Soul. That's so rough.
A flank angle from Gumayushi and Faker coming across the side as Carrier looking for a bit of a sandwich play as Nongshim. They all just regroup. Fisher on that bottom side as Owner was looking for an angle as well.
I mean, this
not
is
able
all,
to get away in.
This is all T1 can do is try to set up Owner to get onto the Ezreal from behind. Like,
Yeah,
if they can
Vital
find a
actually has
pocket
been
of vision
performing
to
really
score
well,
the
I
ball,
think.
maybe they can kill Jiwoo, but Nongshim move back as a unit. They're like, oh, this isn't right. They're showing it out of a weird, coming from extension, a big mistake, or an arcane shift forward from Jiwoo. But you know what? I don't think he's going to do it. I don't think he's
The
going to
countdown of
And
Monte
or it's
Cristo
like, so you've got that, capitalize on an overextension, or
was what the
it's a
Best Games of the Week show was called
The
like 10 years
value of
ago.
what he's gotten with that extra gold is it feels like zip, zilch, nothing. But I hate to harp on it so much. I mean, he's 100 CS up, but we've talked about it so much. He's
interesting. But a super fed Ezreal, he will be able to clean up fights, but so much of it is the Wombo combo to come out.
Please make a
for
Monte Cristo,
Sylvie
Monte Cristo. I hate Monte
Fisher,
Cristo sandwiches,
who
though. I
just
think they're
denied
gross.
Zeus the ability to play the
Cue
game.
Adam Lambert song. Yes, the
Gumayushi
no
has been
trespassing.
alive at the end of a lot of these fights. He hasn't been the
I don't
one
know why
targeted.
OGN
He's
picked
only
that
died
song.
that
I
many
didn't
times,
pick
so we
that
can see
song.
He's got most of his items completed. He is a monster in this game. But in these last fights, is he going to be able to get it done? As you can see, Fisher just searching once again for another angle as this inner turret could be in trouble. As W connects onto the turret, and that will be going down as Carrier going to have to back away. There's another one. Fisher unbinds the soul, knows that he has to go back there. It's a bit dangerous, so he is going
faster rotation down. Would
yeah, exactly. He's 0-5 already. This might be 0-6, but no. He presses the ulti button.
the amount of control that Nongshim have over the map right now, if Guma dies...
Are we trying to kill Vital again? Oh, we are. We're definitely trying to kill Vital again. Nice sleep.
But no, he presses the ulti button. He's going in, and he just
I mean, he had no choice. If he doesn't ult there, he's definitely dead because he slept out. Monte Cristo would rather have a Monte Cristo cigar. Hell yeah, dude. The Monte Cristo cigar logo is also super sick.
But the base may be in tatters as it's now 4 versus 5. Baker is going to get nailed by so many skill shots.
Look at
from
Jiwoo. He's like, oh, there's no Vi. I can step forward. I'm brave now. I'm not afraid.
Oh, Fisher is also going to do the same thing, but of course doesn't need to be that brave. As Sylvie almost just one shot by Gumayushi. He might need to press his Zonya's button. Vital's going to be there to try and protect him as Carrier looks for the option to headbutt back onto Jiwoo. He breaks his arm guard for the ulti to punish Jiwoo, and Fisher just says Vital's
The exhaust onto the cat. What is Carrier doing, dude?
Oh, Fisher is also going to do the same thing, but of course doesn't.
Carrier's like, I got him. I got him.
Gumayushi might need to press his Zonya's button.
No, he doesn't. He just gets ulted in and dies.
I'm not afraid.
Oh, Fisher is also going to do the same thing, but of course doesn't
Carrier's
do that
going.
great. It's still the almost
He's
just
going.
one shot.
He's walking up. He walks past, but he just gets pushed into the team. Shout out to Carrier, who did absolutely nothing this game besides bait his team in. Wow, nice combo. Rakan ult into Yone ult. Then exhaust onto Zeus.
That is going to be the exhaust down, but it's not enough to stop Jiwoo from falling down. Sylvie's now dead as well, but Nongshim are cleaning up the fight because Fisher is still just so big. Faker on full health, not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, Guma said, I'm gonna actually put this game on my back, and I am going to carry in that fight. Did so much damage. Was threats here for the side of Nongshim, and Owner not only basically coming here to face check to put up this ward, but then decides to go in a very
He has to go in because if he gets slept there, he's dead.
Now, critically, it does end up getting the ultimate out of Sylvie, which is a tool that's down for the following skirmish. But look at this from Guma. He's like, nah, Sylvie, I'm going in on him. I have this angle. Yao actually can't get on top of me. Look at the kiting from Guma. It's actually fantastically played here. And then he gets on top of Jiwoo. When he can actually close the gap, get on top of the Ezreal, he does a ton. But there's just too many threats. And eventually he dies. And Zeus' ultimate is just too late.
He does manage to get Jiwoo right on the edge of the slicing maelstrom. It was fantastically played. But the patience from Fisher, just to wait for that comes down. Has he created enough space? The answer is no. And then just throws the ulti on
They
top
finally
of
catch
Zoomer,
him.
and there was just not enough left in the tank.
They finally got
Now
Vital,
Vital's
guys.
gonna get engaged on once again. Cease and desist comes down. Has he created enough space? The answer is no. As the Rakan goes
Oh my
down,
God, huge ult.
just going to re-attack
Fisher was
once
he was
again.
looking for it. He was
Now a
fishing
little bit lower, but Nongshim without.
in one of those
There's
corridors.
support.
And that was
The
working
perfect
really well
Yone
for
ult
the little
exists.
tricky plays, but now they have, oh, Carrier.
Yeah, that's the flash headbutt from Carrier. The ulti comes through from Fisher, though, and Carrier will be going down. So support
Really well for
Owner
the
just
little
being
tricky
useless on the
plays,
flank.
but now they have, oh,
Remember,
Carrier.
Owner doesn't have ult.
headbutt from Carrier.
So he comes up here to do what? Actually, he gets his Q flashed again.
Fisher, though, and Carrier
And then
will be
Fisher
going
just
down. So
slices
support
him into
support.
tiny little
Owner's
pieces.
also going to fall. A double kill for Jiwoo to start this one. Zeus' ulti doesn't find the angle he was looking for this time. And this Mountain Soul, this Cassante is so big. It's a triple for Jiwoo. And he's just layering all the CC. Arcane shift forward. Quadra kill. And the noodle.
Crazy embarrassing series from T1. Wow. Carrier, Owner, and Zeus definitely on the struggle bus. Good job. But look, honestly, Nongshim played a pretty good game, especially since they had to play from behind this game. All right, guys, I got to go watch the live games now for LCK. So I will see you tomorrow for some LEC and LCS games. Bye-bye.